Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Grant Cardone, that's the next. You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me, told me just survive. You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me, bitch, but we alive. Wake up in the morning, got another chance. The world of dance floor, let's do another dance. Two-stepping out your grind and bringing new checks. Out here planning for the future, we the new jets. All money in, none out. Gotta keep the water flowing through the drought. Ain't got no time to try to save or be conservative. Mixing my business interests, I gotta merge them in.
Barrel.
Crack card on, that's the next. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Grant card on, that's the next. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Grant card on, that's the next. You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me, told me just survive. You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me, bitch, but we alive. Wake up in the morning, got another chance. The world of dance floor, let's do another dance. Two-stepping out your grind and bringing new checks. Out here planning for the future, we the new jets. All money in, none out. Gotta keep the water flowing through the drought. Ain't got no time to try to save or be conservative. Mixing my business interests, I gotta merge them in. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Grant card on, that's the next. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through.
Hey, Grant Cardone here. Welcome to today's wealth education. I look forward to sharing this with you, spending time with you. Welcome to my home in Malibu. I wanted to do this particularly today because there's a lot of stuff going on in the economy right now. And I want to use my platform as a way to educate people about how to get through this contraction, this worldwide global recession that we will move into. I've been saying this since the first of the year. If you don't know who I am, maybe this is the first time. I think there's been 200 and what? How many?
211,000.
211,000 people registered for this event. We'll see how many people show up today actually committed to their wealth and their prosperity. If you're one of those people that is absolutely 100% committed, first of all, congratulations to you. It's very, very important to create wealth while it gets a bad name. The truth is, if you go back to the mid 13th century, the word wealth actually meant well-being. It meant to be healthy and happy. It was actually associated with the word happy. Something's happened in the last 700 years where we make it out to be a bad thing. But trust me, I think a lot of people make it to be a bad thing because they gave up on the idea or the concept or the possibility that they could actually create wealth. So today, the way to get the most out of this is to take notes, okay? I'm gonna give you a lot of information. I'm gonna bring in 3 guests. This is vital today, vital that you guys get your head wrapped around what you know, what you don't know, and what you need to know in order to have the strategies to create wealth for you, okay? I want to tell you that it is possible. Anyone can create wealth. I am a perfect example of someone that has created wealth from nothing. If you don't know who I am, I've written 8 best-selling business books. I've worked with Fortune 500 companies around the globe to increase their revenue. One of the things we'll be talking about today is revenue and income, how to create more of it. I have created from scratch, by the way, no connections. I didn't have a silver spoon. I was raised by a single mother. I got out of college, which was a waste of time for me. I didn't learn anything in college. I got out of college with about $40,000 worth of debt. Today, that would be probably $130,000 worth of debt. I made a bunch of mistakes along the way. I had a terrible drug problem for 10 years, from 15 years old to 25 years old. I'm just telling you, like, I was the black sheep of my family. Nobody believed in me. My reputation was soiled. And for the last 35 years, I've been trying to learn, humbly say, trying relentlessly to learn how to put my life back together. In the beginning, I wasn't trying to get rich. I was trying to get better. So if you're here today on a Saturday morning, hey man, congratulations. If you're broke, You don't have credit cards. You got bad credit. Nobody believes in you. You don't have a job. I lost 7 jobs. 7 jobs. I was literally like, nobody would touch me. My family had given up on me. Oh, Grant's back at it again. So today, you know, fast forward, today I'm owner or partner in 15 or 16 businesses. They probably have a combined valuation of $3 billion. Not that we're sellers today. I have a real estate portfolio that's $5 billion. And I started all this with nothing more than just this tiny, tiny little spark. This tiny little thing of like, okay, I think I can be somebody. I didn't tell anybody I thought I could be somebody. You know, I didn't tell anybody I thought I'd be an author one day and I'd have a lot of people following me and that I'd have successful businesses. I didn't tell people that I thought one day I'd be a billionaire. But all those things have happened for me. And along the way, I learned a bunch of things that I had to unlearn, okay? For you guys that are taking notes, I'm going to fill in these 4 things today. But the things that you need to unlearn are a great deal longer than the 4 things you need to learn. We're going to be doing actually, for some of you in the room, we don't have anything to sell you today. Only thing you could do here is possibly buy something because I'm not selling you anything today. We did put together, for those of you who do want to unlearn and relearn, build financial literacy. Okay, we're going to spend 21 days, the next 21 days within an exercise kind of environment, giving you information, training, 21 days of training, exercises, questions for you to start asking yourself so you can look at your financial literacy, your financial illiteracy, your financial programming. We're going to work on deprogramming you, giving you some exercises over 21 days, information to study. And at the end of that time, we're going to do a 3-day boot camp. I think they probably have a link. I mean, this deal is so stupid. It's like, it's for you to buy, for you to take advantage of. It's like a $5,000 offer for $297 when I include everything, including the 3 days, the training, the financial literacy training, the exercises, and the support for the next 21 days. Because that's what I needed when I was 25 years old. I needed support, man. I needed support from my drug problem so that I didn't go back on drugs. I got a sponsor. My whole life has been basically getting other people to show me the way. Today, I'm gonna bring 3 people in. I'm using my platform to bring to you 3 superstar power players. One guy is the head economist for a $2 trillion fund. The other guy has done work for Bill Gates. Sam Walton, he ran Walmart's basically. He put the deal together between Walmart's and Microsoft. And then he worked for a guy named Ken Griffin. He also ran a company called Albertson. If you know who that is, he ran Nordstrom's revenue and sales and marketing programs. He's worked $300 million. And he's going to come on today and talk to you about money, investing, real estate, how to create wealth, why it's important, the importance of people. So, and I'm gonna bring a lady in, Jenna. If you guys know Jenna, I'm gonna bring Jenna in, lady. Maybe you saw the promotion. She's talking about life balance, how to actually do it from home. So we got every angle covered for you today. Get a notepad, okay? Number 1, get a notepad so you can take notes. Some of you are gonna end up with 30 pages of notes today. I will be using the whiteboard. Let's see, what else did I wanna cover, Jared? Yeah, take notes. Maybe we'll give something away for somebody that takes the best notes, post it up on Twitter. Twitter's probably going to come back now that my buddy Elon bought it. We're trying to get Elon to speak at our growth conference this year. Okay. That's a task, but we're trying. Okay. So today we're talking about wealth. Okay. Wealth. How do you create wealth? How do you have wealth? How do you keep wealth? If you notice, okay, and I'm going to be talking about what you need to know and not undo, right? If you notice the word wealth today, most people haven't even looked up. If you look it up in the dictionary, you're going to see, where's my phone at? You got my phone? I'll just look it up for you right now, so I'm not going to misquote this. If you're committed to wealth, you're going to study it. Now, if you're committed to poverty, you're going to study that. Also, by the way, you will surround yourself with the things you're committed to. Again, for you guys that are taking notes, if you're committed to poverty, you will study that and surround yourself with other people that are experiencing and or believe in poverty. All right. If you are committed to wealth, you will study wealth and you will surround yourself with people that have wealth. Okay. And if you don't surround yourself with people that have wealth, you won't have wealth and you won't keep it. Imagine if you become a billionaire and you surround yourself with a bunch of people that just take from you. You'll end up losing it. The original derivation of the word wealth, okay, came from mid 13th century. I'm reading it right off of this, a third party right here. I'm reading it from, okay. It says mid 13th century. What I do when I look up words is I go back to the derivation. What was the original meaning of this word? Not what is today's perverted possibly meaning. Happiness and prosperity in abundance of possessions or riches. Now, I don't know why they say wealth was tied to happiness and prosperity in abundance, but I just imagine as I was studying this, the first time I saw this, it changed my life. I'm like, oh, wow, happiness. Who would think that happiness is tied to wealth? Most people say money won't make you happy. Okay. If you are in the chat right now, just post the word wealth. If you heard this line, money will not make you happy, throw in the chat the word wealth, or that you're committed to wealth. See, when your mom, dad, uncle, aunt, grandpa, somebody on Instagram said money won't make you happy, they might not have looked the word up, because the truth is the first word associated with the word wealth is happiness. Happiness and prosperity in abundance of possessions or riches. Why would an abundance, I don't know how much that would be, by the way, but you should study it. How much would an abundance be? Most people in America are just barely getting by. 76% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That is not an abundance. People accuse me, when I show you guys the money. I'm like, here's the money, man. The reason I'm doing this is not to brag about money. I don't think anything of this. I'm the one that said cash is trash. Ray Dalio was using this for years, and then recently came out and said, no, cash is no longer trash. Trust me, folks, this is garbage. It is garbage. Why it's garbage is because it's so abundant, it can never be worth anything. And the moment there is any shortage of it, this is what you need to learn about money. The moment there is any shortage of this product, you see the rappers running around collecting bags, collecting the cars. They're never going to create true wealth. They're going to get rich temporarily, but they will never have wealth forever. So the reason I showed this is because it is so available. I'm trying to show people that's 50,000. Is that right? Yeah, it's 50. This is about $56,000. Okay. It's everywhere. I'm trying to show you, if you don't have any of this, why not? Because it's everywhere. It's printed by the government, by the Fed. Okay. Every time there's a shortage, they reprint. They actually destroy more money than you will even think with on a daily basis. This country destroys billions, tens of billions of dollars to get rid of the old bills. Okay. So wealth, what does it mean? It means, and look up derivations. It means the etymology or derivation, Old English welfare. It was tied to welfare. Okay. Well-being. Okay. To wish well. All right, related to wealth and health. Wealth was actually tied to someone's health. Now, why would a prosperity or an abundance of resources make somebody happy or keep them healthy? I believe it is because it takes an abundance to reduce people's stress load. See, when you know that you're living paycheck to paycheck, I'll give you an example. My dad died when I was 10 years old. My dad had a good job. He had broken into the middle class. My dad never used any debt. He paid for his house. I think he financed it for a short period of time, then paid it off. If he ever had a car note, I'd be surprised. I was only 10 years old when he passed. But his cars were paid off when he died. He had zero debt. He had life insurance. That's what they told you to get back then. In case you die, take care of mama. He had some stocks that paid dividends. These are AT&T stocks, very, very secure. He had some, maybe a Chevron back then that paid a dividend. Every quarter paid a dividend. And he had a will and a trust, and he told mama what to do in case he died. Okay. And the instructions were this: in the case of my death, sell the house. Oh man, why? Why? I thought a house was an asset. It's paid for too, by the way. Why sell the house? Sell the house because he knew she couldn't take care of it. The maintenance on the house was too much. All right. Literally, my dad died on a Thursday. The house was sold the following week. Okay. There's my dad, picture of my dad right there. This guy was a stellar dude and did everything by the book, everything. I want you guys to hear this story. Many of your parents did the same thing. You know, most people, the media criminalizes all the crazy idiots in the world today, but we never, ever put any attention on all of us that are doing the right thing every day, every week, every month, all year, year after year, our whole lives. They never, ever talk about all the people doing all the right things, and they never get ahead. Okay, that's what I want to expose. I want to expose the fact that the middle class in America, hundreds of millions of people, not tens of millions, not a few million, not a small group of people, the mass proportion of America is living paycheck to paycheck and under this massive stress load of not knowing where the money is going to come from tomorrow. What do I invest in? Do I buy a house or not buy a house? Do I get debt or not get debt? I get debt and then I got to spend my time paying the debt off, okay? Do I borrow money for a car or not borrow money for a car? Do I get a job? Do I work a side hustle? Where's the money come from? Do I save it? Look at how many people just save money and they never earn anything on it. I got to get a retirement account, a 401k, an IRA. It's all so complicated. Like, what do I do? People are stressed. But if you go back and look at the definition of wealth, true wealth would provide happiness because there's abundance of possessions providing me with at least that load off. Okay, I want you to write this down. I made this commitment, I don't know, 20 years ago. Hey, I'm going to have drama in my life, but it's not going to be around money. I'll have drama in my life because there's people involved, kids involved, you know, things change, COVID events. I'll have drama in my life, but it will not be drama around money. So how do you remove the drama in your life around money? Okay, you have to start changing the way you think about money. How much is enough money? Where am I going to invest my money? How am I going to get money? Who am I going to hang around? All right, I'm going to share a couple things with you. The 4 things real quick. The 4 things that you have to have. First thing you got to do with money is you got to fix this mental condition you have. This idea that money won't make you happy. How many of us were told that? Okay. The training and education we've been given around money. I was with Dame Dash, and I said, bro, do you think we are financially illiterate or do you think we've been financially programmed? I believe we've been programmed. Now, the good news is if you're illiterate, it's hard to learn. If you've been programmed, all you have to do is unlearn. Okay. To fix this mental condition, you have to challenge the things that you were taught by moms, dads, uncles, and aunts. In the exercises that we're going to be doing for you guys that go deep with us and you make a commitment to your wealth creation over the next 30 days. Okay. The first thing we're going to do with you is have you unlearn. Okay. Money won't make you happy. A penny saved is a penny earned. First thing you got to do is go buy a house. Then you go pay the house off. All these things are actually programming by institutions that benefit by you believing this. See, if you believe that you have save for a what? What's that saying? Save for a rainy day. Well, I'm in Malibu, man. It almost never rains here. If you're in Arizona, there's a real good chance it's only going to rain a few times a year. Many places in the country don't have rain right now. Save for a rainy day. But if you live in Miami, you would be spending your money every single day. Like, it doesn't make any sense, okay? The phenomenon of money, if you look at the phenomenon of money, if you look at a financial statement, simply, like, I'm just going to make this simple. I spent 5 years to get an accounting degree. But I could take the 5 years and simplify it for you right now. Okay? If you take a financial statement, it would look like this. By the way, financial statements look the same everywhere in the world. There is no different financial statement in China, Canada, Australia, Singapore, United States of America, you go to Cleveland, Chicago, inner city, or you go to the suburbs, it don't matter, bro. An income statement is an income statement, and they all say the same thing. Whatever the language is, there's income, there's expenses, and then there's profits, okay? And that is the simplicity of accounting. Now, if you notice this, okay, the income is only going to be a few lines, and this is going to be a bunch of lines. This could actually be pages and pages of expenses. If you're in a household, you have maybe one income, maybe a second income, maybe you work, the wife works, and then you have a third little side hustle, okay? And maybe you got some dividend interest, and you got some savings, money market savings. You got 4 lines, maybe 5 lines of income. But your expenses are going to be what? Gas, electricity, lease payments, mortgage payments, car payments, insurance, health insurance, food, clothes, kids, athletic gear, eating out, furniture. I'm looking around here, whiskey. I'm looking at art that you bought for the house, or a book that you bought, or whatever. You're going to have all these lines and lines of constant 12 months, 365 days of expenses, lines and lines. What's the point I'm making? If you notice, there's only a couple lines of income, and there's hundreds, could be hundreds, thousands if you're in a business, thousands of lines of expenses, okay? This is what you should focus on, okay?
Make sure you're talking talk towards the computer. Talk towards the computer instead of the board.
95% of your time should be focused on revenue and income, but most of America has their attention on expenses. So when my dad dies on a Thursday, my mom's dumping stuff the next week, sells the house, we buy a new house. She moved us all the way across town so that we were right across from the school. My mom didn't do that because she wanted to live there. She did that because she believed it saved money on gasoline, so the kids could literally just walk across the street, and she was going to save herself $2 a day. Okay. I grew up in an era where, man, like everything you did was savings. My mom had a little drawer with coupons in it. She clipped the coupons. She knew exactly when to get the blueberries. She knew when to get a grapefruit. She knew when to get the apples. She knew what store to go to get the ham or the steak, okay, or the pork. She knew where to go, when to go, and what to do to reduce her expenses. What she didn't know was how to increase revenue. She did not know how to get money, okay? And for all of you, if you don't know how to get money, I want you to know this, or your friends, or your mentor, or your coach, or your mom or your dad, if they don't know how to get money, everyone does the same thing when they don't know how to give money, okay? They give up on it. The moment I can't get something, I give up on the idea of catching that thing, right? If I can't get the girl, I give up. It's a natural human tendency, okay? So you got to look at the people that you have in your network. People say, hey, your network is your net worth. And it's absolutely 100% true, because the people that you're surrounded by, okay, if they have given up on the concept of the catch, that's what I knew it would be shaking right if I touch it.
Do you want it turned?
That's fine. If they give up on the concept of the catch, okay, they're not going to invest any money in the catch. Like, if you don't think you're going to catch fish, why would you go rent a boat or use a boat or gas it up or spend Saturday going out there? Oh, because maybe I will. I'm going to have a good time. You ain't going to have a good time if you don't catch fish. See, and this is how people are having to live every day. Now, with fishing, you have a choice. With money, you don't. Okay? Money, you simply have to make money. Okay? And to the degree that you can make more money, and then all of a sudden you run into these blocks, these mental blocks.
Make sure when you're at the board, you got
When you run into these mental blocks, the mental block of like, money won't make me happy, rich people are crazy, rich people are bad, money is evil, money is the root of all evil. What are these other things that we say? A penny saved is a penny earned. So you're going around, you're spending all your time looking for pennies. Why isn't the saying like anyone can be a billionaire?
Rich people are bad. They're greedy.
Okay. Why isn't it, hey, rich, wealthy people are the most philanthropic people on planet Earth? Why is it all negative? Because if it's in your head, instilled in your head that money is somehow bad, you will not get money, particularly if you're a good person. If you're a good person, you're just going to be like, I don't want bad stuff. I don't want bad people. I don't want bad ideas. I don't want bad in my life. Okay. So number one, you're going to have to master this mental thing. Okay. Two, this is intelligence, by the way. This is a dump and an add. Okay. This is a dump and an add. We got to first dump out. We got to discover. I talk about assets or liabilities, like my mom's ability to live on very little money, to be very frugal. Most of you watching this today, what's our number?
310-777-225.
No, not that number.
No.
But thank you. I know our phone number. Okay. Most of you are basically erring because you are too frugal, believe it or not. Too frugal. It's not that you're overspenders. Most of you are too frugal, too conservative, won't take risk averse. You don't go all in on stuff, okay? If you don't mind me telling you the truth about your situation. So to get to the problem, you got to look at what's wrong. My mom her asset was frugal. She could literally, my mom was like a little saint. I'm like, how do you live on nothing and make it go as far as she could make a penny go a week? And that was an asset, right? But at some point, okay, you want to write this down. Assets always become liabilities. Like I grew up in a family of scarcity where poverty, even if it wasn't a reality, poverty was the mentality. How many of you can relate to that? Poverty was not actually a reality, but it was a mentality. Okay. So first thing we got to do is get this mental thing right. Okay. I got to do a dump. You do an inventory basically on your belief about money, your belief about income, your belief about investing, things like what you think is an asset. What do you think is a liability? Is debt good or bad? All these things that you were taught, where did they come from? They're not your ideas. Every idea. Typically, when I work with people, we work with tens of thousands of people a year. We work with thousands of companies. We work with some of the biggest companies on planet Earth. You're going to hear from some of the biggest players today that have ever done money. What I'm sharing with you today is very, very common to find out. Okay. You'll have a guy come in, a manager come into a company, and he's a good manager of money. He manages money and he does a good job of increasing the percentage profits of the company, but he actually holds down the growth of the company. See, with income, okay, remember this on income. Income, how high can it go? And expenses, how low can it go? Because expenses you're trying to push down, income you're trying to push up. A guy showed me this, I don't know, I was probably 38 years old. I wish I'd known this when I was 18 years old. He's like, bro, you can push income up as far as you can imagine. You can push income up, and expenses can only be pushed down to what number? 0. You can't push any lower than 0. And the goal of expenses is typically in a company, you want to lower that number, right? Or a household, you want to lower that number. Income. But where do people spend most of their time? My mom spent most of her time trying to push the expenses lower and lower, and she didn't take any responsibility for picking up that income. So now, how do you pick up income? Second step here. Okay, this changed my life right here. That's why I spend 95% of my time focused on income. Probably spend 98% of my time. I spend almost no time on expenses. Somebody called us from Facebook about 3 months ago. Some kid that's got some kind of Facebook ad campaign or something. He's like, I can reduce your Facebook ad campaign. I'm like, bro, I don't want to reduce it. You have a lot of waste in your ads. Okay. I just want to increase my income. I'm not looking at my expenses. I'm not focused on expenses. I'm focused on income. I spend 95 to 98% of my time every day focused on get income, get people, get connections, meet people. Now, what do you got to do to meet people? You have to learn how to market. You got to become a freaking genius on the marketing game. If this was 6 years ago, I would tell you that's not even possible. Today, because of the internet, social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, streaming, because of what has happened with technology today, the greatest development in my lifetime and in my business has been the ability to market mainstream without buying a billboard or a TV ad. Because of the marketing, I don't know if you guys can read my writing back there. I get a little nasty, but marketing. Anybody can do this. By the way, you do not have to be an extrovert to do this. You don't have to be a public speaker to do this. You don't have to grab a microphone to do this. You do need to understand how to like corral stages. And the stages already exist today. Like back in the day, 20 years ago, I had to go build a stage. I had to get a stage. I had to get an audience. You don't have to do any of that. There's how many people? 211,000 people. There's 15 or 16,000 people on the stream right now. Okay, look at the numbers, by the way. 200,000 sign up. Congratulations to all you guys that showed up. Okay, because showing up ain't nothing going to change because you sign up. The only thing that changes is when you show up. I want to reward, by the way, everybody that did that. Anybody here today. So what I'm going to do for you guys, okay? I told you guys I wouldn't sell you anything. The only thing we have is for something for you to buy if you want to. I'm going to give you a $5,200 package. It's a 3-day workshop in what, 35 days?
Yeah.
In 35 days, we're going to do a 3-day workshop. I'm going to give you our entire financial intelligence workbook and training. That's a what, $1,000 program. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you our business development, sales, marketing, revenue, people, how to build out a campaign around yourself. Can you change that, Johnny? So you can show them what else I'm adding, the business builder and the financial freedom. And I'm going to give you a bunch of 10X gear. Okay. I'm going to do it for $297. 3-day interactive boot camp. I'm going to give you the principles guaranteed to 10X your wealth, 7 proven strategies for becoming omnipresent in your marketing, and a 5-step process for increasing your revenue, guaranteed to increase your revenue. I'm going to give you the 10X playbook to simplify stress-free and profitable negotiations. And I'm going to give you a 100% money back guarantee when you show up for the boot camp. Listen to me, Johnny, come back to me, okay? I'm going to give you, literally, you're paying $0 for this. When you transact at $297, it's a $5,000 savings. And then what I'm going to do when you come to the workshop,
Gotta show up.
you show up 3 days, check in for the 3 days. At the end of that event, I'll credit you the $297 at my store. So you virtually pay.
All virtual.
It's all virtual. You could be Singapore, Cincinnati. It doesn't matter. No travel, no hotels, nothing. This is, by the way, our best, most successful event of the year. Because what I do is, like I've been talking for 33 minutes. There's been no exercises. At this boot camp, I'll talk for 33 minutes, and then I'm going to drop you into a group with 10 people, and you guys are going to do exercises and figure out, hey, what are my assets? What are my liabilities? Where's my income coming from? What is my greatest expense? Okay. In the chat below, can I see the chat? Is there a way for me to see chat?
No.
Can they chat?
Yeah, they're all chatting. Right
okay. Why can't I see it? Okay. Hey, I want to know what is the #1 biggest expense of your household? Everybody tell me, what is the #1 biggest expense of your household?
Slightly.
Yeah. #1 biggest, whether you live in London and you're dealing in pounds, or you're living in Singapore dealing in whatever, mortgage, food,
rent, taxes.
Okay.
L+.
Yeah. Who said? Okay. The first person that said taxes, that is the right answer. L+. Taxes are the #1 biggest expense you have in your household by double. Bigger than your mortgage, bigger than your rent, bigger than your health care, bigger than food, bigger than the kids. It is freaking crazy. Oh, if I have a kid, it's going to cost me $1 million. It's going to cost me $1 million to have a kid. If you work in America, okay, it is going to cost you, and you make $100 grand a year. You make 80 grand a year. Let's say you make 80 grand a year. Times point. And you work for the next 30 years, you're going to spend $500,000 minimum, $648,000 a year just in income taxes. Okay, that's if you live in a state that doesn't charge you income taxes. that doesn't count property taxes, sales taxes, like on and on taxes. So taxes are the biggest thing. One thing that wealthy people know is they know, first of all, they get their heads right. Second thing, they get their marketing right. Okay. They get their marketing. Can you take that away from me? The third thing they do is they understand people, their network is revenue. Okay. They don't go just try to get a bag. What they do is try to connect with the right people. Kevin Turner's going to come in today and tell you number one most important thing to him is people, then marketing, then revenue. When we broke it down, and you'll hear this today, when we broke it down, people and revenue are connected. Like you cannot get revenue without people. Everybody here, oh, I got to make some money. I got to make some money. No, you need to make some people. You need to make a network. Okay. One thing that we do in our boot camp that you guys are going to love about this boot camp is we guarantee that you get connected with 50 new people over 3 days. When I start adding new people, not junk people, by the way. Okay. Not people like, let's do a barbecue this weekend. Y'all know how to do that, but do you know how to put together a network of people that start talking about how to do money rather than how to grill chicken? Where you spend your attention, what money follows attention, what you have your attention on, how good you are at ribs, barbecue and ribs or chicken or a good T-bone over the weekend. That's where your attention is. You can get great at it. Not going to make any money at it. How good you pour a drink, your margarita, you're great at it. If you took the same amount of energy, put it on money, okay, put it on marketing, put it on cleaning up your head about it. Put it on the people that you need for the revenue that you desire. I guarantee you everything's going to change for you. The last thing that these people do, we'll be talking about all this today, is they learn how to scale. Now, for everybody in the room, scaling is not a business term only. Scaling is something everyone does. Every household in America can scale their income. Okay. You could scale, like, how do I scale something? Well, you know, when I was growing up, I mowed my own grass. I painted my own house. I fixed the roof. I fixed the gutters. I raked the leaves. At some point in your life, you're like, you might want to scale out of those positions. Now, if you have this money mentality that says there's not enough money, you're going to rake the leaves, mow the grass, fix the gutters. And you're like, I'm saving money. You're not saving money. It's costing you money to do those jobs. Scaling doesn't mean you don't work. Scaling means you allow other people to do things so that you can keep focused on the 3 things that matter. By the way, if you're making $400 grand a year, this for all you guys in the South, my friends in Louisiana, Georgia, Mississippi, you guys down on the panhandle of Florida. Oh, I'm doing it my damn self. I'm changing my own oil. Okay. I'm fixing my own truck. I'm mowing my own grass. I like doing that shit. I'm picking up my own tree limbs after the storm. Okay. Because you think you're saving money. And then you lie to yourself and say, no, I just like doing it. Okay. Well, truth is, even if you like doing it, it's costing you money because it's costing you time. Okay. Write this down. Everybody. Time, for those of you writing notes, love to see your notes, by the way. Where can they post the notes?
They can tag you tag you 10x.
Yeah. Tag me on Twitter. Tag me on Twitter. If you're using Twitter, it's going to come back, by the way, now that Elon's got it. Tag me on Twitter. Time is senior to money. And I'm going to give $100 to somebody. I got a big stack. I got about 5,000 of those. No, 50,000 of those. Tag me at Grant Cardone. Time is senior to money. You know, it says time is money. Time is senior. Time comes before the money. But most people, what they're doing is they're using money. They're trying to save money as though it's senior, when the truth is, if you could figure out how to do things faster, okay, if I could figure out how to get 10 things done in the same moment, I'd make more money because time is senior to money. All right. So these four things anybody can master, anyone can master. I didn't understand, and I started with this. First, I'm like, I got to sit down and see what I know about money that is holding me back from money. So I started my first business when I was 30 years old. I did not start that business to make money. I started that business because I needed a job and nobody would hire me. I literally was pushed into owning a business. I had no intention. I was happy being a millionaire employee. There was nothing wrong. I'm going to show you, I'm going to introduce you to a guy today. He's worth $1/3 billion and he's never done his own deal.
Yeah.
Right?
And maybe you ask people to post in the comments who influenced their money ideas the most.
Yeah. So yeah, just tell me in the chat below, who do you think has influenced your predominant concepts of money the most? Mom, dad, uncle, aunt.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Where did you get your sense of money from? Who told you money was good or bad? Money was either abundant or scarce.
My dad, my parents, my wife, mom and dad. It's parents, mom.
Jared's telling me
uncle,
the feedback
my
right now.
Father, husband, dad, parents.
Yeah. So, I remember when I was I was 29 years old. My brother told me, he's like, you need to start reading Barron's magazine. I have a twin brother. And we've always been, because of the experience with my dad was the income earner. Okay. And when he died, boom, income stopped. My dad had a commitment to take care of his family financially. Did he have some secret desire to be rich? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he did, but I know this. He showed up every day to work. Okay. He showed up every day to work. Did he want to be known in the community as a successful person? Probably. Who wouldn't? My dad showed up every day, worked hard so that he could take care of feed 5 kids and take care of his wife. He believed that was his responsibility to do that. He didn't make excuses. He didn't say, oh, I'm Italian, I'm not connected. We don't have, back in the 50s, man, it was a big deal to be Italian. Like, that didn't help you. Okay. By the way, just want to congratulate everybody that took advantage of that stupid offer that I made. Ridiculous. When you show up, I'm going to give you 100% credit for what you spent. So you virtually didn't pay anything. That's a 3-day interactive boot camp. $2,000 worth of financial programming, how to build a business, how to market. All of it's online. I deliver it to your computer today. You start with the exercises today. When this ends, we can pick it up from there, and I'll start actually going deep on each one of these topics.
There's 140 hours of training before the event.
There's 140 hours between now, 140 hours of training between now and when we go live for our 3-day event, which is like that event is what, $3,000?
Yeah.
The workshop itself is $3,000. So I'm doing the whole
November 4th, 5th, and 6th.
November 4th, 5th, and 6th, where we cover mindset, wealth creation, marketing in detail. By the way, this is 3 days, not 3 hours, scaling and sales. So for those of you that have already committed, congratulations. And when you show up, I'm going to give you I'm going to give you a credit at my store for $297. Use it on whatever you want to use it on. The link, I think, is grantcardone.com/wealth. grantcardone.com/wealth. So notice how many people in the chat said mom, dad, uncle, wife. Where did the wife get influence from? Mom, dad. Where did they get influence from? Your mom and your dad. Grandpa, grandma. Okay, where did they come from? When did they get here? Okay, where did this whole wealth conversation start? Well, in the 21st century in America, if your parents have any kind of financial concept at all, it is because probably they were immigrants that came to this country. Both of my grandparents came to this country from either Sicily or Naples. One was a shipbuilder and the other came from a criminal background. My grandfather never had papers to live in the country. He always had to work under the radar. Okay. Well, if you're working under the radar, bro, you cannot market. Okay. You cannot go out and sell to the public. You're not going to get with the right groups of people. My grandfather had no clue. His mental ideas about money was, hey man, I got to get whatever I can, whenever I can. I got to snuggle and shuggle and hustle and bug, and I got to hide. And like everything was like under. Okay. Taxes were a problem because I don't pay taxes. I can't even declare. I can't market anybody. This whole concept of fly under the radar, if I wouldn't have had that embedded into my psyche, including the other side of my family, which was like, yeah, we got to hide under the radar now because we have this secret in our household. See, when you guys have that, you guys don't understand the footprint that puts on your mind. Literally a foot is like suppressing your ability to go out and tell people what you do for a living, to even brag about your degree or brag about things. Like we're told in our culture, you can't brag about what you've done. You guys see me every day talking about my plane, showing you my car, showing you my success, showing you my house, bringing you into my life. You know why I'm doing that? Because I am undoing this idea that my family grew up with, that we had to fly under the radar. I'm like, this is what I got for flying under the radar. I ain't flying under the radar anymore. Okay, hit me on Twitter. I'll give another $100 away to some lucky, crazy person that says, I ain't flying under the radar no more at Grant Cardone. Okay, and we'll take somebody and we'll throw you $100 at you. I ain't flying under the radar. Here's a finger to the radar. I ain't flying under the radar. Why? Because I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay, I know that because of my online presence, the way that we market, that we'll be teaching you how to market, how to use Instagram, Facebook, social media. I know, and particularly because of the amount of success we've had, $1.2 billion worth of sales on the internet, $5 billion worth of real estate. I've raised almost $1 billion in cash crowdfunding. This has never been done before. I've distributed this year alone, 4 million, 9 times, $36 million in distributions, almost 36 million. Because of that, I am going to get eyeballs on me from government and government, what are they called? Agencies. And I should be, by the way, because they're regulating, they're watching people, they're protecting people against, and I'm going to get eyeballs from clickbaiters and draggers and haters and people that are trying to build an audience on the backs of somebody that is doing good things. I know that, but I'm not flying under the radar. I'm done flying under the radar. But my family for an entire generation flew under the radar for obvious reasons, okay? Now, my other parents came from Naples and they were shipbuilders. What do they know about income? Do they know how to build ships? They didn't know how to build financial freedom, right? They knew how to build a boat. And so when my grandfather from the Cardone side came to Madisonville, Louisiana, and they hunkered in, what did they do again? What did they do? Okay, notice both my grandparents come to this country and did exactly what they did in the country they came from. And then they passed their beliefs and information, their survival strategies that work for them. They passed on to their kids. So where did you get your financial programming from? Okay, you guys got to drop this idea that you're financially illiterate. You're not illiterate. You are programmed. You have been programmed around money. Now I'm going to bring up a guy today in a second, Mohamed El-Erian. I mean, like, look, he's written 2 best-selling books. He's considered in 4 years in a row one of the top 100 most financially influential people on planet Earth. In addition to like this resume, you probably seen it on CNBC 50 times. He's the go-to guy every day. Okay, I'm gonna bring him up in a few minutes. But see, he's in this world where money is like abundant. They don't think in terms of millionaires. They think in terms of trillionaires. They think in terms of trillions of dollars being moved. He's talking about global funds moving at microseconds around the world. See, when you get in that world, I remember my life changed when I went to New York City. I had a meeting at Goldman Sachs. Oh, we bringing Mohamed up right now?
Now we're excited.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Mohamed. And I walked into Goldman Sachs and I walked into the main part of the building, man, and the elevators, they had elevators bigger than the room that I'm in. And I was like, oh my God, it completely changed my concept of money, possibility, abundance, scarcity, all these things. So everybody here, just remember, you have been educated, okay? You have been programmed by people, most of us, because we came from immigrant families, by people that had scarcity thinking. Okay. Then we went to school for 12 years and somebody in school taught you math. Maybe they taught you a little bit about finance. Probably not much. I have an accounting degree. I got 5 years of learning about money. I didn't know how to do a financial statement when I got out of college. I didn't know what the difference between good debt and bad debt. I didn't know what an investment was or was not. I was still focused on reducing my expenses and no ability to enhance or improve my income, much less the concept of scaling, much less of what business should I go into because that business, I could actually scale that business. I went and got a college degree because some BS test said that I would be good in accounting. Okay. I can't imagine me being an accountant every day. So, but I do know some of the information and education I got outside of school, studying guys like Mohamed that I'm gonna bring up in a second, Kevin Turner, studying Warren Buffett, reading everything that Warren has put out for the last 30 years. Not that I'm an investor in the stock market, but I watched how Warren Buffett would talk about cash flows in part. Okay, stay in cash flow investing companies. I watched how Warren never started a business. He invested in businesses that were proven. He invested in people that were proven. He invested in many times, not at the lowest price, like my people told me, buy low and sell high. He was saying, no, buy value and wait and be patient. Okay, let's bring Mohamed in. Mohamed El-Erian, he has done things that, man, he has met people. I'm so excited to have you here, Mohamed, to talk and make simple for our audience what's going on in the world today. Thank you so much for sharing your Saturday with us. He's on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you so much. It's a huge honor.
Yeah. So look, man, I've been watching you for years. I'm hearing what you're saying and what you're tweeting. Mohamed does a great job on Twitter. You guys that are on Twitter, make sure you follow him. He's very, very active there day to day. What do you see going on in the world today, my friend?
So I see major changes that are not short-term, but long-term. And that the result of that is that we are navigating a very bumpy journey, but to a better destination. So we all feel these changes. The world has gone from being demand constrained to supply constrained. The world has gone from worrying about too little inflation to too much inflation. And we have all these sudden shocks that are becoming more and more numerous. This is a different world. And it's a world in which we just have to navigate both the journey and the destination.
So let's just talk about that, because 2 years ago, the fear was there was no inflation. Then suddenly this word inflation is bigger than COVID. COVID ended and inflation became the new virus. Okay. Do you think that we're already, I sense that we're already in the other side of this inflation thing and seeing prices pull back? Is there any possibility that the Fed is late on this inflation thing and that's already passed?
First of all, it's not a possibility. It is a reality that the Fed is late. You know, the Fed is in the midst of a policy mistake that will go down in history as one of the biggest policy mistakes. And it has 3 phases. Phase 1 was all the way till the end of November last year, when it was absolutely convinced, it had convinced itself that inflation was transitory.
What does transitory mean?
Transitory means it is temporary and reversible. So if I tell you something you're going through is transitory,
got it.
You don't have to change your behavior. So the Fed was telling everybody, including itself, we don't need to do anything about inflation because it's going to go away by its own. Then at the end of November, in front of Congress, Chair Powell retired, that's the word he used, retired that word from his vocabulary. But they didn't do anything meaningful until March. So we had this ridiculous situation in the middle of March, when the US printed its inflation print for February above 7%, and the Fed was still injecting liquidity into the economy, was still running the economy hot at a time when it had recognized inflation was persistent. So that's mistake number two. And mistake number three is what we're living through now, and what you just said. The Fed has so damaged its credibility that it is going to wait until inflation clearly comes down before it stops tightening policy. And the result of that is that it's highly likely that it will tip the US economy into recession.
Yeah. Now, Mohamed, do you think, like, where do you see inflation? Do you think the inflation, because I hear about it, it's at the food, it's at the gas station, it's in the grocery store, it's in housing, but I never hear these guys say that it's in the stock market.
That's because that's not the sort of thing they want to say. But
that's your friends over at CNBC.
Yeah, but there is no doubt that we've had massive asset price inflation. And let me explain something very simple, yet so powerful. And it goes back to my days at PIMCO. If you came in and you presented an investment idea, we would press you very hard on resilience, balance sheet, management, business model, business outlook. And if you convinced us on all these things, we would ask you one simple question after that. Who's going to buy after us? Because the subsequent buyer does two things. They validate your own purchase by pushing the prices even higher, and they provide you liquidity in case you want to change your mind. If I tell you, yes, not only is there a subsequent buyer, but that buyer has a printing press in the basement, has massive willingness to use it, and guess what? They are non-commercial. They don't care about the price at which they buy. They will buy anyway. You will front run them all day long. And that's exactly what happened. And that's why we've had this very large asset price inflation.
So do you believe that, I mean, you made a statement, I think, sometimes last year that the stock market would roll over, that it would crash. And a lot of people are starting to say that today. And it's got to be hard for you guys to say that, I would expect, right? I mean, do you have any kind of like limits about what you could talk about when you go on TV or even here?
So I don't have limits because I'm just an independent contractor like you are. So I'm not bound by any sort of corporate limitations. I tell people what I think. Look, I have been worried about asset prices in general. I've been warning people that the three things that worked beautifully for us in 2021 and 2020, which is high returns, almost no volatility because the Fed is repressing volatility. And
they were repressing because they were printing.
Because they were buying all the time. Right? And if they buy
what? They're buying what?
So they're buying bonds, but they're injecting liquidity. So when they buy your bonds, they push you into the next risky asset. Who you buy from then goes into the next risky asset. So it cascades all down the capital structure and makes everybody have three behaviors. And we've all heard of that. One, buy the dip. Wasn't that what everybody was told? Two, there is no alternative. And three, FOMO, fear of missing out. When you have this conditioning so strong in people buy the minute they see any sell-off. And what you do is you take away volatility from the marketplace. So we had high returns, low volatility, and then to give us even a bigger prize, we had both bond and stocks going up at the same time, both risk-free assets, treasuries, and risky assets, bonds going up at the same time because the Fed was buying. Now, all three are in reverse. We have negative returns on both stocks and bonds, and we have unusually unsettling volatility.
So, Mike, well, let me ask you, what caused you to say that the stock market would roll over?
I think a few things. One, the view that I expressed starting April last year in my writings and my tweet, that inflation wasn't going to be transitory. That if you understood the dynamics of inflation, it was going to stick around for a while. And the longer the Fed waited to react, the greater would be the slamming of the brakes that would cause financial conditions to disrupt asset prices. That was the main thing, is that I looked at what was pushing inflation, And I'm old. I'm really old. I lived through this.
You and I were born the same year. Don't say that.
Well, we lived, I mean, I studied economics in the midst of the inflations of the 70s and the early 80s. So, you know, I have the history of how an inflation shock becomes embedded into the system. And that's what I was seeing last year.
So now let's go back to the 70s, because I remember that. I remember the, you know, gas lines and 12% interest rates or 20% on homes. Do you think we get back there?
So the way we got back there is by flip-flopping Fed, right? That the Arthur Burns Fed.
You mean back then?
In the 70s, yeah. The Fed sort of stepped on the brakes to control inflation, then decided to take its foot off the brakes, and then stepped on the brakes again, took its foot off the brakes. And the result of that was that awful stagflation. Growth never recovered and inflation never came down. This time around, this Fed seems to be very aware of what happened in the 70s. That's why they keep on saying we are not in the 70s. That's why Jay Powell, the Fed chair, keeps on reminding us of Volcker. Almost every speech he's given since Jackson Hole has cited Volcker. And Volcker was the anti-Arthur Burns, was the, you know what, I am going to have an unconditional battle against inflation. So I don't think we repeat that mistake. Yeah, we're more likely to make another mistake, which is tipping the economy into a recession.
And do you think inflation or deflation, which one is more dangerous for you, or stagflation, as you call it?
Stagflation is the worst because policymakers have virtually no tools to get you out. You have to wait till the process exhausts itself, and that's a very painful process.
And do you think, Mohamed, that debt, as I grew up, debt was this horrible instrument, you shouldn't use it? And is debt, aren't we not now in an economy where debt will be something that's just part of the financial system, and we will always have debt and they will always print new money?
So there is a safe level of debt, okay? There is a safe, it's a bit like driving. You know, you can drive fast at a safe speed. It doesn't mean you can avoid all accidents, but most of the time we do avoid accidents. Now, we have a level of debt that is consistent with our future income, that is consistent with most states of the world. So I'm not too worried about the level of debt. I'm worried about certain pockets of over-indebtedness. You know, we don't tend to look beyond our borders. But there was a very interesting development in the last 2 weeks in England, in the United Kingdom. Now, remember, this is a G7 economy. This is a mature, respected economy. In 1 week, the following things happened. And normally this doesn't happen to a G7 economy. It happens to a struggling developing country. They had a currency meltdown. They had yields.
Where is this now?
United Kingdom.
Okay. This past 2 weeks.
This past 2 weeks, the pound collapsed to a record low against the dollar, 103. Yields went up 125 basis points at the long end, unheard of. We almost had a meltdown in the pension system. They got reprimanded by the IMF, and the government had to do a very embarrassing and politically costly U-turn.
U-turn mean they reversed their decision.
They reversed their decision to cut taxes. And what the government inadvertently did is they triggered debt concerns. And the minute foreign investors in particular said, you have to pay me more for me to buy your bonds, you ended up in this sequence that was quite embarrassing for a G7 economy. So overall, what I'm meant to say is I don't worry about debt overall, but there are certain pockets of indebtedness that you have to worry about.
So what debt would you consider to be good debt?
So good debt is what's called, and I know I'm just repeating myself, but sustainable debt. Meaning that I look at your income, I look at your assets, and I have no doubt in my mind that you are able to cover that debt. And the US is still at a sustainable debt level. But if you look at
you're talking about the government level. I'm
Correct.
thinking about businesses and households that are, because there's probably 2 or 3 government people on here right now because they're interested in my productivity. But other than that, it's probably households and business owners. Like what do you consider, if you take your macro and bring it down to a business owner, maybe he's got an HVAC company or dentistry, at what point should they use debt, even though our countries may be overusing it?
Right. And let me just say, it's important to worry about government debt. If you live in a good house, the neighborhood matters. So if you have a great company, but the government messes up the way it runs the economy, there's no way you can avoid the damage from that.
Right.
So the debt neighborhood is okay. Now let's look at the individual homes in that neighborhood. On the corporate side, on average, most companies are fine. There are, however, a few companies that are known by the unfortunate title of zombie companies.
Yes.
That have survived over the last number of years simply because interest rates were 0.
Explain zombies to everybody.
So a zombie is someone that stays alive, not because of inherent health. They're not healthy, productive members of society. They stay alive because there's a certain condition that keeps them alive, an artificial condition that keeps them alive. And the artificial condition that kept these zombie companies alive was very, very cheap debt. Basically, loans were being thrown at them. You've heard them covenant light, no covenants, hardly any interest payments to be made. All that has stopped. So we're starting to see these companies that need to refinance themselves having problems because their world has changed.
Yeah. So I know I'm interrupting you, but like, how many zombie companies do you think are out just in the United States on the?
So it's hard to guess. If you put a gun to my head and say, take a wild guess, I'll tell you 5 to 12%. Okay. So I don't,
So how many publicly listed companies in America?
I don't want to guess that number, but it's small. It's small. Yeah. Okay. Where you see it is if you are a credit investor, if you buy junk bonds, high yield bonds, they tend to be rated single B or triple C or below. You should stay away from them. This is not a good environment for those sorts of companies right now.
Do you value Michael Burry, what Burry says?
I do. So Michael Burry, what he looks at is what's called the tail of the distribution. If you think of the world we live in what's called the bell-shaped distribution. Okay, we believe there's a likely outcome. For example, that when I clicked on the link, I would find you on the other end and we would have a really interesting conversation. Now, there's what's called a left tail and a right tail. A left tail is something terribly happened. It turns out that you've changed the link and you haven't told me, right? So what Michael does really well, and that's how he made a ton of money in 2008, is he looks at the tail and he says, which one is going to prove most problematic for the system? So he looked at certain loans that had been made, certain, as we know, securitized instrument derivatives that were inherently unstable. And he correctly bet on it. And it took some time, but he got it absolutely right.
He said, I don't know, maybe in the last couple of weeks, there's 200 primary stock listings in the United States with a market cap over $1 billion and an EBITDA less than negative 100 million. 29 of these had market caps over 10 billion. And he's basically, look, all this silliness has to stop.
Right. That's the zombies. That's the definition of a zombie.
Yeah. So how do those zombie companies, I was having this conversation with my friend John Lesher that ran T-Mobile. And he's like, I said, how can the publicly listed companies on the stock market, how can they even be allowed to do this? Nobody will allow me to do what those companies are doing.
So when there is lots and lots of money sloshing around the system, people will stretch for returns. And when they stretch for returns, they do silly things. Okay, and lending to those companies will say, now, if you're one of those companies and you say, so let me get this right, I'm not making any money, I'm likely not going to make any money, but you're going to lend money to me, that's a win-win situation, right? Either you somehow give me the money I need to magically transform my business, or I go bankrupt and you knew about it. That's the problem. That is what all these years of what's called unconventional Fed policy, keeping interest rates at zero, pumping liquidity over and over again, that is the unintended consequence and the collateral damage of that policy.
So how bad does this get, and over what period of time?
So again, the notion of this very bumpy journey to a better destination. And I want to spend some time on the destination, because you got to navigate the journey, but get ready for the destination. So this journey is going to last for at least another year. It is going to be bumpy. It's going to be unsettling. There's going to be more market volatility. There's going to be more economic volatility. We simply have to get through this transition.
So that means you're talking about a stock market viewpoint.
So I'm talking about the following combination. One is a very bumpy stock market.
Yeah.
A very volatile stock market. Two, an economy that is not growing fast and constant talk of recession risk. Three, if you're an individual, you're going to feel the following combination. One, the more you hear about recession, the more you're going to worry about your future income.
Right.
So you're going to have income insecurity. Two, inflation, while it is going away, it's not going away quickly. So that's going to eat away at your purchasing power. That's the second way you're going to feel uncomfortable. And then the third one is when you open your 401k, when your retirement plans suddenly are worth less. So that's why I say we have to prepare for that, because most of the time we make silly mistakes when we are taken out of our comfort zone.
Let me ask you something, okay? So, man, this is such a good conversation for me. I really enjoy being around somebody that has such a macro and such an intelligent view of this. And you study it every day. So tapping into you is a great resource for me, and I'm sure the audience right now. What is the opportunity in this then? Like, if you were a guy like me, small business owner, trying to grow his company, what's the opportunity through this bumpiness?
So there's a relative opportunity and absolute opportunity, okay? And let me tell you a famous joke that I'm sure you've heard over and over again, okay? The two people who go camping, and then they've had a wonderful hike. They haven't heard this. You haven't heard this?
No.
So they set a fire, they take their shoes off, they're cooking a meal, and suddenly a very hungry bear appears. And they both look at this bear, and one of them starts putting their shoes on. And the other says, what are you doing? Why are you putting your shoes on? There is no way we can outrun the bear. And he responds, I don't need to outrun the bear. I need to outrun you.
Right,
okay?
right.
So in a world like this, if you're a small business owner, if you secure your balance sheet, if you secure your colleagues, your human resources, and you just navigate this well, you will do better than your competitors, and more business will come to you.
And then what about the opportunity of buying those companies that aren't secure, aren't prepared, aren't on today, aren't doing the homework? What about buying those guys that are broken, get tired? I mean, they've been through COVID, they're exhausted. Now they're going to get hit with this.
Correct. So the first opportunity is simply you get market share. Okay. The second opportunity is that you can acquire skills or networks or scale, to look at the back of your thing, that otherwise would have taken you a long time to do.
Yeah. So on that note, like, when you watch companies do their thing, when they go into growth, are they starting new stuff? like, would you recommend people start something new or buy something that's already existing, already branded, already there, where the owners are like, dude, I got to tap out. I'm tired.
So most of the time, buying is better than building. Okay, not always. If you're building something completely new, completely unique, but if it's being sold at bargain prices, and you have to understand why it gets sold at bargain prices. It's the same thing as me and you buying at the bottom of a housing crash. Markets overshoot, valuations overshoot.
Markets overshoot.
Yeah, they overshoot on the way down, they overshoot on the way down, they overshoot on the way up. There's a very famous paper by two economists that won the Nobel Prize that should convince you why market overshoots. And this is very simple. Suppose you are selling me your secondhand car, and you have maintained it really well. I, the buyer, keep on reading that people are reconditioning the odometers, they are reconditioning their car. I don't care what you tell me. There's so much noise in the system that I'll never pay you what your car is worth. If your car trades, it trades like a lemon, even if it's not. This is called the theory, okay? This is called the market for lemons. It's a very well-established economic thing. Now, that's what happened when overshoot. So if your competitor is going out of business and suddenly is looking for people to buy whatever assets they have, he's going to sell them at dirt cheap levels. So if you survive this unsettling journey, there's an opportunity to buy scale, buy things that you do not have. As long as you're convinced that they give you an edge. Always ask the question, do I get an edge by doing this?
Well, I also love what you said earlier about, and I think a lot of people, particularly in real estate, commercial real estate, they buy it. And I'm like, well, what's your exit? Who's going to buy this thing like 5 years from now?
Correct.
And most people don't know the exit. If you don't know the exit, you probably don't have one. So let me ask you on real estate. How much damage is the Fed going to do to housing in America?
A lot. Okay, and there's three reasons for that. One is simple affordability. Okay, when you take interest rates, I tweeted yesterday a chart that shows you this is the most front-loaded rate cycle in recent history. Never has the Fed hiked by so much in so little time.
So fast,
That is changing the affordability of mortgages completely. Issue number two, income uncertainty is going up. The second element that's critical to you buying a house. And then third, we have a situation where lots of people have been holding on to selling, because supply has been so limited, that now there is you better try and get sales going. So I suspect that we are going to see, at best, home prices stabilize nationally, but we may even see some decline.
Yeah. Well, okay. So now, what does this do to America as a renter nation? Because I believe the Fed. I own 12,000 apartments, and I'm big on rent, right? So I believe the Fed, the rents will flatten out, maybe even pull back a tad. I know $10, but that the Fed is going to make more renters in this cycle than has been made in the history of America.
Correct. If you can't afford to buy a home, what are you going to do? You're going to rent.
Right.
You need a roof over your head. The question is it ownership or is it rental? And if ownership becomes more problematic because it's less affordable, you can't afford as much home as you did once, right? It's shift people towards rentals.
And how do you feel about that investment space? What I'm doing with buying big 300, 400 unit properties in great locations, Florida, Texas, the Southeast, where the government, the politics are friendly.
I think it's a really good approach. I would just tell you, phase your purchases, right? You're going to have opportunities coming up.
And then what were you trying to say again? And this is your post on Twitter. You guys, everybody here should follow this man on Twitter. He does an amazing job of content there.
Okay, so these are the rates hiking cycles. This is how fast the Fed has increased. So going up The y-axis is how many basis points, how many percentage points, and then along the x-axis, along the bottom, is over time. And what you see is on the left-hand side of that chart, you see the current cycle. And as you see, it's all front-loaded. That line is going up much faster and much steeper than all the others. That is the Fed hiking cycle, and that's why there's so much damage associated with it. The other way I think of it is the following. The Fed should have taken its foot off the accelerator last year. We were going into a more foggy highway with debris all over the place, but it didn't. Now it's slamming on the brakes.
Yeah.
Now, when you have a car slamming on the brakes, it is problematic for the cars around it. And that's why we are feeling the way we're feeling in financial markets first, and then in the real economy second.
So the argument is, if you compare interest rates today to, the last 30 years, we're getting back to normal rates. What is wrong with that conversation?
It's what's called the HFL, not the NFL, the HFL. Okay, that's how I think of it. H is for higher. We are going higher on rates. F is for faster. We're going higher, much faster than we've done in the past. And L is for longer. We're going to stay there longer. So if this hiking cycle, because the Fed is so late, it's having to go really fast to try to control inflation. That's what's different.
And so how long, you said longer, you think this is going to last a long period of time? I mean,
I think it is.
I'll bet you dinner they drop by the end of next year. They reverse all this and we start.
The end of next year is already too long.
Yeah.
Okay. So Grant, it's really interesting because every once in a while the market falls in love with the pivot. It fell in love with the pivot this week. Monday, Tuesday.
Pivot meaning what?
Meaning the Fed was going to go from tightening to pausing and then reducing.
Okay.
And every once in a while, the market falls in love with it's the pivot. Okay. So Monday, Tuesday, the market started believing in the pivot. So stock prices went up by 5% in 2 days. 5%, that's not normal. There were three things that contributed to the belief of the pivot. And then by the end of the week, we had lost all the gains in the stock market. In fact, the NASDAQ ended lower on the week. Why? Because people realized there was no pivot coming. So, the marketplace has this inherently optimistic view that every once in a while we should romance the pivot. Look, I don't think they're going to stop this year. I think there's another 125 basis points. It will be a record hiking cycle, to be clear, a record hiking cycle. I think they're going to stick around at these levels for a while. Maybe by the end of next year, they come down. Now, if they come down earlier, it's because one of two things have happened, or both, an economic accident or a financial accident. And
what's the difference? What's the difference between an economic accident and a financial accident? So
an economic accident is they tip us into recession. Okay, that they simply.
You don't think we're in a recession right now?
I don't think we are. The labor market is too strong. Unemployment rate's 3.5%. We created another 263,000 jobs last month. So I know some people think we're in a recession, but you need the labor market to buckle to be in a recession. Okay, but an economic accident.
But you're not 100% sure that we're not in a recession.
Like, I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. In fact, you can convince me that it feels like a recession. Okay, but I'll tell you, as an economist, okay, this doesn't meet the recession. But all that needs to happen is for you to think we're in a recession, and then it becomes problematic.
Right.
Okay, so an economic accident is they tip us into an unnecessary recession. Okay, a financial accident is that some sector of the financial market blows up. We had a massive financial accident in 2008, and that almost tipped us not into a recession. We did get the Great Recession, almost tipped us into a depression. Okay, so if we get an early pivot, Grant, it's because one of these two things have happened, and no one should wish for that.
Who gets hurt worse here, the wealthy or the middle class?
It's always the middle class that gets hurt the most. I mean, it's a very unfortunate process, but it's the middle class, and especially the lower segments of the income that get hit the worst, because you don't have enough of a cushion to absorb the shock.
Now, I just want to do a little bit of a lightning round with you here, okay? So
I thought all this felt like the lightning round.
Oh, did it? Dude, this has been awesome, by the way. I really, really appreciate your time on a Saturday. Where are you today?
I'm in New York today.
Okay. To the audience, would you tell them to focus, if they had to pick one and spend most of their time in one of these, income or expenses?
Income.
Okay, and tell me why.
Because there's a limit to how much you can cut expenses, right? You can't, if you are a business owner, you can't grow, you can't flourish by always cutting. You need to find new income opportunities. It doesn't mean you run an uncontrolled spending side, but you need to grow in order to attract people, in order to be able to do things that you could not. You cannot cut your way to success on a sustainable basis. And you can do it as an emergency measure, but you need to focus on the income side.
Mm-hmm. Sales or marketing? Which one would you say is senior to the other?
Sales, absolutely.
Okay, tell me why.
I know that you don't like what I'm saying, but this
I know. It's good. It's good. But
can I explain why?
Yeah, but I just want to tell you, like, watching you, I see you as a marketing guy. Like, you're a genius marketer. You're very omnipresent. I know nobody's going to agree with me on this, because you're an economist. You're in that space, right? So very conservative, articulate.
Let me tell you 3 things that will surprise you.
Okay, go ahead.
1, I don't sleep before going on TV or before doing this. I get really nervous. I get really anxious. This doesn't come naturally to me at all. A marketer, this comes naturally. 2 is I say no to most things. Okay, and 3, like you, I believe that it's an important responsibility to share information and trigger discussions.
Yeah.
You know, I get criticism sometimes on Twitter. Why are you telling me something I can read in a newspaper? And I'm telling them and my reaction is because I want to make sure you're aware that this has happened. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, so I don't think myself as a marketer. I think myself as trying to provide content for people to think about when they make decisions, and it doesn't come to me easily, believe me.
Yeah, but if I don't know you, right? If I don't know you, if I don't see you, if you don't show up all the time, like, I trust you because I've seen you on TV so many times. And that's what I mean by marketing. I don't mean you're running ads or, you know,
But I tend also, if you're a good marketer, you don't tell people things they don't want to hear.
That's right.
Right. But I tend to also tell people things they don't want to hear.
Yeah.
Because I believe that you know, that you need, I like being something else, if you don't mind. I like trying to be a trusted advisor.
Okay? Yeah. And you are, by the way. You've done a great job of that.
Thank you. That's very kind of you, Grant.
Yeah. Why did you say yes to this? You say no to most of the things that come your way. Why yes to this?
Because of who you are, and because of the way you do this, and because of the people that listen to this. These are people, you know, I care about your audience, and I think you make things incredibly accessible to people, and that's really important.
Yeah. Thank you very much. What does the word or the concept 10X mean to you?
It means scale. You know, I feel like I'm cheating because that word is right there on the screen, number 4, right? Okay.
It means scale to you. How important is scaling?
Scaling is really important. Getting the right scaling, and then getting what I call transformative scaling. 10X is something that allows you to break out in so many different ways, in so many successful ways. You know, that is what a 10X is.
Mohamed, when you look at the whole world, because you study the whole world, how do you see America still today as an opportunist place to do business, to raise a family? How do you compare it to the rest of the world?
We are the best in relative terms. I call it the cleanest dirty shirt, okay? And think of it this way. You're on a business trip, you've packed the exact number of shirts that you need because you just want carry on. And then suddenly your trip gets extended for a day and there's no way to get laundry. What are you going to do? You're going to go and you're going to wear the cleanest dirty shirt. Is it pristine clean? No, it's not. But it is better than anything else out there. And that's exactly what the US is. No matter how much we complain about things, it's the best place to be economically, socially, and politically right now. I know it doesn't feel that way, but Europe is in a deep recession. Okay, China is in a recession. Okay, I mean, we are better off than other countries because we have certain things. We have energy independence, we had entrepreneurial, and we are inherently optimistic people, right? So we if we don't like something, we look to make it better. And that's a really strong attribute to have.
How do you feel about Elon buying Twitter?
I don't quite understand it, to tell you the truth.
Are you excited though?
I am excited because everything he's touched, you know, he has surprised people like me consistently, right? So he there's something that he thinks. Did I ever think Tesla was going to do so well? No. Did I ever think he was going to do so well in space? No, right? But time and time again, he has surprised many of us.
Any last words for our audience? And again, I really appreciate your time.
Just the other side of this journey is a good one. We needed to get out of this artificial world, right? And we have the ability to outperform both as individuals and collectively. So, you know, no matter how bumpy this journey is, keep an eye on the destination. You know, I'll give you an example. When my kid was young, even if we were going to Disneyland, there will be a consistent, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? For the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
Then if there was traffic, the stop go, next thing I know, oh, Dad, I'm going to be sick. Oh, Dad, I'm going to be sick. By the time we got to the destination, okay, we hadn't even planned on anything. So don't make that mistake. No matter how bumpy the destination is, we're getting to a better place.
Mohamed El-Erian, thank you so much for your time today. Again, I appreciate your insights, your intelligence, and your commitment and willingness to help other people along the way.
Thank you. Thanks for a great conversation.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
It was awesome. That was awesome. Huh? Yeah. Damn, I ended the Zoom, Johnny. I got so excited about that. I was like, I clicked in the Zoom. Okay. Johnny, our team back, everybody back. I want to make sure we didn't blow out there. Let me know when we're back. Damn, what was I thinking? I got so excited about that interview. So this is my takeaway. Look, everything this guy said in this interview, I don't know if you guys heard it the same way. He's a major economist. He for a $2 trillion, what's the name of the company? Allianz. $2 trillion company. He's got data, folks, to all this. Now, how would you like to have access to these kind of people over the next 3 or 4 weeks? And then when we get to our workshop, because you guys know I always bring in superstars, big guests to our events. We had Lloyd Blankfein at my growth conference last year. Lloyd ran Goldman Sachs. So I can tell you, Jared and I, we're together all the time. And I'm always telling Jared, I think it needs to come over here. I'm always telling Jared, let's get this person. Let's get this person. I want to give you guys access to the best information available. And if I could give myself a pat on the back, I love the way I take all this very sophisticated these contents and bring it back down to what do I do as a business. Now, what I heard him saying was this whole journey's mental. How many times did he say, you don't need it to be a recession. I just need you to believe it's a recession. Because what does that do? That causes people uncertainty. When people become uncertain, this is why you have to increase your marketing. Okay. When the buyer becomes uncertain, I'm going to tell you, and I'll have this conversation with him later. He's wrong about the marketing and sales things. The marketing thing is way, way more important than the sales game. You cannot sell anything if you have not marketed yourself. This guy is a master marketer only because he has accomplished the concept of omnipresence. If you didn't know his name, you knew his face. If you didn't know his face, you knew his voice. Why? Because he's been on radio, TV so many years, over and over. This is called omnipresence. You do not have to be an extrovert. You don't have to be loud. You don't have to be flashy to know marketing. So again, get your legal pad back out. Okay. I want to get you back to what's the game? How do you take advantage of the opportunity? Okay. What has happened? What did he tell you in that takeaway? You guys that own businesses, okay, in the chat, throw down what kind of business you own. What kind of business do you own? I'm going to show you how to scale your business here. If you're making $1 million a year, I'm going to show you how to get to 10 million as fast as possible. Okay. Mohamed said, prepare for pain, but look for opportunity. That's what you should be doing. Like, let's prepare for pain and look for opportunity. Okay. So I'm going to show you exactly how would I go from, I'm making 40 grand a year. The goal would be, how do I go from 40 grand to 40,000, okay, to 400,000. That would be your first stop. That would be the concept. If you're making $4 million a year, how do I go to 40 million? Now, why the big 10x thing? Because if you don't do 10x, particularly during periods of recessions, contractions, and uncertainty, what's going to happen is you're going to go from 40 grand and you're never going to get to 50. You're not going to make it to 50 because there's so much uncertainty. Remember what he said, I only need you to believe it's a recession in order to have a contraction. Okay. So you guys that are making 40,000, you're a waitress. Okay. You're a bartender. You're a solar salesman. Who's some of the, I asked for the chat when I say, gives me some feedback. You're an electrical guy.
Law firm, naturopathy, marketing, food processing, coffee roasting.
Yeah. So let's say you're in coffee roasting and you're making 40 grand as a employee of the company, or you own the company and you're making 120. Your goal should be whatever the number is, like, right, this is 120 and you're the owner. Hey, you want to go to 1.2 million. The reason the 10x concept is so important is because it gets you over these little blips. You're trying to move from one place down here to a whole new place that changes your life and the quality of problems you have in your life. This is when you guys should be taking notes right now. 10x is trying to help you shift the quality of the problems in your life. It is not to get rid of problems. You live on planet Earth, gravity. I need oxygen, okay? You got to have water and food. You got problems every day. I'm trying to change the quality of my problems. How do I change the quality of my problems? I want to go from small $40,000 poverty problems to middle class $400,000 problems. Once I get those, I want to then get to some rich problems at 4 million. When I get done with the $4 million rich problems, then I want to go to some $4 billion, some real problems. Okay. And you guys are all up for it. If you're on today on a Saturday morning, it's 9 o'clock where I'm at. Okay, I'm doing this in my home. I'm sharing it with you. Why? Like Mohamed, I am compelled to educate people to help them. I believe it's the single greatest wealth asset I have is my ability to help other people. It's worth more than the money, the cars, the planes, the fame, the magazines. Is like, hey, if I help one person today, wake up. If I hope one person, what was I thinking, man? Okay, well, you were thinking what other people been thinking. You weren't thinking what you thought. For many of you, this is going to be the first time you actually had any ideas about wealth, rich. What's the difference between the two? Poverty, how you think, what you could do, potential. Okay, so right now, just take where you're at right now. If you're working for a coffee company, or you're working for a homeopath company, or you're working for an HVAC or chiropractic or dentistry, or you're a salesman in solar, or you're a car salesman, you're a waiter or a waitress, whatever the case is, take where you are right now. I'm at 40 grand, 400 grand, whatever the number is, right? Okay, how would I get to 10 times that? You just simply take 10x and multiply. Okay, this is what I do in all my companies. Right now, we'll do $155 million in gross revenue this year. Just our company. I'm like, how do I go from 155 million to 1.5 billion? It's exactly the conversation Jared and I had yesterday right here in Malibu, sitting out on our deck. And I'm like, bro, how do we go from 155 million to 1.5 billion? Now, why would anybody need to do that? Because you can, because I can, and I will, and you can, and you should. Okay, because people that do that, that build those kind of companies end up making a lot of difference on this planet. Today, we hire 800 employees. I remember when I couldn't pay my rent. Am I more valuable to society today because I accepted the responsibility to do more and be more? This isn't about money. It's not about how much money I have. It's how many people can I help? If you've ever worked for a company and you didn't like the way you were treated, okay, well, why don't you do something for that company where they have to treat you great, right? Why don't you work for a company where they have to treat you great? And if they don't, go start a company and you decide how to treat people great. See what I'm saying? Get on the other side of this. The first thing that has to happen is this has to change. You guys, this is what most people do. They're reasonable. They're logical and reasonable and analytical. They're like, okay, I'm making 40 grand now. Man, if I could go to 44,000, if I could make an extra $4 grand a year, people use this on the internet all the time, by the way. Multi-level marketing uses this constantly. If you could make another $4 grand a year and just pay your bills, wouldn't your rent, wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, it'd be cool, bro, but it ain't gonna change nothing. Write this down. You need to have goals that change the quality of your problems and then the quality of your life, okay? Hit me on Twitter. Where's that money at? Where's all that dough at? Okay, what's he doing over there, man? Okay, I'm gonna give stacks of this away today. Throw it on Twitter at Grant Cardone. Tag me at Grant Cardone. Okay, you must have goals that change the quality of your problems and then the quality of your life. And then we'll pick some names. Jared, give this.
Just make sure you hashtag 10x notes.
The one thing I didn't ask, yeah, hashtag 10x, just 10x, hashtag 10x, and just add my handle at Grant Cardone, and I'll see it. We'll hit one of you in the background and give you $100. Now, the thing I did not ask Mohamed, I don't know if he's still on or if he's listening or anything, but maybe he could send me a little tweet. What do you think about that stack of cash over there, man? Is it worth anything? Really? 10 years from now, will it be worth more or less than it is today? I'd love to know that from him. If you could hit his team, maybe. Mm-hmm. So you see what I'm doing here? Okay, wherever you are, wherever you're trapped today, throw it in the chat right now, okay? I want you to throw in the chat. I'm at 80, I'm at 40, I'm at 120, I'm at 1.2 million. I want you to put where you are in revenue right now today. Your company, could be your company, could be you individually, could be zero. You'd be like, man, I make like $500 a month, whatever the number is, write it down. And then I want you to multiply times 10. Okay. Multiply times 10. And where does that put you on an annual basis? Let's see that in the chat. I'd love to get some feedback on that. Okay. Because that's your new target. Now, for those of you who've already
7 million, 120, 60K, 80K.
Are they putting both numbers in there?
No, they're just one. I'm at 40K. They're what they're at now. 60K.
I want you to take and put the number you're at and then a little arrow, okay, like this, a little arrow.
60K times 10 is 600K.
Yeah, exactly. Put that in and I want you to see how many people, there's tens of thousands of people watching the stream right now.
5K to 250K.
Load up the chat and let everybody see what you are committed to doing. And then I want you to do this, okay? I want you to start thinking about, would that change the quality of problems that you have in your life? Remember, I'm trying to change the quality of problems I have. When you change the quality of problems that you have, you will change the quality of your life. This is what people call rich people's problems, okay? Somebody asked me the other day, I flew into Burbank and they're like, dude, what did the fuel cost you to fly from Miami? I'm like, I don't know what it costs. It's a wealthy person's problem, but it costs something. I remember when I couldn't pay the gas in a 1966 Ford Mustang. I bought it by the dollars, not by the gallons. Okay. Did we get a lot of feedback on that?
Yeah.
So what you're doing right here is we're trying to fix your mental. The first thing to do with the mental step. The first thing to do with the mental step is you have to confront. You got to confront what you know. Okay. I think it was Mark Twain that said, hey, it's not what you know it's not what you don't know that's your problem. It's what you do know that you believe to be true that is your biggest trap. Okay, it's not what you don't know. It's what you do know and believe to be true. Steve Jobs said that the only knowledge that matters is your experiences. And the reason, in the interview, the reason the experience matters is because data, information from a book, or from a school classroom, or even from today, is not what's most important. It's what you've done and experienced, right? When you take a hammer and you hit your hand with it, you're like, bro, I know that hurts, and you're not going to do it again. Okay, so you got to confront what you know. Okay, I want you to write this list down. Assets. What assets do you have? What liabilities do you have? What assets in people do you have? So I've done this many times, okay? I'm going to confront assets and liabilities, people as assets and liabilities, okay? Beliefs. These are physical assets and liabilities, like, okay, car, oh, I got a car, it's worth 40 grand, I got debt on it, it's 40 grand. So it scratches out, you still need a car. Now, Dave Ramsey says nobody should borrow money for a car. I'm like, Dave, I don't know how to get around other than a car. Like, keep it real. I owe $2 billion worth of debt on my real estate. It's worth $5 billion. So if it's worth 4.8 billion, it's still more. If it's worth, if it pulls back and it goes down to 4.2 billion, it's still only $2 billion worth of debt. Okay. Now it seems like a massive number, right? The only way I got to that massive number was I had to confront the way I thought about an artichoke at the grocery store. Oh my God, that's $5. If you complain about $5, how are you going to get 5 billion? It's impossible. Okay, so you can't do this little game to this little mental masturbation that you're doing to yourself every day, where you're like tricking yourself every day into thinking small. Everything you look at is small. Again, this was an inherited educational concept from schools, institutions, Dave Ramsey, TV, banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, every day. Save your money, 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 save your money. Well, why? I need to use money, okay, so that I can collect assets. This is what wealthy people do. You got to admit, man, wealthy people think completely different than poor people do. And wealthy people think different than rich people do. Okay, again, you guys should be taking notes. Now, I know I'm talking fast and I got a lot to cover. And I may be covering too much information for you today. For those of you who have already taken advantage of and bought the offer, I'm not selling you the offer, by the way. Do not be confused. For me to sell this offer, I would have to build value. I'd have to qualify you, see if you can afford it. I'd have to greet you, qualify you, make you feel comfortable. This is a $5,200 offer for $297. And I give you the $297 back at my store when you check in at the 3-day boot camp in 35 days. It's an interactive boot camp. You don't have to travel. You don't have to go any place. There's no hotel, no travel, nothing. Hey, Johnny, in fact, show them what we do at this boot camp. Can you do that? It's grantcardone.com/wealth. Watch this. Show them, Johnny. You're going to spend 3 days with me, and I'm going to share with you like 20 or 25 minutes worth of content on wealth, and then sales, and then handling objections, then closing, then follow-up, and then scaling. Each one of those departments, divisions, and categories, but each 20 to 25 minutes, I'll give you a piece of data, a strategy, and then we'll break you into separate groups of 4 or 5 people so you can network and role play that and put it in your business. You actually utilize and put it into work. Every 25 minutes, I break you into a small group of people so you can execute while you're on the interactive boot camp. Listen to what some of our other students have said.
I've got a residual income that's making me over $30,000.
I mean, I went from 100,000 after the boot camp to 1.5 million.
This year, we're 5 million in sales already.
Okay, so welcome back. That's what we do at our boot camp. We do it for 3 days. You don't have to go any place. Every 30 minutes, we break into small rooms of 10 people. I guarantee you're going to meet 50 people that are going to change your life. One of the things I'm most proud about, all our 10X growth conferences, our boot camps, our interactive, is we make sure people are comfortable and we make sure people meet people. So if you're an introvert and you have trouble meeting people, I'm going to introduce you to millions of dollars worth of people. I'll get you customers at this thing, okay? You'll see in real time how things are marketed, how they're sold, how they're closed, how they're negotiated, how we actually can build a business in a short period of time. Now, who am I to say any of this? If this is the first time, we had 211,000 people sign up for this event. 180,000 of them have never done anything with us. So for you, those of you who don't know, 35 years ago, I had nothing except debt and a bad reputation. And the bad reputation was because I lost 7 jobs. It wasn't because I did anything bad. I was kind of losing. I was losing in life. I had bad grades. I didn't like school. I lost 7 jobs. You know, I just had problems, man. I lost my dad when I was 10. I lost an older brother when I was 20. And I had problems. I was depressed. I was angry. I was in grief. And I was a problem person. But that didn't mean I didn't have potential. And I knew I did. And when everybody else didn't believe in me anymore, including me, half of me didn't believe in me anymore, there was a little bit of me that said, man, you could be somebody. And then at 25 years old, I got my life together. I started putting my life back together, quit using drugs, quit hanging out with those people, made some major changes, and I became a student. I started studying people. I started studying life. I started confronting, hey man, I'm an asset. I'm an asset, but I got liabilities. Oh yeah. The drugs are a liability. The weed's a liability. The drinking on the weekends a liability. Pete's a liability. Danny's a liability. Angela's a liability. The people in my life are a liability. This car I have is a liability. I keep quitting jobs. That's a liability. I don't do what I say I'm going to do. Liability. I took stuff from people. I need to pay them back until I do. It's a liability because it's in my head. My lack of self-esteem was a liability. My lack of confidence was a liability. I didn't have anybody to talk to. I couldn't talk to anybody unless I used a drug. I'm like, dude, I got to clean this shit up. So any of you, if you're in that place, you know, I am a person that has gone from that to, I'm with some of the biggest people in the world today. Got a beautiful wife, 2 beautiful children. My kids like me. They actually like me, like spending time with me. I've traveled the world. I've written 8 best-selling books, 21 best-selling business programs. Some of our online programs have outsold every major book distribution deals. Just did a deal with Amazon for $1 million. They paid me $1 million. It was $1 million or more to do a program called the 10X Mentor. Like some of the things that are happening for me today are phenomenal, unbelievable. I'm so blessed and so grateful, but you guys can have that too. But this is where it starts. You got to change what is in between your ears. Quit trying to change your mom, your dad, your sister, your wife. Change this. Okay. And the way you do that is you confront it. You don't just sit down and say, I'm going to change what I think, but what are you going to replace it with? And this is what I said earlier. The first thing to do with money is you got to look at what you believe to be true that is not. You got to literally, they talk about, Grant, you've been brainwashed. Yeah, I hope so. Because I need to run my mind through a brainwasher. Like dishes go through a dishwasher. Hey, I got to get scrubbed out what my grandparents brought to this country and left with us. They came from scarcity and they shared scarcity. There was no abundance being shared in my household. Abundance was not shared in my household. How many of you in the chat, your parents told you, get rich, you can get rich, create wealth, become a billionaire, you can have it all, okay? You can save the world, you can do phenomenal things. How few of us were in environments where that happened? Give me some feedback, Jared. Then I'm going to confront some of these money beliefs.
No. My mother did. Jamal said my mother did. No, never. Never. No, never. No, they said, K Meeks said, no, they said, be smart, don't take chances.
Yeah, be smart, don't take chances, fly under the radar. A penny saved is a penny earned. Save for a rainy day. Get professionals. Hire a finance guy. You don't know what you're talking about. You got to pay taxes. Two things in life. Everybody's got to die and pay taxes. Truth is, you don't have to pay taxes. Can't believe these guys are going to work over here. They haven't been working all week, and now they're going to show up today and do this. Okay, couple things on money beliefs, okay? I want you to write these down. These are beliefs you have about money that are not true, but you hold on to them as a truth. Now, some of you may argue with some of these, and you may say I'm wrong about some of these. You're going to have to decide, at some point, if you're willing to confront what you believe to be true that isn't, and you hold on to as truth, but it's not. Okay, number one, money is complicated. Money is not complicated. Okay, you're writing these beliefs down. Money is complicated. It's very complicated. Notice Mohammed, he's got all these big words, a lot of vernacular, it's a lot going on with concepts. Okay, the thing that I've done in my life today that allows me to run $8 billion, literally start from zero and have $8 billion, $3 billion worth of corporate value, another $5 billion in real estate. Money is so simple. It's unbelievable. It is simple. It is not complicated. Now, when I started reading Barron's magazine, I started this conversation earlier. My brother said, you need to start reading this magazine. When I read this Barron's magazine, man, literally, it would come out on Saturdays. And I was in Houston, Texas at the time. I was just on the come up. I was 29, 30 years old. And I would read this and I was like, oh, what is PE? What is EPS? What is EBITDA? What is profits? I knew none of these words. I would literally read this. What is this company called Boeing? What is a company called Starwood? Who is this guy named Sam Zell? I started reading about these people, these companies, and I was like, I would literally it was so much. And then my brother said, look, bro, just keep reading it. Just keep reading it. Just keep reading it. If you're committed to it, keep reading it and keep it simple. Take what you can out of here. Learn what you can. I'm like, Boeing is it's an airplane company. He's like, good. Well, you learned that. You didn't know that a few minutes ago. Well done, bro. And then you found out that there was only 2 builders of planes in the world, Boeing and Aerospace, I think it is, out of the UK. And they were major competitors. Other than that, that's who was building all the jets on planet Earth. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, how does the company work? Well, it's got income. Okay, it's got a bunch of expenses, and it's got profits. Oh, then I learned profits. Money is simple. It's what I'm telling you. So when you're reading the Wall Street Journal or the Barron's, don't get all lost in the complication. Focus on the simplicity. Okay, number 2, it takes money to make money. Okay, this is a myth. This is not true. All of these are myths. It does not take money to make money. Okay, it's completely. They don't need money to print this. Okay, when they go print this, another belief, by the way, you need to make money. You don't need to make money. Money's already made. Third belief, you got to make money. You don't have to make money. It is an unnecessary step. And if you believe it mechanically, I need to make something to make money. I need to trade value to make money. No, you don't. You actually don't need to do that either. You got to solve a problem to make money. No, you don't, man. The money's already made. Okay. Now, the question is not what do I need to do? Okay. It's who. Who do I need to meet? It's not what do I need to do or what do I need to make or how much time do I need to trade? Okay. All right. Saving. Remember this, it takes money to make money. This money is not going to make money by itself. When you guys say it takes money to make money, so if I take this money and I just leave this money here, this money is not going to become more money. It is not. For those of you who were listening to what Mohamed said, he said he would go buy other businesses as a way to scale today. Clearly, he was not confused about that. It was black or white, crystal clear. He would go buy other companies as a way to scale faster today. Those companies, by the way, you wouldn't have to pay them anything. When are we doing that buy sell? We should introduce everybody to that at the boot camp.
Yeah.
I'm going to introduce you guys to a program that we're releasing this year called Buy Sell. Okay, we were going to drop it next year, but I'm going to introduce it to you in 35 days at our boot camp. How you can actually buy a business and get money because you bought the company, not spend any of your own money, none of your own debt or credit, and actually scale your business. For those of you who've taken advantage of this, by the way, I told you I would do this. I'm going to do this up until our next guest, Jared, that I'm going to bring up in 10 minutes.
Okay.
GrantCardone.com/wealth. Anybody that takes advantage of this, it's a $297 price. It's a $5,200 offer. You get everything included here with the 3-day boot camp, the financial certification, the business builder, financial freedom, sales, marketing, mindset, wealth creation, how to actually scale your business or scale your position. I'm going to give you all that and the 3-day workshop and a swag box.
And so
the
what
10X
we do-
rule
yeah.
signed.
And this is important. What we do is, so for this event, we actually, in the box, you get a bunch of stuff, but we actually send you out the workbook so that when you get the workbook for the 3-day event, you actually have everything that you can work through the information with. And there's a lot of exercises in here. And like Grant said, we break you out into groups. So we had 6,000 people there last time. And so what happens is we get all those thousands of people, we break them up into groups of 4 or 5. And then you get to meet people and you get to talk through stuff like this. And you actually get to fill out the exercises, the goal setting journeys, getting into your personal finances, breaking everything down, trying to figure out how to apply one of Grant's secrets called the 40% rule so that you can guarantee wealth creation. But this is a 114-page workbook that you get out, shipped to you so that during this 3-day event, you can follow everything along. The dates are November 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
And in the interim, before you get the box and before November, you're going to get access to how many hours?
160 hours.
160 hours of training to prepare you for the workshop. Okay. So I don't want you coming in blind. There's plenty of time. We got 21 days or so between now and the event for you to actually prepare. So let me be your mentor, your coach for the next 35 days. This is literally a gift. If you guys don't see this as a gift, then, I don't, you're paying $297. I give you a credit. I give you a $5,000 discount and then a $297 credit at my store.
We have people that pay us $400,000 or $500,000 a year to work with us.
Yeah.
So this is not.
I do the entire 3 days at the boot camp. I'll be there the whole time. And I hope you guys make the time to do this. GrantCardone.com/wealth. Everybody that signs up, by the way, I'm going to do the credit up until my next guest. And we're going to spend time working on these myths so we get rid of this in your life, because what kind of problems are you looking for? Who knows what kind of problems we're looking for? I want to upgrade my problems. I want some big, giant, wealthy, generational wealthy problems. How many of you like to have this problem? What am I going to do when I die with my $1 billion? See, these are big problems. What charity am I going to leave my money to? Rather than, where am I going to get money to pay rent this month? I can get you in that position. Okay. You got to show up. You got to do the work. Okay. And you got to stay on it. Okay. Number 4, saving is the way to wealth. Okay. Saving is not a way to wealth. There's no wealthy person in the history of the world, Penn, No wealthy person in the history of the world that has ever been created because of wealth. It has not happened, won't happen. You cannot save your way to wealth. It's impossible. Right now, you're saving money. You're being charged 7% to buy a home, and you might be earning 0.7% to save money. Money is useless until it is used. Quote, $100. I'm going to give $100 away. Throw it in Twitter. Money is useless until it is used. At Grant Cardone, hashtag 10X. Okay, you got to make money. That is a myth. You don't make money. It's against the law to make money. 4, saving is the way to wealth. Saving is one of the most destructive things that you can do with wealth. That being said now, okay, what I want to do is I want to turn savings into investing, and I invest personally 40%, minimum 40% of all my gross income goes into investing back in myself, my business, or another asset class that I'll be talking about later. Okay. I'm going to take 40% of my income. If I make 100 grand, I'm going to take 40 grand. I'm going to do this every year. Okay. 100K. I'm going to take 40,000 of that. I will not live off that money. I will put that into an investment account. Second year, I do the same thing. 100 grand, 40 grand. I live off of 60 and pay taxes out of the 60. And take 40,000 and I invest. Preferably, I'd like to invest in something to reduce my tax bill. That's another conversation, but it's what wealthy people do. We will have time for that in the boot camp. I will not have time for it today. Okay. Well, I'm going to take this 40 grand and I'm going to actually put it into an asset class that gives me a tax deduction on this 60K. What's my biggest expense on that 60K that I got left over? Taxes. Who hates paying taxes? I know I do. So what I do is I invest in an asset class, myself, my business, or you see me buy a lot of commercial real estate. That particular type of real estate that I buy, not a house, and not typically my own office building, but office can work for this. Not land for sure, allows me big tax deductions so that my 60 grand that I'm left to live on, I can live on all of it. Now I'm gonna do that in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. If I did that in 10 years and didn't have any more income, 10 years from now, I'm gonna have $400,000, which will be $1.6 million minimum in real estate as I bought it. But I got 10 years of growth. Now it's worth $5 million based on the last 10 years. And I've earned probably $40,000 a year in income, which was my second passive income. So my income from my job's at 100, and notice by the 10th year, check this out, okay? Understand, my income is still 100, but by the 10th year, my income now is 100 from my job if my income never changed, and it's 40,000 from my investments. So now I increased my income by 40% without adding 1 minute to my workload. Okay, number 5, all debt is bad debt. This is a myth. This is not true, okay? And I've never seen anybody do this, by the way, where their income didn't go up. Because what happens is you start getting more confidence. You guys are doing 401ks, IRAs, saving money at the bank, buying a house. This is a much better plan that will create financial freedom for you much faster than what you're doing right now. Okay. Debt. All debt is bad debt. You've heard this on TV. You've seen it online. You've seen memes of it. You've heard Dave talk about it. Okay. All wealthy people, none excluded, 0. There's no exemption to this rule. All wealthy people and institutions use debt. There's good debt, there's bad debt. Okay. If I got to tell you what bad debt is, it's buying a Gucci belt or a Boss belt or any belt. I don't need to blame Gucci. Any belt that you buy, any clothes that you purchase on debt is bad debt. Now, if I was buying if I'm in an HVAC business and it's called Cardone HVAC, and I'm buying uniforms for all my people, and I'm borrowing money to buy the uniforms, that's not bad debt. I got to have a brand. I got to represent myself. I got to represent my company. That is actually good debt. When I borrow money on a house, I borrow $700,000 to buy $1 million house. That is bad debt. Okay. When I borrow $750,000 on a commercial real estate deal that produces $25,000 of income and pays the debt, that's good debt. In fact, it's genius debt, not good debt. Okay. Diversifying your investments is a mistake. You should not diversify your investments. The only people that will argue with me on this is Wall Street and investment brokers and financial planners, none of which, by the way, are worth what I'm worth. I don't diversify my investments. I don't take little bets. I make massive bets. Massive could be 50 grand. I remember I did a deal once. I had to borrow 90,000. I had 50,000 and I needed to borrow another 90 to complete the deal. It was 140,000. It was everything that I had plus 90 grand. So some of you guys that have invested with us at Cardone Capital and you're on the phone with me, how much should I invest? Everything. I had 50 grand. I put it in the deal and another 90,000. Okay. That made me $4 million because I put it all in, but I also knew that it was a sure deal. Okay. Diversifying your investments is a myth. You should not do it. All you're doing is benefiting financial planners and Wall Street. Okay. I could give you a whole bunch of more of these lists. I should probably. I'll give you another one. There's no such thing as a sure thing. It's not true. There is a sure thing. There are bets that are guaranteed. They're sure things. Okay. For instance, when you guys sign up for this deal that we're doing, all you got to do is show up and I'm going to give you back your $297 at my store. It's a sure thing. Now, whether you could show up or not is not the sure thing, but what I'm going to do on my end is a sure thing. I'm going to deliver 3 days to you. I'm going to provide you with 140 hours of training between now and then. It's a sure thing. And it's a freaking great deal. And if it sounds too good to be true, maybe you're so damn skeptical now that you can't believe when somebody actually gives you something. Okay. So I hope you guys take care of that. Take advantage of that. Now I want to give you one more thing before I bring this person on, because this person is going to talk to you about how she became a best-selling author, how she balances her time and her life, her family and her business, okay? How she finds time for both. And the way she did this, I think she took a $300 million, $300
to a $15 million business.
Yeah, she took a $300 camera and turned it into a $15 million business. Became a New York Times best-selling author, has a super podcast called the Gold Digger Podcast. I love the name of it. I'm all for gold diggers. Everybody should be digging for gold. Why not? And she did it because she learned how to master marketing. Okay, remember what I said to you earlier, and then we'll bring Jenna in. Okay. What has to happen first? First, you got to make the commitment. The commitment is really the mental piece. If you don't ever make the mental commitment, I always say this, it doesn't matter what it is, health, everything that I've ever taught for the last 30 years. First, you got to make a decision. First, you got to make the commitment. First, you got to believe I can. First, you got to believe like this whole thing that happens up here. Second thing you got to do, if you're starting a business, you want to build $1 million business, you got to mentally say, I'm going to build $1 million business. I don't get lost in the corporate structure. I don't get lost in LLCs. I don't go hire an accountant. I don't even do a business plan. I'm building $1 million business. I'm going to fill a stadium with 35,000 people. I'm going to write a best-selling book. I'm going to write a book today, whatever it is. I'm going to do a podcast. I'm going to do a training on a Saturday. What's the date today?
October 8th.
October 8th, we're going to do a training. I'm going to talk about wealth, and I'm going to help people get through this financial problem. We're going to get hundreds of thousands of people to show up. It happened. First, I make a commitment. Second thing I do is I mark. I need another one of these. I do not. This is where I beat everybody. And this is where you guys can beat everybody. I do not spend time on the content. What am I going to say? How am I going to get people there? What's the ads going to be? How are we going to promote it? Who's going to be there? I don't do any of that. I just finished spending, we did 3 days actually, with probably 200 influencers. I did half of them in Miami, half of them in San Diego. And one of the things that people kept asking me in these rooms were, bro, how do you like do so much stuff? Like, I see you everywhere. I see you doing real estate deals. I see you doing a book deal. I see you doing a deal with Amazon. I see you doing an event over here. I'm like, bro, because bro, I simplify everything. I make a commitment. I get my team behind my commitment. And the second thing I do is I start marketing. I don't know. I just start marketing. We just push into the marketplace. Now, for those of you who don't think you're like me, and you're like, man, I can't be in front of a camera for 3 hours. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know how to go live. That's fine. But there is something you can market. Okay. Jenna just comes on. She markets completely different than I do. The reason you guys think marketing is so difficult is because you have it so low on your list of things to do. You think it comes later. Like Mohamed, he thinks it's less important than sales. But the reality is you can't get income if you study the wealthiest businesses in the world. The ones that make all the income do all the marketing. Just look at them. Look at the guy that sells the mattresses on Fox TV. What's his ad budget, you know, by any chance?
Probably spends 70 million a year.
You know, I bet he spends more than that.
It's a lot.
Okay. How many of you see my ads on Google? You saw my ads on Facebook. You see me ads on Instagram or CNBC. Okay, maybe you've seen it. Maybe you see me writing articles for CNBC. There's so many different ways that you can market today, and you can do it, by the way, without buying ads. Most of the social media impressions that I did in the first 10 years, Jared?
Yeah,
we didn't spend any money, not a penny. I'm not talking about no money. I'm talking about, like little amounts of money. I'm talking about zero money. Okay, so anybody can become a marketer today. Instagram, Facebook. There's a million different ways to market, but you guys write this down. You do not have a choice to not market. You have to learn how to play the marketing game. Marketing is senior to income. If you said, Grant, you can't sell again or you can't market again, what are you going to do? I'm going to be a marketer and never have to sell anything. I did this on a podcast once where I'm like, bro, I don't want to become a salesman. Okay, this whole sales game, all you guys that hate sales, you don't need to sell. The money will come in. To the degree you're a marketer, you will not have to be a closer. So all these guys doing the tricks online about say this, when they say this, say that. Yeah, that's great. Those are great skill sets to have. Reading personalities, all that, great. But you know what? If you marketed to a wider group of people, if you went from talking to a couple hundred people to tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, you would not have to sell anything, make a good offer, and your audience will simply buy your offer, okay? I'm going to give you a perfect example today. I came in here today and said, look, I got a $5,200 program, and it's $297. And I'll give you the $297 back when you show up for the 3-day workshop. Simple. Here it is, man. And you get started today as soon as this is over. As soon as you click the link, grantcardone.com/wealth, I'm going to send you 140 hours of content to share with your family and your company in the luxury of your home or your office. And you keep it for life. Like, how good is that get? Okay. It's only $297, a fraction of what we would sell it for on our websites. You can buy it on our websites for $5,188. See what I'm doing? Like, I'm not selling that to you. I'm like, if you want to go buy it, go buy it. And when you show up, I'll give you a credit at my store for $297. It's grantcardone.com/wealth. That's an offer that is simply for even those of you that came here and said, I ain't buying anything. You're like, shit, I'm buying that. I'm going to buy that because you're buying it. I'm not selling it to you. You You understand? Now, how did I get in a position to do that? Right here. One, I made a commitment. Okay. I made a commitment years ago to become well-known. The reason I made a decision to become a celebrity, well-known person, I heard Shaq say the other day, don't call me a celebrity. I'm not a celebrity. If people follow you, you are a celebrity. What's the definition of celebrity? You guys don't get to pick whether a famous person, the state of being well-known, okay? Like you don't get to pick if you're a celebrity or not. Shaq is a celebrity. He can say, I'm not a celebrity. I don't like that. Bro, you are a celebrity. You are well-known by definition. People follow you. You're an influencer, okay? You're honored. From Latin, it means that you are frequented. See, frequented. Marketing is about, celebrity is about frequented. I know that person. I recognize them. Now, write this down. We'll give $100 away on Twitter. Throw it up on Twitter. Y'all ready? Okay. Trust comes through frequency. It doesn't come because you did the right thing. Oh, I'm so good to people. Okay. Doesn't mean people that don't know you will not trust you because you are so honest. People will trust you because they have seen you frequently. Frequency is the way to building trust. Okay, this is what you want to tweet out. Frequency is the way to building trust at Grant Cardone, hashtag 10X. And we're going to give one of them honeys over there that are sitting stack. Okay. Now, if I commit first and then market correctly, mass market, I don't have any money, Grant. How am I going to do that? I'll show you how to do it without money. I'm going to actually put you in a room with thousands of people and you're going to be able to market to them. How do you market to anyone? You got to get in a room with people. Kevin Turner today is going to tell you, people is the most important thing you can do to grow your business, but it doesn't happen without a commitment. Okay. Number four. Now, once I start getting income, now I'm going to figure out how do I scale that 10X.
You know, Microsoft has 200,000 employees.
Microsoft's got 200,000 employees. Ernst Young's got 260,000 employees. Amazon's got 1 million+ employees. Okay. You show Jesus Christ had 12. Nobody goes it alone. Okay. If you have a great message in the chat, how many believe you're here to do something important? Put 10X. If you believe you're on this planet for a reason, sun's coming out, huh?
Yeah.
If you believe you're on this planet to make a difference, put 10X in the chat. Can I see it? Just give it to me. Let me see. I'm going to show them what I'm seeing. Look at this. Charles, 10X. Rachel, 10X. Susan, 10X. Robert Kiyosaki, 10X. Jacob, 10X. Chris, Melly Mel. You guys were put here to do something extraordinary. For you not to do what I'm sharing with you to do, for you not to learn. Do you think you were put here to do something extraordinary and you don't have to learn something about how to do something extraordinary? Okay, everybody has to learn. Do you think you're going to do something extraordinary without the help of other people? Do you think you're going to do something extraordinary without getting mentorship and guidance? No, it's impossible. Do you think you're going to do something extraordinary without it being painful? Do you think you're going to do something extraordinary without some suffering, without some sacrifice, without taking some risk? No, my wife and I, Elena's over here listening right now. We have sacrificed years to be in the position that we're in, but we're committed. Number one, we're committed. Two, we market when we don't want to. Dude, I market, my whole life is online. I mean, it's the whole life. Like there's parts of our life we're like, I don't want to do that today. Okay, but we suffer through that because our commitment to change the world, to influence people, to help out, to educate when the school system failed you, to be a father or a mother figure or an uncle or an aunt to help support you when maybe your parents can't. to step in and provide you with direction and guidance when the government lies to you, to be with you through COVID. I didn't go do Undercover Billionaire because it was like something I wanted to do. I did Undercover Billionaire for you guys, for people I don't even know, because I believe I was put here to do something special. And if you don't scale, it won't be special. Remember, the goal here is to change the quality of your problems, not to get rid of them. It is to change the magnitude and order of magnitude of the problems you have. This is that old thing, rich people's problems. I don't want rich people's problems. Okay, I want wealthy people's problems. How big's the yacht going to be? Okay, I want those massive big problems rather than, oh my God, man, how much is gas today? Okay, they're both problems. And the crazy thing is, if you guys study the people that I've studied thousands of super successful people, Elon, Warren, Steve, Oprah. This 4 days ago, I ran into Stedman Graham, who's the lifelong partner of Oprah. Stedman Graham knows who I am. I'm like, wow, dude, how is that possible? I love your material. I love what you're doing for the community. I love how you help people. I love how you keep it simple. Literally, guy grabbed me in the parking lot of the grocery store. My head's down. I'm putting my keys in my car, and he's like, hey, Grant. Okay, why? Because I marketed. You can't help anybody if nobody knows you. So for all of you in the room, everybody here today that said you are here to do something special, you put 10X down there and said you're here to do something special. I command you right now to follow through on whatever God gave you or whatever higher power instilled you with this purpose to do something important. I command you right now to make sure that you take advantage of this offer, this opportunity that I'm giving you today to join me and my team for the next 35 days. Okay, Johnny, I don't know if you can put that link up there, grantcardone.com/wealth. Remember, the word wealth means happiness, well-being. I'm gonna show you guys that again. Okay, if you look up the etymology of the word wealth, well-being, Old English, 1300s. Says Old English, wealth. In late Old English, welfare, well-being from West Germany. And the first word in there is mid-13th century. The first word is what? Happiness. Wealth was attached to happiness. So everybody that says money won't make you happy, most of the people telling you that ain't got enough money yet. Okay, so listen to the people that have accumulated tremendous wealth. You know what they're going to tell you? Money's not even something I think about anymore. Helping people makes me happy. Options make me happy. Going on great trips and bringing people with me makes me happy. Starting a new business and risking maybe changing the food supplies, okay, makes me happy. Getting water into villages where they don't have running water or toilets, that makes people happy. Money's not going to make you happy. You know that. But wealth will allow you opportunities and options. Let's bring Jen up because she is a great example of a young woman that has used marketing, Jared. Johnny, let's bring Jenna up right now. This is an interview. Phenomenal human being. Absolutely love the time that I spend with her. She's going to talk to you about partnerships, collaboration, and she's going to talk to you about how she's used marketing, sales, money, and mindset to expand her own business. So look, I just want to get right into this with you because I'm really excited about having you, and I've been following your career as a voyeur. Love your marriage. So look, I just want to get right into this with you because I'm really excited about having you, and I've been following your career as a voyeur. Love your marriage and the time that you make for your kids. And so I'd like to really start there. How did you and Drew meet and hook up? And then how do you guys stay on the same page?
Yeah. So we met when I was a college freshman, and we have this saying that it's 3 years later. It's just 3 years to finally start dating, and then 3 years to get engaged, and 3 years to have a baby. And so we've been together since we were 18, which is coming up on like half of our lives have been together. And it's crazy too, because when we got married, Drew was selling cell phones and I was working at Target. So when you think about like where we started, I know you guys have such a similar story where it's like a lot of times people see this stage of things and they forget that like we were entirely different people when we said I do. And at the same point, as we've grown into who we are and who we've become, we've also grown into one another. Now, one thing that we've been doing to stay connected. So for those who don't know, my husband is a stay-at-home dad. We have 2 young daughters. And so he basically, when we finally started our family, he put all of his career ambitions on the side. And truly, he is so content in being the stay-at-home parent, where I feel like a lot of people say they want that life, but it's hard.
Yeah, of course.
And so it's been incredible because I think his contentedness really balances my drive and ambition. And seeing him find the joy in mowing the lawn or playing with magnet tiles on the floor, it kind of reminds me to like come back home to this moment, come back home to myself, come back home to my family. And I really think that's huge.
So look, I mean, it's great to hear that you guys started where you are, because everybody looks at me today and they don't understand the amount of punishment and suffering and sacrifice that somebody goes through. But today you're a photographer. I think your book's on the best #1 list, right?
New York. Yep.
So photographer to I mean, how good were you with a camera? Were you really good with one?
Oh, I bought a camera on Craigslist and taught myself to be good. I had 0 art classes, 0 schooling, but now I'm a great photographer because I learned.
And then now you've gone to entrepreneur, which is not necessarily a business owner, but an entrepreneur, to podcaster, to influencer, to now a successful business person that, I mean, you do phenomenal things, and figure out the mother-wife thing. How do you particularly, decide on when to say no to things, when to say yes to the kids, how do you balance it all?
Yeah. It's so funny, Grant. I struggle so much with the word balance, because if you even study the word balance is meant to be a moment in time. It's not meant to be a status that is maintained.
I love that.
And I think that nowadays we talk about balance as this thing that we're supposed to achieve and achieve consistently. And I know you would agree on this. Like, there are so many seasons where things are intentionally out of balance, and that is required, whether it is getting the business going or the idea off the ground or the book written, or whether it is spending time with your family and not doing any work obligations. And so for me, a lot of it has to come back to my gut. I have this thing called my gut game, my intuition, this like inner knowing. And I honestly think it's my secret sauce. And what's so fascinating about this is that everybody has it. Everybody has it. We have just let the world get so noisy that we've stopped even hearing ourselves. We don't even know how to be still with ourselves or quiet with ourselves. And so I am so fortunate now to have a lot of opportunities, whether it's traveling or speaking on stages or doing different collaborations. And for me, it's a really big thing to take a minute to myself and say, is this meant for me? Is this right for me? Is this aligned with where I want to go? And honestly, it's that first initial answer that is the right one. And it's when you find yourself contemplating or marking an email unread and promising you're going to get back to it, those are the signs that you already know that this isn't meant for you or that the timing isn't right for you.
Yeah. So have you ever done anything that worked out the other way, though, that you're like, at first you were like, no, doesn't feel right, gut saying no. And then you're like, I did it anyway. And you were surprised, like, oh, wow, I'm so glad I did that.
Grant, I went on the record saying I would never write a book. And here's why. And you've written books, so you get this.
Yeah.
When I look at how quickly I could make money, I could create an online course, pop it up within a week, and make the amount of money that I would make in a book in 2 years, right? when we look and playing like the time and money game, writing a book makes 0 sense.
Zero.
And so for years, I was like, I will never write a book. I don't get it. And
Right.
what happened for me is that the scales finally tipped when money wasn't my currency and time was, and the message felt so important that it was worth the time that it would take to write it. And for me, writing my book, so I actually wrote my book during COVID while being pregnant with my second daughter. And so when they say writing a book is like having a baby, I was doing twins, basically.
Right.
And it was so fascinating because for somebody who had literally been on the record saying, I will never write a book, my book is like my proudest work. But I think that it's one of those things too, where a lot of times when we say like, I will never do that, there is this tiny part of us that is thinking, I don't know if I can do that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. Because the reason I asked is because Elena, she's always trying to talk me into stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether it's to go to dinner or meet these new people or do this thing or that. And typically I'm like, I don't want to do it. Or I come up with reasons not to. And like 90% of the time on the way home,
right.
I'm like, oh my God, we need to do that more often. I was such an idiot, right? So when you like when the two of you are considering to do or not do something, right? How do y'all come together? Do y'all sit and talk about it?
Yeah. It's funny because when you get this, having 2 daughters, it's like so much of our world revolves around them. And it's like when we climb into bed at the end of the day, it's like, whoa, like what happened in your day? How are you? What's going on? And for us, a lot of it is, does it benefit the family and is it aligned with our values? Like, is this something that we can all enjoy? I recently spoke on a stage. It was an arena and it was something that I literally said no to for years. But this time I got to bring my family along and my daughter, like getting to see her witness that, I was like, this is worth it. And I think for a lot of people, especially for women and especially women who have that desire to become mothers or are mothers, there is this disbelief in ourselves that we can hit the brake and still remember where the gas pedal is. And for me, becoming a mom meant I hit the brake in a lot of areas of business. Like speaking on stages just wasn't a thing. I wanted to be home with my family. And so now that my ambition is like turning up again, like the heat is turning up, I'm pressing in that gas pedal. I have to make sure that I am in conversation with Drew saying like, hey, does this feel right for a family? Like, is this something that we're truly going to enjoy? Or is this just taking me out of my life and out of what I say matters the most? And I think too, true character is when what you say matters the most is reflected in what you're doing.
Oh, I love that. So have you noticed that your ambition and creativity increased after the kids or what?
Yeah. It's funny, Grant. One of my memories of you is when we were at the Open and you said to me, you were like, I was so afraid of having kids. Like I thought that it would like rob my ambition. And you were like, it did the opposite. Like it turned up the heat on that because your why gets so much deeper. Yeah. And for me, I think that, and I was actually just having this conversation with another mom because we had a fertility struggle in conceiving our first daughter. We had 2 pregnancy losses. And so it took us 3 years. And I often look back to that season of waiting. And I am so grateful that I didn't waste that season. I think that I used that season to become the type of woman that allowed me to be the type of mom I wanted to be. And I think that a lot of people that are watching this, they're in their own season of waiting, whether it's waiting for the relationship, the job, the career, the move, whatever that is. And they're just wasting it. And they're thinking to themselves, I'm going to become who I'm supposed to become when I get that thing. Instead of becoming that person. And so for me, with that first year of motherhood, I literally blacked out my entire calendar because I was like, I don't know what this is going to be like. I have waited so long for this moment. I want to protect this space, this little bubble. But now with my second daughter, I'm like, hey, I paved this road. It is a lot smoother this time. I know what to expect and I know how to show up. And so I don't feel guilty for having that ambition. I'm more like, let's just bring the family with on the ride.
We were I'm in San Diego today and I just left the room with a couple hundred influencers, most of which, all of them know you and most of which I'm sure you know. And your name actually came up this morning. And somebody asked me the question, they said, hey, what mistake do you see us making? And I said, look, the one common thing is how people, once they get in business, have some success in business, how they start doing money. how they
Yeah.
play the money game. How do you intertwine or think about money with your business and then taking care of a family that's going to grow and become more expensive to keep? And how do you
Yeah.
do money or think about money, Jenna?
Yeah, I love this question. And you might disagree on some of these things. So I think it's a good conversation.
Yeah, it
So my parents were always in debt growing up, and my parents always called me an old soul. And so I always knew a lot more than I probably should have about our financial situation. Like I couldn't enjoy a meal at Red Lobster, even when it was split and we didn't get dessert, because I knew like deep down, I was like, how are we paying for this? And so I am so averse to debt that we do not owe anyone a single penny. And that was something that was so important to me as I was coming up as an entrepreneur. I remember we paid off our mortgage by the age of 29 and we're entirely debt-free. Student loans paid off, everything was paid off. Now we're at a point where we have this abundance. So we have invested a lot in real estate, which has been amazing. We have 3 rental properties. We have 2 personal homes that we split our time between. And to me, I want to buy things that I can enjoy. Like I love the stock market. We've invested a ton of money, but I want to invest in things that give me experiences. Like I love experiences. Looking at dollars on a spreadsheet only does so much for me. We've also been doing a lot of like venture capitalism and investing into different funds. And so that's been huge, is like looking at female-led companies. How can we get in on them? How can we support them? And so for me, I'm constantly looking at these different opportunities that are going to, 1, be things we can enjoy, 2, be things we can believe in, but 3, also kind of play into this freedom, which is why I got into entrepreneurship in the first place.
So you talked about the real estate. I really heard you like that real estate game. Why is the real estate something that you feel comfortable doing?
Yeah. So the first real estate purchase that we made was a condo on Maui. And my husband was terrified. Like we were going to be eating ramen noodles for 2 years, but I didn't care because we owned a slice of the island. And what's been so fun for us is that we have Airbnbs that we give experiences to. Right before I got on the phone, I was like, hey, one of our guests is coming in and she's getting married. Can we get her flowers or a bottle of champagne or something to celebrate with her? Like, let's give her a really good experience. And the other thing is that like, I love having properties that like we get to enjoy. Like we live in Duluth, Minnesota. It is freaking cold in the winter. So how can we get to a place where our family can make memories, but then when we're not there, it's cash flow positive. And so that's been really huge for us. And I also just love, it plays into like my deep desire for like interior design and like creating experiences that are comfortable and enjoyable. So we have literally bought 1 property per year for the last 5 years, which has been really fun.
So you have a place in Duluth, you have one in Maui. You still have the Maui condo?
We have 2 Maui condos.
Oh
we have
my
a
gosh.
place in Scottsdale, and then we have a place up the North Shore in Minnesota.
And what is the place in Scottsdale?
Yeah, it's a house. It's a 4-bedroom house that we bought during COVID.
Okay. And
the cash value, where is it?
Where
is it in the air publicly?
Well, I mean, no, just where in Scottsdale? I know we're buying an office building over there right now.
Oh yeah, it's off of
that market.
East McDonald, and it is like the cutest little house that we got, and we love it.
So how do you find these places? I mean, do you guys actively look, or you like me and
I'm just a Zillow freak, Grant.
Yeah,
I don't have like brokers and stuff. I'm just an average girl looking at properties that I want to stay in.
But why? Why do you like what I don't imagine you look at stocks like that. I think that you spend more time.
No.
Yeah. So why do you like that thing?
I mean, Grant, Zillow is like better than Instagram. Like if I could like have a superpower, it'd be to like look into people's homes and see how they live. But what's so fun to me about it is that like there's that feeling of ownership. And I think too, this ties back to my childhood in that like my parents hadn't paid off this house in 30 years. Like they constantly were refinancing it and seeing that. And so owning a property and like owning the ground it's on, like that to me feels so tangible. Right. And it feels like something too, like I envision my daughters having a bachelorette party someday at one of our houses. Like I envision memories being made in these locations that we're able to create. And what I also love about real estate so much is like, even looking at our Arizona house, the property value alone has such increase that even if we weren't renting it out, that would have been an incredible investment. And so to me, it's like, whoa, this is almost like a dual investment with the rental property side, along with just the property value in and of itself. It feels like you can't go wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's why I spend so much time on Zillow too. I'm like, literally yesterday, 5:30 in the morning, I just left France. So I don't even know what time zone I'm in right now. It's a 9-hour difference. 5:30 yesterday morning, I was up and had a driver bringing me around San Diego to look at real estate.
Yes.
And I'm not even here for the real estate. This morning, I wake up the same time. I'm down looking at real estate, shopping, looking at deals. Like I'm just a maniac when it comes to that. I just have this, I literally love it because it's so real to me.
Yeah. Agreed.
And I wonder how much of this, like you have become such a digital force and a marketing influencer online, you know, even teaching people how to market their own business. Yeah. How do you, because those things are completely different. One really doesn't exist. It's this, and the other one's so real. Do you think that balances some of your creativity out, or?
Totally. I think they go hand in hand. And what I think is so incredible about it is that you can either have them be totally separate or you can connect them together. So for our Maui rentals, people know that they're ours. Like it has our name on the mugs and it has a pillow with our name on it. Like part of the appeal of renting it is that it is our place. Like if you open up the locked closet, you would find our own swimsuits. That is the place of the island that we enjoy. But at the same point too, you can also function it entirely separate. Like people don't know where our Arizona house is. It's just a piece of like our own privacy. And so I love that there is this dichotomy of like, you can leverage what you've got if that's going to help you market the place in a way that makes more profits, or you can protect it and keep it private. And I think that that's something that's really beautiful. I also agree on the creativity place. Like I love things like furniture and I love looking at catalogs and I love walking through stores. And so it nurtures that like creative motherly aspect that I'm like, I want somebody to sit on this couch and drink their coffee and like make a memory. And so much of my life is around how can people work smarter so that they can live more. And so for me, it's like creating a space that invites somebody to actually sit down and read a book instead of scrolling on their phone. Like that feels like a challenge to me. And that's a challenge that I want to rise up to.
How important is marketing to grow in a business? Like where would you put it? If there was 10 things that were most important, like where does marketing stand?
I mean, it's everywhere, but I would say even more important than marketing, it's a brand. And what I think is one of the biggest problems is that so many people are jumping into the entrepreneur space and they're building a business. And there's a huge distinction between what is a business and what is a brand. Mm-hmm. A business is a product or service or offer that is for sale that can be exchanged. A brand is a true personality that is recognizable, that can transform. And when I look at my own career, I went from being a wedding photographer. I had a watercolor print shop. I teach digital courses. I started a podcast. I wrote a book. I have gone in a million different directions. And so many people are so multi-passionate that starting a business feels scary because they're like, yeah, I have this idea for a product, but I don't know if I want to be selling that thing 10 years from now. You don't want to create a business. You want to create a brand. You want to be that personality behind it because that personality can transform. It can grow. It can change. It can evolve. And I think that I've been able to find success in the many avenues I've gone in because it's not just about marketing. It's that when I say I care about something, people care about it because they care about me first. And I think that that's one of the things that people are getting wrong is they're starting businesses and then feeling trapped by the business because they no longer love the product or the offer.
So when you see me market, okay, this is a selfish question, right? But what mistakes do you see me making?
Grant, here's the thing. You are the kindest soul in the world. And you have been getting this feedback. So you can't even shake your head at me. But here's what's funny is that your brand has a personality and that personality is a persona, right? And I feel like this other version of Grant Cardone is creeping on in and you are pushing it away as much as you can. And here's the thing. What I love about you are the sides that you don't show. And this is not new feedback. It's the way that you parent off screen. It is the way that you love on Elena off screen. And I get it because you have had this persona, and that persona was a requirement to get to where you are. But I truly believe that in order to unlock the next level, people want presence. They want contentment. And those are things that you have gone against for a long time, right? Like it's like the hunger, the drive, like that's the force. But I feel like you're cracking on open and I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
You're like, I regret asking that question.
Okay. I have 20 minutes of my session left. So that's cool. And I do know that, it's kind of like, I imagine that people ask you, look, Jenna, I'm not like you. I don't have the personality that you have. I'm not that person that wants to be on camera. What do you tell that person? Because I hear this a lot.
Yeah.
I can't be you, Grant. I'm like, okay, but what can you be? Like, how do you answer that question to people?
Absolutely. So I started my podcast recording in my car with no video. I just had iPhone headphones. I started my photography business with a $300 Craigslist camera and learned. I have recorded my top rated show. It is the #1 marketing show in the country in a closet for years. Like not even a nice closet, like a legitimate closet with boxes that say random stuff in it. And so you need to figure out a way to show up in a way that feels good for you, a way that you can be consistent with. And with consistency comes confidence. And as your confidence grows, your capabilities grow. And so I think that people aren't even finding their own entry point, like the way that feels good for them to show up and honoring that. Like I have digital courses that have made millions of dollars and I don't show my face in them at all. Like I literally record my voice and screens because that was what was approachable for me in terms of recording it. And so you cannot use that as an excuse. I would say that most entrepreneurs, I would say that the majority of entrepreneurs are introverted, feel awkward, and don't love the way they look or sound. And yet they are showing up because it's not about the method, it's about the message. And so you have to have a message that you care about more than the way that you look or sound or show up.
Yeah. I love that. I love what you're saying about the frequency and the consistency builds the confidence.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, where did you go to find, okay, I'm going to do this, even though I'm in a closet. I'm going to do this, even though I don't know if it's going to get results. Cause I imagine in the beginning, you had no clue.
Yeah.
Sell millions of dollars of a digital course. So how did you keep going? What was driving Jenna to even do this?
It's the same thing that drives me today. And that is the power of one. Like I grew up in a town of like 3,000 people. And if I think of an opportunity to speak to 3,000 people, I'm like, that was where I was born. So the fact that I can jump onto Instagram and talk to like 1 million people, that's mind blowing to me. But when I get one message that says something that you did change my life, that is all the fuel that I need. And I think that people are getting it wrong these days because again, they're waiting for the masses to show up so that they can be the person they want to be or give the inspiring message you want to give. The masses aren't going to show up until you start showing up. And so like my audience was built person by person, and it still is that day, whether it's a listener or a reader, it's one by one. And I think that that's where people are getting it wrong. It's almost like if we were to host a dinner party and I invited you to come over and you're sitting at my table, and instead of serving you, I'm running outside, holding up a sign saying, anyone come over here. I have something important to say. Serve the people that are there. And if you serve them well, they're going to come back and they're going to bring friends.
How do you, at what point, and I love the analogy about I grew up in a town of like 60,000 people, which was 20 times bigger than yours, but it was still a tiny town. And so anytime I'm in front of that many people, I'm like, this is amazing.
Yes.
Like, some of your viewership is bigger than CNN's viewership.
Yeah.
Which is like mind blowing that anyone can do that today. When do sales become important to you, Jenna? When do you start thinking about, I need to monetize this customer, they need to pay? Like at what point do you start thinking about converting someone into something financial?
I think it's not always even for my game, but for their game. It's like those who pay attention. So when somebody is ready for real action, that's when you need to get their credit card, right? Like that's when they're ready to step up to the plate. And for me, what always helps me, and I hope this helps somebody that's listening, is that you want to teach the what and the why behind what it is that you do. Whatever you're trying to convince people in, tell them the what and the why for free and sell the how. when you lead that way, when you help convince them and get all their objections out of the way so that they understand that the what is important and why they're doing it is anchored, you sell the how. And that's how you monetize. And that's also how you get people results.
So, and then how do you go about pricing products? Like, how many different offers do you have?
Yeah. I mean, so I have like 6 different courses, and I am more of like the entry point for a lot of people. And so for me, like our courses are anywhere from like $297 to $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I love that because our courses build off of each other. And it's almost like this value ladder where if somebody likes me and my style of teaching, they can get the whole kit and caboodle for their marketing strategy. But to me, what I think is if you start with what the end result is, and it is so crystal clear, you want to make sure you value that. And something that I've been noticing, especially now, is that people don't have as much time as they used to have. They don't want a 100 module course, or they don't want an 80-page workbook. They want results fast. It's like when we Google a YouTube video and it's 20 minutes and you need 20 seconds.
Right.
How can you get somebody a result really quickly? And so I think a lot of people are overcomplicating their offers and then charging too much when people will actually pay more for a simplified result. And so I've tried to create things that are zero fluff, faster to results, because the more results you get someone, the more money they're going to spend to get more results.
Love that. What would you do different? Like if you were going to look back and say, okay, here's 3 things. If I wouldn't have done this, I would be further ahead. What are those things?
Okay. Number 1, start an email list. I waited years to start my email list, and my email list is the number 1 asset in my business. My email list is the number 1 health indicator of my company. It's the number 1 place we drive sales. So start an email list now, even if you don't have an offer. How can you provide value that someone will exchange their email address for? Number 2 is get out of the business of trading time for money. I think so many people fall into this trap and they hit the glass ceiling. They're like, in order to earn more, I have to work more. I don't want to work more. What do I do? And so figure out how to create something that can serve the masses and can run while you rest. And then number 3, I would say, is learning time efficiency strategies that work for you. I recently was diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 34. And I'm like, I wish I would have known that I had this so that I could have used it as a strength instead of something that would deter me. And so figure out how you do your best work and set yourself up and your environment up for success, because you'll be able to get more done in less time and have more of a life.
Sounds like you're doing fine with whatever you got.
I know, I'm like, it's my superpower maybe, but it's also why I have piles of laundry.
I've been diagnosed with everything. They tried to medicate. Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to get rid of it. I want to lean into it and use it.
Yes.
Because I like a lot of, I have all my browsers open.
Same.
But when we set up this Zoom, Jared was like, you might want to shut down some of these browsers. No way.
I just did it. I need Gary Brecka to just keep being in my life and I'll be totally fine.
So is Gary taking care of you?
Yes, he is. Of course he is.
Yeah. Awesome. That's awesome. That's good. That business is going to explode for us. So
yeah, he's amazing.
Where does health, like how important is your personal health to you?
Oh my gosh. So I have been on a huge health journey specifically this year. And it's something, Grant, that I didn't realize. I think you can relate to this. I didn't realize how good I could feel. Like I didn't even know what it felt like to feel this good and energized. And after I had my second daughter, I really set out like, I want to feel vibrant and I want that vibrance to be experienced by other people. Like, I don't care how much I weigh. I don't care what I look like. I just want to feel good.
Right.
And so health has been everything. Gary was a huge catalyst for us, like the DNA methylation, all of that kind of stuff has been huge for us. And biohacking has also been this like practice that's become this ritual in my life that has like totally transformed the way that I energetically feel and move through my days. So I never want to go back because I'm like, I didn't even know it was possible to feel this good.
Yeah. Well, Gary, the first time he treated me, we ended up buying his company.
Yeah.
And just renamed it 10X Health System. But Gary, I remember the first time he treated me, I'm like, bro, I feel amazing. He's like, no, bro, you feel normal. This is what normal feels like.
Yes.
And that was a big, big thing to me because I had just gotten used to not feeling, optimal.
Great.
A couple more questions.
Yeah.
How important, how have you used mentoring or coaches in your life to get where you are, whether it's hiring somebody or just simply studying others?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's been huge. And there's this line in my book that says, remember, you are not the risk, you are the investment. And that line is so huge to me because I remember even the first investment I made. Actually, Grant, I met you at the first investment I ever made, which was Lewis Howe's Mastermind, probably 5 years ago. You came to speak
that was
with
in
Elena.
Santa Monica, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that was like my first really big investment. But one of the things that I have learned so much, especially as a woman investing in myself, which can kind of have this connotation of being selfish, is that if I'm going to be an investor, I will do everything in my power to prove that whatever that investment was a wise one.
Right.
And whenever I'm willing to do that work, it's always off. And so for me now, it's been leveling up to where my peers are at, and also taking pieces from the people that I respect and figuring out what resonates and what do I let go? What makes sense for them, but doesn't make sense for me? How do I apply these things that are with them? And so I just can't recommend more having people in your lives that invite you to level up, and then also really honoring that gift of your own intuition so that you follow the right map for you.
And last thing, Jenna, and I really appreciate your time. I know how busy you are with mom and wife and life and authors and podcasts. How do you know who to collaborate with? And do you ever collaborate with people that maybe they're not the exact mix? Like, one thing that I'm discovering is it's important for me now to collaborate with people that maybe don't think exactly the way I do.
Yeah.
In order to,
I mean, you and I are a great example. Like, I think if we sat down in a room, there would be things that we disagree on. And I think that gives us a richness to our lives. I was actually just thinking about this the other day, because I follow people on social media that agree opposite things. I do not want to create an echo chamber in my own life. And I feel like our culture these days is like, the second you disagree with someone, you unfollow them. Well, then all of a sudden you're creating an echo chamber of what you're consuming. And I don't think that's healthy either. And I think it's really important that we intentionally place ourselves in proximity, challenge our beliefs, because that not only strengthens our beliefs, but also helps us to understand the other side. Because guess what? Being in business these days can feel polarizing, even unintentionally. And when you're called to be an influencer and to voice your opinions on matters that are usually private matters, it can put you in a really interesting position. And so for me, I've been really focused on how can I put myself in proximity of people who I know values align with me, even if we have differing opinions on different topics? And I think that that's really huge.
And I think based on what you've said, we probably agree with more than you even know.
I agree. I
have no debt on my personal homes.
Yeah. I love that.
I tell people, I said, look, don't go out and buy a house, but everybody hears he's anti-house, but I have two of them. Okay, but I'm just saying at certain points, I would rather see somebody invest money in their business, in their brand, in their marketing, investing, not risking in themselves, than going out and buying one address.
Yes. And I agree too. I love that.
Yeah. And again, I don't like debt on anything.
Yeah. I don't like feeling like I owe anybody anything. It's just that point of nobody owns me or has control over me and my assets, which is freeing to me.
I can't imagine anybody ever having control over you. You look like you're in complete control of your universe. So, hey, you've been awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for making the time. I look forward to doing more things with you. And any last words that you would, share with people to just inspire them to do the next thing?
Yeah, I would say the title of my book is How Are You Really? And what I think is so important is that, in a culture where we wake up and we're already scrolling other people's opinions or turning on the news or seeing what everyone else is up to, I think that the true invitation is to start with where you're at. And there's this line in the book that says, maybe you haven't gotten to where you want to go because you're working off of someone else's map. Mm-hmm. And I think that in order to get to where we truly want to go in our lives, we have to be honest about where our starting location is so that we can get to that destination. And to me, the only way to do that is to really check in with yourself and be honest with yourself. And so I would just say, if you're watching this, thank you for consuming this content and thank you for looking for mentorship, but also do not forget that there is this voice and this knowing inside of you that is trying to get your attention as well. And so when you can mix those two, I really think that you'll find the success that you're after.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, you're amazing. Okay, welcome. Great to have you. I hope you guys took a lot away from Jenna. We had to do that as a recording because she was not going to be available this morning. And I thought that her perspective on what I'm sharing with you is like, we're talking about two ends of the spectrum between what I'm sharing with you, what Mohamed shared, economist, global economist, big macro view, to hear a woman. Guys, you think it's hard to be successful on planet Earth? Here's a woman that cracked through the glass ceilings and has created something out of nothing so that she can service a community, service her passions, be paid to do so, and literally create the lifestyle. And you could see how many agreeable points there are between what Mohamed's saying, what I'm saying, and what Jenna's saying. So I want to bring to you all the different views. I'm going to do another one in a second. A guy named Kevin Turner. Again, this was done. We literally created this so we could share it with you guys today. You're the only people that are getting access to this information. I want to again congratulate all of you for showing up on this Saturday to live, to stop your day, stop your week, stop your weekend to figure out, okay, hey, what can I do to create wealth in my life? It's wealth creation, the ability to create something, not spectate, to not wait, to create something from nothing. Okay, or from wherever you are right now. And look, let's face it, if you're worth millions of dollars today, you're probably at a point joining us today saying, I'm not satisfied with this. Again, I'm going to go back to that definition of wealth that I shared with you in the opening this morning. And this is something that we do in our household. We look words up. Wealth, okay, an abundance of valuable possessions or money. The wealthy people that I know do not care about money. Okay, Ray Dalio said money is basically he kind of jumped on the bandwagon for a while with this cash is trash. It is not money that I want. It is possessions and control. Jenna talked about I want to be in control without people telling me what to do. That's wealth. And so it's an abundance of something. Now, what would that abundance be? Kevin Turner's going to come in here in about 30 minutes. It is a recording I did. It's the only place you can see it. You do not want to miss this. This guy worked with Sam Walton. Like if all you guys did, right, was got yourself around people who had these kind of examples to set, your life will change. That's what they mean when they say your network is your net worth. And that's why I want to expose you to people like Jenna and Kevin Turner and Mohamed and myself and Brandon Dawson, and all the people that you see me hanging with and doing stuff with. I did an interview with Master P. I did another one with Dame Dash. Who else have I done? Kevin O'Leary, Shaq, Rob Deerdeck, Jordan Peterson. I learned from all these people. And then what I do is I bring people together, particularly at our interactive boot camp. We bring people together, thousands of people, and then break you every 20 or 30 minutes into small, tiny, micro audiences so you can meet people that will become investors, consumers of your products or services, that you can network and maybe become partners.
So this is the box that you get that goes out, little swag box. The real purpose of this box, in addition to getting you guys some cool swag, a copy of the 10X rule, a water bottle, the real purpose of this box is to get you the workbook and give you a couple extra.
We just loaded it with a bunch of swag, but the workbook's like, what is that, 200 pages, 185 pages? Can I see it? And we're going to ship that out to you, okay? This is what we go over in our boot camp, okay? Everybody covers every page. We go through every single page, but more importantly, what we do is we go and do exercises. How are you going to apply this? What are your liabilities? What are your assets? Where do you need to improve? What do you need to know? And how about this one? Who do you need to meet? Okay. So Jenna talked about marketing. Mohamed talked about marketing. Who do you need to know to get the wealth that you deserve? You cannot stay with the audience that you have. You cannot stay with that audience, with the network, the community that you're in right now, and expect to change your net worth, okay? Who, not what, not how, Who? Listen, write this down. Grant Cardone says, who knows me is more important than who I know. Who knows you? I brought Mohamed up here today. You knew him because he's been on CNBC. You've heard his name. You might recognize his voice. Jenna, maybe you knew Jenna, maybe you didn't. If you're a woman, you're like, oh man, I really resonate with her because she sounds like me. She's talking about the problems that I have. Who do you know? My goal with Jenna and Mohamed is to network people. So flow them power, give them a bigger audience. Okay. This marketing thing is the key after you make a mental commitment. The single most important thing that I have done in my career in the last 11 years, nothing after my commitment to create wealth for myself and my family and my charities, to add wealth to my purpose. I think like many of you, thousands of people that are here today, thousands of you that threw in the chat, I am here to do something important. You are here to do something important. For all of you that wrote that, you cannot do something important without marketing. This is part of the wealth creation. Okay. The first thing in this, omnipresence. You must become omnipresent. This word now is I've kind of popularized it on the internet. You're going to see a lot of network marketers. You're going to see a lot of influencers using this word now. It's going to become a very famous word because people have seen me go omnipresent. Now, in our boot camp, we're going to show you exactly a little simple exercise that I did to do this. I didn't study influencers to do this. I studied multi-$100 billion companies to figure out how to tell this story. How do you tell a story? If you notice, Pete Vargas has joined our team. He's a partner with us at 10X Stages. We're going to be rolling out some big things with 10X Stages. Some of you will be part of our stage at our boot camp because of the success you have over the next 35 days. Those of you who explode over 35 days, very easy, by the way, to explode, to do big things over a short period of time. It's actually easier than to do big things over long periods of time. Okay, that's why we like little short 35, 40-day cycles where we can keep people on focus. I did Undercover Billionaire. They said, hey, could you build $1 million business in 90 days? I'm like, why don't we just do it in 30 days? That was my goal, was to be there in 30 days, build $1 million business and bail, because I can actually hold things together for shorter periods of time. This is another myth, by the way, that you guys need to take longer to accomplish things. It's easier to accomplish things in shorter periods of time. Okay. So when I studied marketing companies, a big giant, Google, you know their name, Facebook, you know their name, Microsoft, you know their name, Ernst Young, you know their name, O.J. Simpson, you probably know his name, Kanye West, you know his name, Jay-Z, you know his name. How did these people become omnipresent? How did Jay-Z sell so many albums before the internet even existed? My daughter asked me that question. Sabrina said, how did Jay-Z sell all that stuff and get known around the world without social media? Because he happened before Facebook, Instagram, etc. How did Kim Kardashian and her family become worldwide brands? Okay, well, what I did, and we're going to share this little exercise. I'm not going to do the whole thing today. I basically do this. Okay, who am I? You can do this today. Who are you? Okay, now what you're going to fill out with who you are is 20 things that you are. Attributes, things you are, who you are, like what you do. Like, I'm a dad. I'm going to start labeling myself. Okay. Jenna labeled herself. She said she's got this issue, right? Well, I've been labeled too. I've been labeled that. So I could put that in there. Okay. I don't personally believe I'm that, but what am I? I'm white. I'm 60 years old. At the time I was 50, I wrote down that I was 50. I was a husband at the time. I was a father at the time. I was a college graduate. I was a salesman at one point. I wrote a book at that time. So I'm going to start filling these things in of who I am, right? It's going to become all these little boxes of who I am. Everything that you are, okay? Oh, my dad died, okay? I was, raised by a single mother. I'm going to start filling in all these blocks. You're going to have 20 of these things. Who are you? This is your marketing plan, by the way, okay? Then you're going to look at, number one, who you are. Number two, What are the channels? What are the channels that you can distribute this content on to become omnipresent? Anyone can become omnipresent, okay? Anyone. Jesus is known around the world, and he's known because why? Because he did great things. He told other people to tell them about the things they saw him do. Okay. He suffered, by the way, a lot, and you will suffer when you go start flying above the radar. People will, in the beginning, first ignore you. You want to write this down. Takeaway, big takeaway. We'll throw this on Twitter for 100. In the beginning, when you're suffering, they will ignore you. Okay. When you continue to suffer, they will then ridicule you, make fun of you. 3, they will then hate on you as you continue to persist in your suffering and start to experience success. You will be hated on. If you continue to be successful, for at some point in the future, they will say, I always knew you were going to make it. The same people that ignored you, the same people that laughed at you, the same people that hated on you will later say, this admiration is the 4th step. They will admire you and say, oh, I always knew Grant Cardone was going to make it. I can't tell you how many people in my lifetime first ignored me, then they ridiculed me, then they hated on me, literally like waited for me to go down. Friends, family, principal in high school. Like, there's no way he's going to be able to hold this together. I think there's still people pulling against me right now. But later, when I continue to persist and do the right things, when I continue to do the right things over and over again, be successful over and over again, tell people about the successes we're having, distribute that content on these channels. What are the channels? Instagram's a channel, Facebook's a channel, Snapchat's a channel, TikTok's a channel. I don't agree with any of these social platforms, by the way. I don't use these social platforms for spectator to watch and to watch stuff. I use these to distribute my content. There's nothing actually I like about them. Okay. TV is one, billboards are one, print is one, blogs are one, articles are another. Live events. I'm giving you there's probably 20 different items we have in our workbook to share with you. Platforms, speaking on Steve's Pete's stage, speaking on the 10X stage. So like the second night or the third night? Second night of our boot camp, we're going to take 20 people from the audience. We're going to give you guys
VIPs. This is for the
VIPs from the audience, and we're going to give you guys a chance, an opportunity to pitch yourself to thousands of people. To literally win. How much money we give away that night? 20 grand?
$10K.
$10,000 is given away. Sometimes I double up on it. And we're going to give money to the winners. But most importantly, everybody's a winner. Why? Because you get shown off in a safe environment to pitch yourself, your company, some problem you're having. You want help. You want funding from one of us. You get to either pitch. I want you to be a partner. I want to pitch my products. I want to pitch my service. I want to pitch my company. I want to pitch because I need investors. You get to pitch whatever you want. So we're going to take 20 people and have you guys do a pitch off. One of the favorite things that happens in our boot camp is this pitch off, even for people that are watching, because they're like, whoa, that was unbelievable. You'll learn from people's pitches, okay? Because you got to pitch. All these channels require something, right? IG, Facebook, Snap, TikTok, articles, okay? So I want to give you this little exercise real quick. I want you to write a 30-second, could be TV, could be radio, right? I want you to write a 30-second, under 80 words, under 40 words, because I think every 80 words takes about a minute to say. I think that's where we're at right now. If you've ever heard my ad on CNBC, I want you to take 30 seconds, 40 words, and I want you to write out a pitch about who you are. Now, you can't say all that. You can't say I'm a father, I'm a son, I'm a baba, I had this happen to me, I recovered from that, and I had this problem, and you can't do all that in 30 seconds. You got to pick one thing that you're doing. For some of you, your pitch is more complicated. For instance, I run a company called Cardone Enterprises, which is an umbrella company for Cardone University, 10X stages, 10X events, our boot camps, Cardone Capital, Cardone Ventures, 10X Health System, plus another 12 companies that we own. I can't say all that in 40 words. So I'm going to have pitches for each one of these companies, believe it or not. You'll see it in my bios online, Twitter, etc. Okay. So figure out how you do your pitch in 40 seconds. What I want to tell you guys about marketing is one of the most important. Sam Walton knew this. Bill Gates knew this. Steve Jobs knew this. Oprah did this. Kanye did it. Larry Ellison at Oracle did it. Kevin Turner did it. Why would you go to Nordstrom's rather than Macy's? Because Nordstrom's did it. Every major player on planet Earth figured out how to, number one, be omnipresent. Number two, best known beats best. I learned this from studying Bill Gates. When they were rolling out Microsoft in the early years, they had all kinds of problems with Microsoft, okay? All kinds of problems with the technology, with the software not doing what you thought it would do. And Bill Gates said, don't worry about that. Best known beats best product. How do you get best known? You got to get it in the hands of lots of consumers. One of the things, close those, please. One of the things that we've done very successful at our company is we convert voyeurs to customers. Jenna said it. The reason she charges is because people that pay attention. You guys that took advantage of this offer where I give you your money back, okay? That a credit at our store. When I give you a credit at our store, it's because I want you to pay attention to the 3 days. You'll show up to get your credit, and as long as you show up, I have your attention so that I can actually help and service you. Why do I want to do that? Do you guys understand? I'm at a place in my career, I can't tell people about my accomplishments at this point, but I can tell them about yours. Okay. Today, let me just shout out some of our partners that have come to this exact boot camp, by the way, that you guys have a chance. GrantCardone.com/wealth. GrantCardone.com/wealth. It's a $5,200 offer. It's only $297. You start today. In 30 days from now, we're going to do this 3-day boot camp. No travel, no hotels. I literally send this to your computer. We spend millions of dollars with this piece of technology so that we can do a breakout over 3 days and classes and strategies with you. Let me see. This is what I want to show you. Today, we started rolling this out about 18 months ago. Today, let me just see if I can find this. I'm looking for my profile. Cardone Capital, Cardone University, Cardone Ventures, 10X Health Systems, 10X Studios, 10X Marketing, Grant Cardone Foundation, Streamline Medical Group, AMI. These are all partnerships. CH Group, Da Vinci Medical, Fit Solutions, Fluzzle Tube, that I own that product. Inland Mechanical Services, I own their products. Okay. McKinsey Design, Mossley Multifamily, Stark Concrete, TRC Electronics, Portsmouth Quality Flooring, Shore Smiles Dental. You're talking about a lot of different businesses and a lot of different verticals. Gudlocks HVAC, SWAT Heating and Air, just some of the companies that we're partners with today. Now, what do I do with those companies? Guess what? I partner with them to help them with strategy, first marketing, then strategy, and then even financing if necessary. Many of these companies don't need the financing because if you get the marketing right, guess what happens? If you get the marketing right, the sales always happen. Okay, big mistake I made in my career. You guys want to write this down. This is probably the biggest single mistake that I made in my career was a marketing mistake. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 of these that I made. You want to write them down. I stayed too small for too long. I was thinking too small. I thought marketing was an expense. You'll see right here. I don't even consider marketing an expense today. Certainly it's going to go on an expense line, but I don't really think about it as an expense. Our accounting team does. The IRS does. Thank God. Thank you, IRS. But I think of marketing. Man, that's a big wave. I think of marketing today as I think of marketing. We got some big 4-foot swells coming in here now. I think of marketing today as, it's like a lifeline, man. It's like oxygen. Like, you know, I know there's a lot of people out there that do metrics. Like I'm a spend $1 to make $10. We would spend $1 and expect nothing from it. Because what do I get out of it? I get who? I get people. See, no company on planet Earth, no dream on planet Earth, no wealth on planet Earth since the beginning of time has ever been created without who. Okay, you want to write this down. Who you have not met is going to change your life more than who you already know. Who you don't yet know. That's why I get so excited about these collaborative interviews I do. Collaboration is a massive way, a master's way to create massive omnipresence, collaborating through other people. Okay. So I stayed too small for too long. Number 2, I did not prioritize attention. I had it backwards. I had sales and money and I had to go, you know, I had to get a deal done. I had to sell something and close something as a priority. And it was incorrect. I've made a lot of mistakes over my career. One mistake I made was not doing things in a bigger audience like I'm doing with you guys today, sharing with you on a Saturday. I didn't know how to use my weekends correctly. Okay, so I didn't prioritize attention. I had attention and marketing way low on the list. And today I know it's the number 1 most important thing. It is the number 2 most important thing. And it is the 3rd most important thing. So when Mohamed said, hey, man, I think sales is more important than marketing. No, that's not true. Because if you get known well enough, you'll be trusted and you won't have to sell anything. Okay. How many of you out there in the chat absolutely despise selling? Selling, building value, you know, handling objections, closing, negotiating, following up. How many of you hate that stuff? And I'm an expert at it, by the way. So I've gotten extremely good at it. It's like asking LeBron, do you like basketball? He's going to be like, yeah, I love basketball. Okay, but would you rather own a team? I'll guarantee you, 17-year-old LeBron would have been like, I love basketball more than anything. Okay, 37-year-old LeBron is going to be like, I would rather own a team than play the game. You understand? There's a progress of the individual. How many of you hate sales?
Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. He's not good at it. I do. Hate it.
Ernst Young is how big? What's the gross revenue of Ernst Young? Okay, Walmart, Microsoft. They don't sell products, folks.
$45 billion a year.
Ernst Young does $45 billion. They don't have any salespeople in their organization. None, zero. There's no salespeople. There's consultants. Okay. Why do people trust Ernst Young? Because you trust them. Why? You trust them because they're in so many different companies, not because they're on TV running ads. By the way, the way to permeate, the way to actually get customer satisfaction, for you corporate people, write this down. Customer satisfaction is only achieved through permeation. You must permeate a customer. Apple has tremendous customer satisfaction, not because they don't have bugs and problems, not because they're the best, because of customer permeation. Where's my AirPods? I got a phone. I got Oh, sorry. How long was I down? Okay, good. So I was saying Apple Computer's done a great job with customer satisfaction because of customer permeation across many, many products. They don't sell you one product. They sell you many, many products so that your household becomes almost dependent upon that brand called Apple. Okay. All right. Third mistake I'll make. And then what I want to do is I want to bring Kevin Turner in here. Okay. It's an interview I did 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. He's in Arkansas right now riding a motorcycle. And so he's with Dana White. He's with some other very, very big people. And so I said, man, if we could do this interview, I'm going to play it here, only here. Third biggest mistake was I refused to reinvest in my brand. I want you guys to understand, if you treat marketing as an expense, you're saying no to you as a brand. You understand? You're saying, I won't invest in me. I don't believe in me enough to put money behind telling my story to the world. Many of you in the room, when we do our financial assessment of you on the first day of the boot camp, we're going to find out that you have your financial priorities are mixed up. You have more money in a savings account, in a retirement account, and in a house than you do your own brand. A guy brought this to my attention years ago, okay? Super successful guy, sold his company for $6 billion. He's like, Grant, you don't spend enough money in branding and marketing. And I said, what do you mean, man? I'm out there all the time. I'm out there. He's like, Grant, you have more money in a home than you have in your branding. And I was like, whoa, hit me like a ton of bricks. This guy sold his company for $6 billion. He took his dad's company and exploded it up like 100x, not 10x, Larry Van Tuyl. He said, look, I advertise many times that I advertise when we market. Okay? This is the guy that taught me this. He didn't market for customers. Some of you maybe have heard me say this before. When I market today, the first reason I market, number one, for myself. This is a reminder that I'm worth it, okay? If you don't put your money where your mouth is, guess what? Nobody is going to hear your mouth. You know? So you're like, oh no, I can't spend any money on an ad. I can't spend any time. Time is money. You guys are like, I don't have any money. Good. Do you have time? You invest time, it converts to money. Time is senior to money. Time is actually the predecessor to funds, to money, right? Where you spend your time is how you get your money or don't get your money. Most of you simply don't spend time on money-making events. The reason I market is I want to see myself. This is not narcissism. This is an investment in my brand. Millions of dollars we spend today. What do we spend a month now?
$2.5 million.
$2.5 million a month in advertising. Now, I'm not proud of that. It should be 20 million a month because I want to reach 8 billion people. Okay. I'm committed to reaching these people. I can't reach them by getting on a camel and, going through the desert in Dubai and meet enough people. It's just not the way to do it. I can't get on a canoe in the Nile River and go meet villages. So how do I do it? I use the internet to distribute a message. That takes a lot of time and money. In the beginning, I didn't have money, or I had this idea that I didn't have money because I could have simply borrowed the money in order to spread my brand, to disseminate my brand, right? So the first reason I do it is for self. Second reason I do it is for our employees. I want our employees to see our ads and what we're doing. See, my whole team, I got 800 people. They're watching me hustle on a Saturday afternoon. They're like, why is he working and I'm not? Many of you in the room are wondering, why is this guy spending, how many hours have I been here right now?
3.5.
3.5 hours. Why is this guy grinding out? You guys on Clubhouse maybe listening. You're on Twitter Spaces listening. You're watching on this stream. Why is he grinding out on a Saturday when he could be with his wife and kids? And his wife's over here supporting him. And I got Jared here. Why is he doing that? Because I need my employees to see that I am, even though I am where I am financially today, I am still hustling. And this is a way for me to train my 800 staff when I can't be with them every day. Third, this is for competition. And yes, these people that watch me more than the people that love me, the haters. I don't know of anybody that watches me more or longer than the people that don't like me. The people that want to see me fall spend more time watching me than even the people that love me and support me. I got family members that don't watch me anymore because they're like, dude, I know you're doing good. I got haters that watch every single thing I do over and over and over and over again because they're waiting for me to fail for some reason. I'm like, good. I want them to see what I'm doing. I I remember every single person in my lifetime. This is an immature part of Grant Cardone. I remember, and I do not forgive you, every person that has not believed in me, hated on me, counted me out, waited for me to fail. I remember every one of your names. I use you every day for inspiration. Okay. In the chat, how many of you are inspired by people that literally counted you out? People that didn't believe you could make it, didn't want you to make it. People that are pulling against you. Put 10X down there if you like are inspired and moved and motivated by the people that said you couldn't, you wouldn't, you shouldn't, you can't. My whole life, man, is filled with all these competition, people that think they're competition. I don't even really know who that is because I'm not thinking about my competition. And I'm not thinking about my haters, but I am marketing to those people that think they're competition and haters. Now, why am I doing that? Because if they are truly competitive to me, whatever that means, and I'm not sure what it means, because if there's a competitor out there, Bob and Grant, there's a real good chance you end up doing stuff with both of us, not one of us. He's the only one that thinks he can get on the, he's going to somehow get all the money. I do business with lots of people. Okay.
Yes, next.
Yeah. Hundreds of people are in there saying, dude, I love these people. So what we do is I market to these people. Many of the things on a weekly basis that we push out has nothing to do with click the link. It'll have click the link always, almost always. But much of what we do is I'm trying to attract attention for this level. If you hit number 3, by the way, you get number 4. And number 4 is customers, partners. Okay, I'm looking for new customers, new collaborations, new partners. The fourth reason we advertise and market the way we do. See, in the beginning, I didn't market enough because I only thought marketing was for a customer. Now I know it's for me first, then my employees, and then the competition, the haters. If you get to those people, if you get people hating on you, I guarantee you, if you get them hating on you, you hit that level, bro, they talking about you, okay? You know the number of videos that are produced about me every month that I don't have to produce, clickbaiters, trying to build a YouTube audience. They're going to get paid pennies by Google for some ad that they got because they get 100,000 views, trying to degrade me or spread lies about me. They're going to get paid pennies. Guess what? I'm going to get paid millions because they hate it. We don't even try to remove those. We're like, say whatever you want to say, bro. The truth will be revealed. Okay. All right. Another mistake you're making, you're ignoring social media. It's not ignoring you, but you're ignoring it. Many of you in the room that are over 40 years old, you are ignoring the power of the social media platform. Another mistake many of you are making, you're the spectator. You're not ignoring it. You became a spectator. You're being used by social media. And the last one is you view marketing, I mentioned this earlier, as an expense. This was a mistake I made. You view it as an expense rather than as an investment. Okay. I'm going to bring a guy up right now. This is a recording, by the way. So you guys that are watching right now, so is this a recording? Yeah, it is a recording. Okay. It's the only way I could get the guy on here because he couldn't be here today because he's on a motorcycle somewhere between Arkansas and Missouri. This guy, if you could ever get 10 minutes with this guy, I'm actually going to try to have him at our growth conference. This is one of the best interviews personally for me. I walked away and said, bro, I'm going to stack another $1 billion. This billion's going to happen in less than 3 years. And the first one took 35 years. World-class business builder. This guy, he breaks it down so simple. Experience managing very complex company. Okay. Walton. Worked side by side with Bill, Sam, the OG of all OGs, Walton. Okay. Started Walmart. out of, what was that? Bentonville, Arkansas. Okay. He was also vice chairman of Citadel. Citadel is one of the most well-regarded funds on planet Earth today. Okay. Ken Griffin runs that company. I've wanted to meet Ken Griffin for years. Maybe it'll happen now that I did this interview. Again, a little marketing strategy right there. He has managed trillions of dollars. This guy's managed trillions of dollars of revenue with Microsoft, Walmart, Nordstrom's, Albertsons, and Citadel. He was the youngest corporate officer ever at Walmart at 29 years old.
Started as a cashier.
Started as a cashier with nothing, man. Okay. This interview is mind blowing. Get a legal pad, get a pen, get ready. Okay. I didn't even know this cat before I did this. I walked away. Elena thought I was walking on freaking clouds or something. I was so tripped out on this interview. Please take notes here, guys. This is $1 billion worth of advice for free. Really, really appreciate you doing this today. Your success is just phenomenal, man. Like when I see what you've done, it's like, how do you even do that? But let's just start there. Like, how did you even get in the circle that you swim in?
Well, I started as a Walmart cashier, Grant, and I was going to college. And my dad said, look, you got to get a job. I was trying to play athletics and I'd gotten hurt. And my dad said, you need to get a job in the little town that I was in, and Walmart was hiring. So I became a Walmart cashier, and I got my degree and kind of worked my way up even within the store at the time as a college kid. And when I graduated from college, I had 2 job offers. One was with the FBI and one was to go to Walmart corporate. And I took the Walmart corporate offer at the encouragement of my father. And that was a good move. So I moved to Bentonville, Arkansas, and I started as an auditor. And an auditor, it was a 2-year rotational program. And they hired 40 kids every year to go into audit for 2 years. And then they'd rotate them out into the business. And it was very important because I was the only one of the 40 kids that had actually worked in the store. So when I was doing these audits, it became very strategic. I knew where most of the dead bodies were buried, Grant. And I wrote some and had some great findings and great audit reports. And I got the attention of Sam Walton at the time. And Sam Walton called me down and said, you know what, young man, for your 2nd year of audit, I'd like you to work for me and work with me. Wow. And that was a game changer, obviously. And so I did audits for Mr. Walton for about a year at his personal discretion. And at the end of that year, he encouraged me to get into information systems, which is now information technology. So I moved over into IT. I taught myself how to program. And me and another guy wrote the very first receiving and logistics system for all of Walmart. And it was a very successful project, and worked my way up the IT side. And then one day I got a call from a guy named David Glass, who was the president underneath Sam Walton. And he said, there's 2 guys flying into the airport out here in Fayetteville. I want you to go pick them up, and I want you to show them around and tell them what we're doing in technology. And I said, sure. And I was a young director at the time. And it was Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer from Microsoft.
Oh, my God.
So I picked them up in the airport. I'm this kid. I'm driving them around. I'm showing them all this technology that this little retail company in Bentonville, Arkansas, spending all this money on technology, and became friends. And they're amazed. They're like, unbelievable. Because we were truly ahead. We were doing satellites on the stores and mobile computing and computers in the trucks. And it was just an amazing time to be in technology. Largest data warehouse in the world also. And they were fascinated. And they were not selling enterprises directly. We had to use partners. That I had like 40 partners to keep up with the Microsoft products. And it was pretty crazy, Grant, because what I did is I stopped paying my Microsoft bill. I let it accrue for all these partners. So Steve Ballmer flew down and he goes, man, what's going on? You're not paying your bill. I'm like, dude, I got to go direct. I can't deal with all these people that you're pushing me to. And so he and I spent 8 hours in a conference room and wrote the very first the very first enterprise agreement in the history of Microsoft, which now the enterprise agreement is their bread and butter. But wow. The first one was with Microsoft, between Microsoft and Walmart. And then later when Bill was going to move into his philanthropy, they talked me into going to Microsoft, and I was chief operating officer for Bill, and then for Steve, and then for Satya, the guy running it right now, for a long time. So that was kind of a whirlwind.
So let's back up a second, because man, you just covered like, I don't know, $400 billion worth of revenue or something, maybe more than that. Let me ask you that. Like, how much revenue do you think you have somehow, in some way, shape, or form, been responsible for across Walmart, Nordstrom's, Microsoft, et cetera?
Hundreds of billions of dollars. Yeah, I mean, I literally ran the operation for Microsoft for years and ran all the revenue numbers for it and profitability numbers as COO. And I don't even know, Grant. That's the number I haven't. I couldn't even put a number to it. Yeah. I mean, that's a big number.
Yeah, Kevin, tell everybody where you are today, because you stopped your trip to do this.
I did. Today, I'm back in Northwest Arkansas for the first time. And we're on a friend of mine, Dana White, has been a longtime friend of mine, and he and I are on a motorcycle trip. Last year we did Yellowstone. This year we're doing the Ozark Mountains, and we do 1 week a year, and we break away and go do this and have a lot of fun.
And so what are you guys doing this morning? Did you stop your trip? I mean, like, the last time I did a motorcycle trip, there was me and one other guy, and we filled up our own tanks and changed our own oil and across Italy. But it sounds like you guys have more of a VIP experience going on.
It's a nice setup. We're going wake surfing today. So we're going to get out we're on Beaver Lake, a beautiful lake up here in the Ozarks. And the wake boats are standing by. So when I finish this interview, we're going to go wake surf.
And you're getting IVs in the morning for breakfast.
We've got IVs. IVs are here and they're active right now. 10X IVs are going on right there.
Kevin, what do you think you did in the very beginning as a kid to get people's attention?
You know, my father really instilled in me, Grant, that, look, there's a lot of smart people in this world, but you got to be willing to outwork people. And he said, that's the thing that can differentiate yourself. It's just having the ability to just, decide that no one's going to outwork me. And then that was a really important attribute. And secondly, the ability to rally people, influence people, get the best out of people so that they can be their best self is something that, I'd say, Grant, I'm still working on. That's a skill that I'm still trying to refine.
I don't hear money as being a driving force for you, but all the companies that you work for make a lot of money, like giants. They're the mega money makers of planet Earth. So how important is this for the CEO, or at the auditing level where you are, where you came up? How important is it to have this right about money, profits, revenue, et cetera?
Well, I've never worked really for a 501c nonprofit organization, to be precise. I admire the people that do. That was not how I came up. We were in things to make money, and we were in things to do it the right way. And we always had a philosophy: do it right or do it over. And that is also a very important attribute as it relates to how you approach business: is do it right or do it over. But there's only one way to do it, and it's do it the right way. But yeah, making money is when you take care of those intangibles, taking care of customers, differentiating, hiring and training and developing the best people, building those great relationships, the money comes. But you do all of those things so that you can be successful.
And so, like, you've had Ken Griffin as a
Yes,
guy
sir.
you work with. It's
Another guy, incredible guy.
Sam, the old man, the original OG of the universe. Bill Gates, like him or don't like him, everybody knows who he is. Like, is there one common thing that you learned that all three of these guys had that they share?
One common attribute is they all have embedded deeply in them, Grant. They all have embedded deeply in them this attribute called divine discontent. They're just never satisfied.
Oh my God, I love that.
And that divine discontent is just an innate DNA. They were different people, but they all had this relentless pursuit of perfection and this divine discontent. And, resisting the status quo, always striving for improvement. No matter how good we did, we can do it better. And that becoming a motivator, not a demotivator. They're all very interesting in how they approach that. But I would tell you, they all had that in spades.
So do you share that as well? Do you have that going on?
Now, you can't help being around these guys without that rubbing off on you. I love every day. Every day is a great day to have a great day. And I love to get up in the morning and say, what can I improve today? And how can we make things better, no matter what I'm working on?
And you say that because people ask me all the time, hey, man, when's enough? When are you going to put up the gloves? And I'm like, I don't even think about that. I'm thinking about the next version of me. How important is that for people to keep finding that? And is there a way to do that?
Well, I think, yes, I that's exactly how I approach my life. There is no destination. There is no finish line. Every day is a new day to improve something, to get better. I love to learn. I think you have to continue to keep learning and changing and growing. And I think that just brings life to you. I believe in that with my heart. And I know that people that are continual learners and lifelong learners, they're fun to be around. They always bring something new. They always ask great questions. The smartest people I know are the guys that ask the great questions. Even when they might know the answer, they're still asking to learn more about you, to learn more about what's going on. But be curious. Having that innate curiosity of life, I think, is a really important way to continually evolve yourself and improve yourself.
How important is the marketing game? Like when you look at building something, where would you put marketing on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being, or 1 being the most important?
1 being people. I would put marketing up there 2 and 3, probably right in that range. I think it's super critical to map and tell your story. We don't have enough great storytellers in this world. There are very few great storytellers. And I think being able, one of the tricks that I learned at Microsoft that I think is so fun for your business, and I hope for any of the businesses that are watching this, write a press release that's 5 years in the future. What do you want that press release to say? And then build your marketing plan around that, build your business plan around that. And it becomes like a true north. Make that your true north that you're moving the company to. But being able to start with where you want to go in 5 years or 3 years or whatever your horizon is. But that's a trick we used to use at Microsoft, is writing those forward-looking press releases and then everybody getting around the table reading them and then understanding what's possible. That's a really exciting way to do that.
Yeah, and Kevin, at that point, you don't know how to get there when you're writing that press release, right?
Absolutely not. You do not. But you begin every day. You begin every day working towards.
Yeah.
You iterate and iterate and iterate. And, I love fail fast, learn fast, Grant. Mm-hmm. Let's fail fast, learn fast. That way we're making progress.
Man, I can work with you, man. I'm getting motivated just listening to you.
Every day.
Okay, so people 1, marketing 2. Where do you put sales?
Right there below marketing.
Mm-hmm. So marketing is senior to sales.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think you have to have a great story for your sellers.
Right.
They're accretive to one another, but I would put it ahead. People a lot of times get that mistake. We've all know the company that has great sales guys.
Yeah.
And they're great guys, but they don't have anything to sell, or they don't know how to position what they're selling. And that's why I think it's ahead of it.
Yeah. And when I look at the organizations you work for, half the people were walking in, they were buying stuff, nobody was selling them anything. It was just like, give it to me.
Precisely.
Now, when do you, to this audience of people that are solopreneurs, startup businesses, some of these that have large organizations, not as large as you've worked with, obviously, but how important is the scaling concept? Like, is it optional? Is it like, I just want to stay small and that's cool? Or do you think scaling is a mandatory business strategy?
I'm wired to scale. The key to scaling begins and ends with people. It used to be that you would hire people with great subject matter expertise. I've since changed my complete outlook on that. Energy and hunger trump experience. And I believe that. And so finding people with good IQ, but also that are hungry, that are ambitious, that want to grow, that's the people that will scale with you. Too many of them are comfortable in their way and comfortable with where they are. And there's nothing wrong with that. That just can't be part of a big scaling business at senior level positions. And, you know, it doesn't mean you're not friends. It doesn't mean you don't love them, but it's not, those have become blockers over time for you being able to break through and scale. So I believe in your, you know, to create your plan to scale, it starts with people and hiring those hungry, ambitious people that want to grow, that want to develop, that want to be part of something big, and cutting them in on the action, making them have skin in the game. I'm all about quotas and overpaying people that overperform. I want to do that. I love to do that, actually. But I do believe energy and hunger trump experience, and a lot of people have gotten that reversed over time.
What's one of those biggest mistakes or two mistakes that you see small business owners making today?
I think they don't differentiate enough. I think differentiation in this environment, with everything either being online or your ability, you have to be able to find some place in your business model to differentiate, Grant. How are you different from your 5 closest competitors? And then how do you perfect that? And can you derive value from that? You know, I know that a lot of people don't know their niche. They don't know if they're the bottom of the curve, the middle of the curve, or the high end. Are they the premium offering? Are they the everyday offering? Are they the low cost offering? I don't really have a view. I mean, I like premium offerings because there's more margin and more opportunity and more flexibility, but I don't have a preference. If your model fits either one, that's fine. Just differentiate within the category that you're in. How are you different than other low cost guys or other premium guys? And make sure that that's crystal clear and that you can derive value with the customer from that. I think that's a mistake that I see a lot of guys making.
Yeah. Do you see them? I mean, these guys that you work for, like, I'm still just like, I guess once one of them has a good experience with you, all of them want a piece of you. Is that what happens?
Yeah, it really is. By the way, those guys are not the easiest guys in the world to work for either.
Dude, I bet, like, how hard is it at that level working with them?
It was tough at times, but you got to have thick skin. You can't take anything personally.
Yeah.
And it's all about getting better. And
who was the toughest one to work for?
Who was the toughest one?
Yeah.
Well, man, they all had their own. I mean, they all have a gift at being tough. So I couldn't put it on one of them. But,
yeah,
you know, if you go back to Sam Walton, he was a tough guy in private. He was always this gracious business guy in public, but in behind closed doors, he was a tough guy. Bill Gates was just tough all the time. He was a tough guy all the time, demanded excellence. And then Ken Griffin, he's another guy, tough all the time, brilliant person. Arguably, I mean, I read something today. His portfolio is up 29% in this market. He's probably arguably one of the smartest financial minds of the world. So, yeah, they all had their own innate ability, but they find people that are attracted to that. And I was one of those. That stuff motivated me. And if these guys can drive, I can drive too. And finding people that relate to that.
Yeah, you talk about people a lot and these guys and they're demanding and this discontent. Where does turnover for the executive, how important is it turning over people that are comfortable, particularly at the executive level, the country club rich guy that's satisfied, he's got his cars and his kids' education. How important is it unloading those people and turning that soil?
Well, it's really important. Grant, you do it with dignity. You do it with dignity and respect, but you have to bring in people who are hungry. Yeah. Because once these guys get rich, and I saw a lot of people get rich at Walmart, saw a lot of guys get rich at Microsoft, saw a lot of guys get rich at Citadel. The best day in the job is your first day in the job. And being able to look at a job like it's your first day in the job, every entrepreneur should strive to do that because it's fresh eyes. It's a fresh lens. There's always something we can do better that we don't even see because it's right in front of us. So bringing in people who can give us those thoughts and ideas and that view of the world that's different than our own is so valuable. And I tell you, don't hire people like you. Hire people who are different than you, because that allows creativity and ideas and create that environment where you can have positive tension. That's what I used to call it, positive tension, where we can disagree. But once we decide, we take the hill no matter what. But create an environment where you can cultivate and curate ideas and thoughts and expressions that are different, because that in the end will make you better.
If you were not you, okay, and you didn't have the experiences in the resume that you have, let's say you're 20, 25 years old, or even 55 years old, and you're starting a business today. You're getting ready to go in transition. Would you start a brand new business from scratch, or would you try to buy a business that's maybe existing, branded, and is suffering?
I think as long as it's a service business of some kind, that it doesn't matter. If you can get a good deal on an existing one, go that way. If you can't find a good deal, create your own service business. And I don't care what service it is, but service businesses are not going away. They're not going to be disrupted so easily by the internet and other people. Find that great service business, and I think you can really, really take advantage of that.
How far, it makes me think about the metaverse. How far do you think we are from the metaverse at this point?
Every day I think they're adding pieces to that puzzle, Grant.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things that's fascinating. I mean, I own some NFTs and some other things in that space just so I could learn. Again, it was about learning, and I was in on Bored Apes and some of that stuff early on. And it's been interesting to watch. It's worth a lot more money than I ever thought it would be, even in this market. But it's fascinating how that's filling in so quickly, and it will happen. I mean, the metaverse is out there. Is it 5 years? Is it 7 years? I don't know the exact time. Yeah. But every year it's maturing.
I just noticed that you're getting an IV in your arm. You're laying in a red infrared bed. You're taking oxygen in your lungs where you got to put a mask on, and you're riding a motorcycle. And I'm like, okay, where's the metaverse fit in here?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can do all that from the luxury of your home. You literally could, transpose yourself on any place you want to go in the world. And that's an amazing place to be able to do it.
Family, friends, partners, how important is it, Kevin, to have everybody on the same page?
Oh, it's critical. I think, who your friends are is who you become. And there's a lot of euphemisms around that. I believe that. I've always been attracted to people who are ambitious, who want to grow, who want to change, want to develop, and make friends that way. I think that's a critical part of it. And having people who lift you up. Mm-hmm. If people bring you positive energy, that is so wonderful to you. It's like getting fresh oxygen. If people are bringing you negative energy, they're pulling you down. So just making sure that you look at your circle. Is it a positive energy situation or a negative energy situation? Make your own choice around that for sure. But I believe that's a big, big attribute. Family is, critical. I mean, I have 3 grown kids. They're all successful. One's in LA, one's in Houston, one's in Denver. And, that's the pride of my life from kind of what I've been able to create and do. And we do a lot of fun things together. Been married for 35 years. Wow. And same woman. And we're still growing, developing, and learning as a couple. So, that part is a very important part of it as well.
Yeah. Congratulations on a 35-year marriage, man. That's amazing. That's amazing. We talked about, all those guys that you worked with, by the way, I don't know about Sam, but they were real estate guys. I mean, Bill's out buying farmland right now. I think he's the largest landowner in America. Kevin's buying all of Miami, and I'm trying to get on the phone with him. I can't get a call into him, but I'm trying to I'll just take your leftovers, man. Right. So how do you like real estate as an investment?
Oh, I love it. I love passive income. I think passive income, which I know that's a big part of your platform and program. I think that's incredible. And particularly, look, there's a lot of smart people right now saying that we're going to have a really difficult next year as it relates to recession and other things. The thing that always stands the test of time, as you know, is great real estate and having that passive income. And so I think this is really, I see us going into this 23 timeframe as this is the best opportunity. You're going to find great deals. You're going to find incredible opportunities, and that passive income gets you through the tough times so that you can double down during the tough times and not pull back. The rest of the world's going to pull back, and you know that. The ones that are going to really come out of that stronger than they did going into it are the ones that double down, and I think this is a great time to do it.
So that's a great segue for my last question. And again, I really, really appreciate your time. More importantly, I appreciate the success, Kevin, that you've created in your life and that you're willing to share it with other people. What do you think, where do you think we are as both the United States of America's economy and globally? Where are we? What does the near future bring? And then what should people be preparing and doing?
I do think, Grant, I agree with, Stanley Druckenmiller and a few others that I've talked to personally. I do think that 23 is going to be a tough year. Is it the middle of 23 or the end of 23? It's debatable. But I do think it's going to be a tough time. That is an opportunity, I think, to lean in and find incredible deals and find, where people did not prepare for the rainy day, did not prepare for the cycle, and everything cycles. Nothing's ever as good as it seems, nothing is ever as bad as it seems. This is a cycle we're going into, and it is a cycle of opportunity. And that's how I would approach the next year to year and a half, is this is a cycle of opportunity. And how do I, get myself in order to be able to go double down and lean in and get some of this incredible opportunities that are going to come about.
And if unemployment spikes, which to me, it can only go in one direction. If interest rates stay high, and if consumer demand actually pulls back, what do you tell the small business owner to do over the next 12 to 24 months?
Well, be smart, number one. Differentiate. Make sure that you stay lean and mean as an organization and differentiate. Those two things will help you navigate you through the difficult times. Just stay lean and mean. The best time to be lean and mean is when things are going great, by the way. It's counterintuitive, but the best time to be lean and mean is when things are going great. And then that way, when things change and they cycle, you're already in great position to be able to take advantage of that. So stay lean and mean, conserve your cash, make sure that whatever you spend it on, it's very, very smart, and that you do it in the right way on the right things. And then make sure that whatever you're offering is differentiating, and, be willing to change your model. Don't be stuck in a model if it's not going as well as you think it is. Iterate on that business plan, iterate on your offering, make sure it's what the customers want. And there's nothing like getting out and getting connected to customers in terms of what they want, where they see value, and how you can create that value for them. Stay close to the customers. Get closer to the customers in tough times than you do in good times. And those would be some of the things I would think about.
Yeah, and Kevin, you've been around you're not college educated, are you?
Yeah, I have a degree.
Okay, all right. Where do you put that? How important was the degree?
Well, what the degree did for me was it taught me how to learn. It didn't teach me what I need to know today. It sort of fed my curiosity and willingness to learn. I've been around people who, Bill didn't graduate from college.
Yeah.
Sam Walton did, but Ken certainly is a Harvard guy, so it was important to him. It just depends on the environment and the situation. I don't tell people that it's not important. I've made all my kids go to college, but I do think what's important is what's in here and how much drive, energy, and passion you want to put into something. That's what trumps education or a degree or any of those things. So just keep being a continual learner, keep studying what you need to learn, and have that innate curiosity. That's how I think that's the most important thing that you have today in business.
Do you think Sam would have hired you without a college degree?
As a store employee, you would have, but maybe not in the corporate office. Okay. And then I'd have probably been a manager. And
okay, last thing.
Manager, and then I'd have probably been running operations. So there was a path for me without a degree in Walmart. I just chose it different. There's a lot of Walmart managers and regional managers and vice presidents that don't have degrees. They worked in the store and they worked their way up. And I admire the hell out of those people, and I love and respect those people.
Yeah, you're good. You ought to get in politics, man. You're good. So, hey, last thing.
That's one thing I won't do, Grant. I won't do that.
Okay. Last thing is 3 biggest mistakes you made in your career that if you could go back and fix them, you would.
3 biggest mistakes I've made.
With money, with your career, running a business, anything.
The first mistake I made is it took me a little while to be coachable. I had a really good mentor tell me one time that I needed to be more coachable. And I always thought I was. But when someone brought that to me at the time, I had to do a lot of reflection, a lot of introspection. And I realized there was so much more I could be inviting the feedback. Feedback is the breakfast of champions.
Oh, wow.
And it's sometimes the hardest news is when you're working your butt off is people giving you direct feedback. It's hard to say, thank you, may I have another? Because you're passionate. You say, you want to explain and you want to say, oh, no, you don't understand. Let me try to tell. And no. Just be able to embrace it and say, thank you, may I have another? And then the whole world opens up, because if you shut down feedback, you stop getting it. So that's the first big lesson that I learned very early on. And I made a mistake on that. And I've spent my whole life trying to be more coachable and important at that. I think it was hard for me, Grant, to go from individual contributor to manager and leader. I had always outworked people myself, done it myself, wanted to do it all myself. But I had another mentor call me in and say, hey, if you want to scale and grow, you got to help these other people enjoy the experience and spread the love. Yeah. You're taking too much of this on yourself. And it took me a minute to go from A player to, oh, I've got to lead this team. And I've got to make sure they love the experience and that they want to grow. And by the way, it starts with, what are their hopes and dreams? What are the people who work for you's hopes and dreams? And then how can I help you fulfill those? And I had to rewire myself around that. So that was a tough transition for me. And the other one was, I probably bought too many houses, too many nice cars. When I got a little money, I was broke. I started poor, and I probably bought a few things that did not give me that passive income that if I would have converted earlier, I would have been a lot smarter and a lot more thoughtful with my money early on. And so, yeah, those would be 3 things in an honest, open dialogue of where I kind of started and where I kind of grew to.
Kevin, again, man, I can't thank you enough for your time. Thanks for breaking away. I appreciate it. Last thing, on top of the last thing that I said, what would the term 10X mean to you?
10X to me means it's infinite world of possibilities. It means it's not 10X. It could be 20X, 30X, 50X, 100X. But this is how we prime the pump with a 10X mentality to expand our horizons. That's what 10X means to me.
You're the man, dude. I gotta spend more time with you, man. I'm so inspired right now.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Be great.
Bye-bye.
Boom. Hey guys, I did that interview and I just finished watching that interview again. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. And I hope you guys understand how lucky you are to be getting this information right now. The fact that I can interview these people today, to learn from these people, to continue to learn. One of my assets today, I know, and I think I just want to congratulate everybody in the room for coming here, having an open mind to possibility, to being willing to learn. I was telling Jared, I said, I would have bet $10,000 Kevin Turner was not college educated. And the reason I say that is he is college educated, but he keeps everything very simple. From money to people to everything that he shared, the collaboration, working with other people, staying open-minded, being teachable, reinventing himself over and over, despite the fact that he doesn't know code, doesn't know technology. He worked for some of the biggest technology companies in the world. He did things that he had never done before. He didn't plan on doing those things. I mean, that guy, if you guys ever get a chance to meet him, I saw a lot of you throwing in the chat. Jared, if you give me the chat, I just want to acknowledge some of the people in the chat right now. Want to congratulate everybody that took advantage of this offer, by the way. A lot of you are saying, how can I buy this interview? I don't know. You want to sell the whole recording? You guys want to buy it for $900, okay? But I mean, you can get the 3-day boot camp. You can get 140 hours of training. You need the training. You guys have to have the strategies for $297. So maybe my team will put the recording up for $997. We'll resell the recording for $997. So many people are asking for it. But if I were you guys, the recording is not what I would buy. It is the 3 days and the next 21 days of exercises, training, and education. If you're committed to wealth creation, okay, this wealth creation is created like this, okay? Right here, you're at zero. You're at zero. Wherever you are right now, it's considered in my world zero. I always go to zero. I probably have a net worth today of $1.3 billion, maybe $1.2 billion. I don't know. We're not selling any of our companies. I've got $5 billion worth of real estate. We have 15 companies that will produce this year 150 in revenue at Cardone
Enterprises.
And like Kevin told me behind the scenes, man, I admire you for being willing to just put all your stuff out there to people. Not to brag. I'm not bragging. I'm telling you guys what's possible. I was 25 years old and I had zero. Today, I'm 64 years old. I treat everything as zero. Why? Because I'm trying to get from here to the creation of something new, right? So it goes like this. There's an idea here. Many of you are at zero. You have an idea very close to zero, wherever you are right now, right? You never have enough money, by the way, to actually make your idea a reality. No one does. No one has enough money. I don't care the richest people in the world. They have an idea. BlackRock goes out and buys, what did they buy? That company they bought for the housing. They had to raise the money. Some of the wealthiest companies in the world, they don't have the money. $1 trillion companies don't have the money to do it. They have an idea. They want to get in this space. What do? They raise money. What do we do? What do the little people do? Because mommy and daddy and our generations, our grandparents and great-grandparents shared with us scarcity, we can't take ideas and fill them out to create wealth. So I'm just going to show you this little cycle. You want to draw this for yourself. And when this is over, I'm going to give you a brief on it. You want to really spend the next 21 days and then our boot camp, get set up for this wealth creation formula. We shared this in detail, by the way, in the financial certification training. It's about 40 hours. 10X financial freedom certification, 10X super life, okay? How to become a millionaire, commandments of the 10X life, building a 10X empire, personal finance. I'm not talking about personal finance your mama told you or your uncle. I'm talking about personal finance for billionaires. 100 ways to stay motivated, rules of success, and I'm going to give you a 52-week VIP mastermind. When did we throw in the VIP mastermind?
It's a recorded.
These are 52 mastermind VIP meetups that we have for you guys to share. That's a $4,800 retail value. I'm giving that to you today. 65 hours of content. I said it was 40 hours. Forgive me. But in that, we're going to show you the wealth creation, the circle. Okay. I have an idea. Someone right in here, like there's not even 2 inches between these. The idea sits on zero. Like today, I want to take my $5 billion of real estate and go to 50 billion. I don't have $45 billion to do that with, but I have the idea. So what do I do now? The second thing I do right here is I market. The next real thing you do is you market the concept. Who do I market to? I could market on Instagram and Facebook, but there's not $50 billion for me to market. You understand that audience? 50 billion is Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, KKR, Citadel. Oh, wow. Notice who I'm collaborating with. See, I can market and collaborate if I'm committed to my idea. I'm just showing you guys what I'm doing. You're going to see this all unfold in my own career over the next decade. People won't even know me as a salesperson. You guys that know Grant Cardone for Sell or Be Sold, Closer Survivor Guide, and Cardone University, in the future, people won't even know me for those things. For you guys that know me because I'm a marketer, social media marketing, I guarantee by the end of my lifetime, you will not know me as a marketing influencer. Okay, so because I'm continuing to create on new ideas so that I can help more people. Again, how many people put in the chat again? How many of you believe You have some special purpose on this planet. 10X. Just put 10X in it. If you believe you have some special purpose on this planet, put 10X.
This is one thing I wish I heard 20 years ago, Cynthia.
Yeah, you guys, you wasted 20 years. Guess what? So did I. From 25 to 51, 26 years, I wasted thinking small, thinking I had to have the money before I made the idea a reality. Okay.
10X,
Okay. So many 10Xs in here. So many 10Xs. Okay. Big shout outs to everybody.
Extra, Wealth, Josh, M. Trids, Dominique, Louis F., Frank, Mortgage, GM, S. Sawan, Billy T.
Okay. So watch. Now I'm going to market. Now what's going to happen when I market is I'm going to start picking up income. Here's your income cycle right here. I'm going to start increasing income. When I increase my income, I'm going to reinvest in my marketing. All of it's going to go back here to marketing. Number two, number three, and number one, two, and three goal of your company is to promote, promote, and promote the successes of the company and get bigger and bigger. So if I'm in one industry, let's say I'm in healthcare and I'm marketing in healthcare, I got to figure out how other industries can hear about my message. Because what industry, what person on planet Earth is not interested in healthcare? They all are. This is how we ended up with our collaboration with Dana White and 10X Health Systems, which used to be called Stream Medical. Could end up being one of the biggest companies I've ever built. I didn't build it. I bought it, and then I'll collaborate with others to build it out. Okay, make it a reality. Okay, what's going to happen right here is more income comes in. And this is where you guys miss these steps right here because you don't have enough product offers. You don't have enough services. One thing that Brandon Dawson, my partner at Cardone Ventures, and I have discovered, most of the companies that we are working with and individuals that are starting new companies or people that are transitioning from an employee position to an ownership position, or those employees who are trying to grow out something at a management level for your company, and your compensation program is based on your ability to grow it. What we see in fact, most people failing on is not enough offers of products and services other than maybe your one or two core offers. So we're going to show you in the boot camp. If you're a waitress, single mother, waiting tables, work in a bar, whatever the case is, right? You're a masseuse. We're going to start showing you how to build out these other offers, these other multiple streams of income so that you're not dependent upon one flow, one economy, one possibility, one outcome. Okay. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to get idea, moves to marketing, moves to income, marketing, income. I'm going to market again. Okay. I'm going to market again. And now I'm going to start making investments. These investments will start throwing off passive income right here. Passive income is the finish of investments and other things becomes the wealth creation. I have created more, this over here, thousands, tens of thousands of flows of income off of these first ideas that I started with. So I gave you a list of things that the companies that we work with today as a partner, collaborator, okay, as we contribute to these companies. Many of you that are asking in the chat, dude, why are you doing this on a Saturday? Okay, so that I can continue to build out my Cardone universe. Today we have 10X Growth Conference, 10X Boot Camps, 10X Health System. We have 10X Buy Sell we're getting ready to release. 10X Studios is a media production channel where we're going to actually be showing off many of you that are here today because of your successes. If you notice TV's about one of two things, either Dahmer, you know, some guy that killed a bunch of people, or it's about successful people, or it's about some fantasy that hadn't happened, Marvel Comics, etc. The kind of TV we're going to create is not about Marvel Comics, and it's not about Dahmers. It's about you guys, me, ordinary people, Kevin Turner, Jenna, ordinary people that have created unbelievable success. And we're going to tell those stories at 10X Media We're dropping a show right now, 10 episodes of Real Estate King. We're going to drop 10 episodes of The Ultimate Hustler. We're doing a show about 10X Kids, where we're going to go and reveal children, entrepreneurs, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 14-year-old entrepreneur kids, so that we can take TV and use TV and social media to start telling good stories. Power Players is going to become a TV show. So we have 7 of those shows in the works. Not all of them include me. Many of them, 2 other shows that I haven't told you that have been pitched to both Netflix and Roku that involve some of my partners and friends here, that I'll make them stars. So we're going to build out this university. Why? Because I want personally, I believe Grant Cardone has a responsibility to pay back the successes that I've had. Have a liability and a debt. My debt to society is I have been extremely successful, and I want to pass that on to other people. When my dad died, I didn't know it then. It's the worst thing that happened in my life, losing my dad. I remember for the first year mowing the lawn. I remember exactly where I was. There's pine needles on the ground. I'm in Lake Charles, Louisiana. I'm having to mow the lawn and pick up the pine needles. My dad had been gone probably for 3 or 4 months, and I was still fantasizing that my dad was coming back, that the whole thing was a bad dream, and I was going to somehow wake up and my dad was here. That's how bad I wanted my dad back. When I finally accepted the fact that dad was really dead and he was never coming back, then I waited for my 3 uncles to show up and help me. A year later, that didn't happen. I'm 14 years old, maybe 13, 14 years old now. And I'm like, okay, ain't nobody coming to help me. Then I'd go to school and I'd look for the coach to help me, the principal to help me. I'd look for older boys in high school, or maybe the Billy will be my buddy. Maybe Jay Bice will be my buddy. Who's maybe Bobby Broussard. These are people I grew up with, And nobody, I couldn't get what I needed. Okay. Nobody helped me. And this pain that I was experiencing as a young boy, I watched my friends going hunting, learning how to fish, learning how to build stuff, learning how to take cars apart. I don't know any of that stuff. And the ache in me was like, God dang, I wish somebody would come help me. And I remember at the age of 16, I was so angry about this. I told my mom, one day I'm going to be somebody. One day I'm going to be somebody. And when I become somebody successful, I'm going to help a lot of people. Here I am today with you. Okay. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to fulfill my mission. But you're just the start of what I need to accomplish in my lifetime. First, I got to introduce myself to you. Now I got to help you. And third, we got to make sure you're successful. 3 or 4 hours goes by pretty fast. Some of you have been here the whole time. You're like, man, I can't believe 4 hours just went, 4.5 hours just went by. I can't believe that, right? I've missed 2 lunch appointments already. I had down the street to eat lunch. But I'd rather be with you guys. This has got to end at some point where I stop this and we start something new. Johnny, can you put the link up? I just want to invite all of you that haven't taken advantage of this. 10X Bootcamp Interactive. It's going to happen in 35 days. I think it's 35 days, 38 days.
Yeah.
Something. Yeah. Okay. It's $5,188 if you bought each of these packages on the internet separately. If I got to sell you guys on this, it's the wrong thing for you. This has got to be a no-brainer for you at this point. Today has been worth 5,000 or 50,000. Some of you it's going to be worth 5 million.
That one thing from Kevin, the divine discontentment.
Yeah, you remember divine discontentment? Kevin gave me authority to be discontent. Most of us never get that blessing. I'm going to give you the business builder certification. I'm going to give you the 10X freedom certification. That program by itself, financial freedom, is worth $4,800. You can share it with your family, and you should share it with your family, and you should watch it with your spouse and your kids. Even if your kids are only 2 years old, watch it with them. Let them start watching this with you rather than what they're watching right now. So I'll give you the 3-day boot camp. That's interactive. You don't need to travel. It is our most successful training and education program that we have available today. We actually get to interact with you because of the technology. I spend millions of dollars to give you a piece of data for 20 minutes. I click a button, boom, you break into a room. Johnny, can you just show what we do there? Just show that video, Johnny, of some other people that experienced it.
If you guys want to do 10 million or 100 million or $1 billion, this is your weekend.
I've already grown from 0 to 20 million in the past 3.5 years.
Was making about $6,000 a month. A year later, I'm making $30,000 a month.
We went from $3 million in annuity sales to $30 million.
3 months, our front-end sales have gone up 581.7%.
It's already increased our sales by at least 20% in 1 week. So if you're not here, you missing out.
It's the money that provides you freedom, and that's what this workshop taught me, is how to go get more money.
Since I've been working with Grant, my business has increased on average 30% per month.
I've been to 20 events in the last year with Grant Cardone, and this by far has been the best event. Very interactive, very engaging, and I made more in 1 week, $7,500, more than I made in 3 months combined at my last place.
This actually helped me increase my revenue by 25% within a year.
Investors are better than customers because people that invest in you will become customers, they'll become advocates, and they'll talk about your company more than a customer will.
So all that money that you saw, we gave all that money away at that boot camp, by the way, to I think 4 or 5 different people. So we'll do that Saturday, the second night of this event. We're actually going to have people on stage pitch their deal. You get like 1 to 3 minutes to pitch a deal. That will be worth millions of dollars. The first day, we're going to talk about money and sales. I'm sorry, money and marketing. The second day, we talk about income, revenue. The entire second day is spent on where do I get second streams of income, third streams, fourth streams. What's the easiest way for you and your company to go from making whatever you're making right now and adding 20%, 50%, or even 10 times the revenue? We have done that for companies. Some companies go about it very slowly, and we've had other companies, man, grow extremely fast, including one company. I don't know if you can show 10xhealthsystem.com with Dana White on it. We took this company, it was making $250,000 a month to $2.5 million a month in the first 8 months, from $250,000 a month to $2.5 million a month. And we did that in the first 8 or 10 months. There's Dana White right there. He's been all over social. It's been trending everywhere. He took a gene test at 10X Health System. I think that's $500 or something, that test. It's $500 for that test. You take it one time in your life, and we find out where your genetic coding is kind of broken and what is the best supplements for you to be on. So that's going to be a rollout that came from a partnership. Gary Brecka found me on YouTube, loved the information I was teaching about real estate and financial, and boom, Gary offered me a free service. I fell in love with the company. I ended up becoming a partner there, actually owning the company. And renamed it to 10X Health System. Okay. So again, with that company, that new company, we did the same thing with that company, Cardone Ventures. Brandon Dawson came to me, 3 years ago? Brandon Dawson met me at an event. I'm telling you why I do these events. I do these events to meet people like you guys. Brandon Dawson and his wife, Natalie, came to an event. They paid a bunch of money to sit in the room. There was 35,000 people at this event, 2019. So whatever that is, 3 years ago. At the end of the meeting, he was smart enough to communicate getting a meeting with me, which was his reason for being there, by the way. Okay. He got a meeting with me. Over the weekend, we built a new company. It had no revenue, zero revenue. We put no money in the company. Can you guys imagine this? If you ever meet Brandon Dawson, ask him, how much money did you start the company with? None. Did you have an idea? Yes. Did you and Grant work on the idea? Yes. We then took the idea and went to the marketplace with it. Some income came in. We took that income, reinvested it in marketing. More income came in. We took that money, reinvested that in marketing. The first year, that company did $2.5 million. 3 years later, that company will do $75 million this year. And that's on top of everything else I do. And I can show you guys how to do this. Now, I can't promise you that you're going to go from 0 to $75 million in 3 years, but I can't promise you that you won't either. Brandon Dawson is an exceptional human being. Brandon Dawson and his wife have an exceptional commitment to making their dream a reality. If you have a dream and you have an exceptional commitment to that dream and you're willing to do the work like they did, if you did exactly what they did, you and I together did exactly what Brandon and Natalie did at the same time, made the same changes. If you took advice from me the way they did, by the way, Brandon changed a lot of stuff that he was doing to what he is doing now. I mean, here's a guy that took 14 years to build a business half the size. And with me, it took 3 years when he took 14 years to build it. He had the experience of building it. But if you have an exceptional dream, an exceptional commitment, exceptional work ethic, but you just need an exceptional partner, how much would it mean to you, to your family, to your dreams, if you had me and my team, 1, supporting you, 2, guiding you, and 3, what if I was promoting your success? The goal of this boot camp is not just to get a bunch of people educated. It's to find those of you who want to be partners, branded, supported, and marketed. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if you can't see it through, I'm not going to market you. If you get any level of success is worth bragging about, Grant Cardone will praise you to the highest mountains. All our companies have ethics. All of them have integrity. All of them make mistakes. All of them have people in them that are committed. Number one, most important thing, committed to making the idea a reality and not fixed on what that needs to look like, that process. But I will help you, okay? So I hope you guys take advantage of this offer. This comes down when, Jared? When are you taking the $297?
Credit, the 100% credit ends tonight at midnight.
No, the 100% credit ends right now, okay? If you hadn't signed up right now, yeah, that ends now, okay? So $297, everybody that's already signed up for the $297, that's a $4,900 discount, $4,900 discount. I told everybody while they were on, that signed up early, I was going to give you a credit at my store. All you got to do is show up, check in, register for the 3 days. And I'll give you a credit. If something happened and you couldn't attend, no problem. Show up for the next one that we do, and I'll give you a credit then. It's fine. I'm not going to be a stickler on that. I'm happy to help you anyway. GrantCardone.com/wealth. This literally costs you nothing once I give you a credit at my store. You can use that credit for any other training, swag, hats, whatever you want to use it for, okay? You get the Business Builder certification. That's a $5,000 program. You get the 10X Financial certification. That's a $4,800 program. I gift you those right now. Why right now? Because I need you to start doing homework today. Give me an hour a day for the next 35 days, and you'll be halfway through the content. I don't need you to get through all of it. If you give me 2 hours a day, just 2 hours a day for the next 35 days, I'll get you through 90% of the content. And when you come to the boot camp that I deliver to your computer, just give me 3 days where I have your undivided attention. Okay. You know, just go into your office, shut the door, no Instagram, no Clubhouse, no spaces, no distractions. We'll get you a lunch break in there. I'm going to connect you with thousands of other entrepreneurs like you, like-minded, a network. Every person that we spoke to today said they need good people around them. Kevin said it's the most important thing. Muhammad, you wouldn't know Muhammad if it wasn't for being around the right people. That guy's met everybody. By the way, everybody knows who he is. Jenna is known. That's why she's trusted. This has to happen for you to make your dreams a reality. I can help you with all of it. I can help you with the marketing. I can help you with the financial planning. I can help you with the dream. I can help you with the commitment. I can help you with the motivation. I can help you with the leadership. I can help you find great people. I can promote your successes. The one thing I can't do, okay, I can give you this today. I can spend 4 hours with you. The one thing I cannot do is I can't hit the link for you. Okay. GrantCardone.com/wealth. You got to do that. You got to put in your first name, your last name, and you got to put a credit card in for $297. And the only other thing you got to do is show up. I'll do the rest. But you got to do that part. Okay. Now, let me just address a couple things. A lot of information today. Love to know what your favorite takeaway. I'm going to give away 10 people $100 right now. 10 people $100 for your biggest takeaway. I'll read them. Jared's going to pass me the computer. Couple things before you leave today. One thing you can do today is you could try to do this by yourself. You could literally I'm just going to take what I heard today and I'm going to turn that into $1 billion. By the way, who's got $1 billion dream? Huh? Who wants to be a billionaire? I want to be a billionaire. So freaking bad. You remember that? Bruno Mars? I love that song, man. Every time I heard that song, it bothered me because I wasn't thinking about $1 billion. And then I'm like, why not? I got a better chance of becoming a billionaire than Bruno Mars does. And I did. God did. God did. Okay. So, great takeaways, by the way. I'm going to read some of these here in a second. I'm looking at all of them. Okay. You could do this by yourself. You could. I guarantee you'll fail. Nobody does anything great by themselves. You can do a little bit by yourself. You cannot do something big by yourself. Okay. Number two thing you could do. You could go get the recording of this and watch it again and watch it a third time and a fourth time and a fifth time and a sixth time. You could do that. My team's going to put up, because so many of you asked for the recording. Johnny, what's the link going to be for the recording? Only place you can get this recording is right here. Okay. I don't recommend it personally, but you could do it.
We can send them. Because
I don't recommend you doing it over choice 3. Okay. If you want the recording, we're going to call this, it's not set up yet, GrantCardone.com/997 recording. It was worth $1,000, easily worth $1,000. And I wouldn't recommend that you don't do it. You could, but what I would recommend is option 3. Option 3 is let me, for $297, give you 140 hours worth of training information. Okay. Literally, this is the most powerful content you're going to get on marketing, mindset, wealth creation, sales, and scaling available on the planet. I believe for $297, you will get more information over the next 35 days than you could get in a 4-year career, Cornell, Harvard, Yale, or MIT. And I say that shamelessly. Now, when you come to the boot camp, I guarantee you're going to meet people that you would never meet at Cornell, Yarnell, Harvard. Yeah, because you guys can't get into those places anyway. You ain't getting into Princeton. And if you get into Harvard, it's going to cost you $80,000 a year. And it's going to take you 4 years if you make it out. You'll owe $320,000 for $297. I will teach you more in the next 30 days about marketing, sales, income, financial planning, creating wealth. Okay, you ain't got any billionaires. You don't have billionaires in Harvard teaching classes. And even if you did, you're going to get how much time with them? 40 minutes for them to read out of a book, for you to take a test. This isn't a test. Life is not a test. Life is real. The most successful people I know got C's and D's, not A's and B's. Okay. I'm going to show you exactly what you have to do to take your idea. You're a waiter, waitress, bartender, single mother. Okay. You're 55 years old, trying to figure out what to do. You're in the mortgage industry, trying to figure out what's going to happen here. The mortgage industry is going to get slayed here. You're in real estate, trying to figure out how to sell real estate. 6 months ago, you didn't have any inventory. Now you got more inventory than you know what to do with. You had a buyer's market, a seller's market. Now you got a buyer's market. You don't know how to negotiate. I can show you how to navigate through all that. Okay. All right. So $297, that ends today. That goes away today. The credit goes away today. The extra goodies go away today. The $4,000 worth of free training that I'm giving you to start, that goes away after today. And we're going to still continue to market our interactive boot camp. What are we selling that boot camp for? It's $3,000 on our website.
Yeah.
The lowest you're going to see it later is $997. Okay. Huh? 3,000? You're saying 3,000? So again, you get the boot camp, the 3-day boot camp, interactive boot camp. You get the financial literacy. You get the business builder certification, all for $297. Plus, you get a store credit for $297, which basically puts you at zero. Okay, let me give some money out to some of the people in the chat. Okay. All right. Let's see.
God did.
This guy's 16 years old. I'm not giving you the money yet, but I'm just saying you're 16. Really want to surround myself with people like me, but I don't know how apart from social media. Bro, the way to do that is you need to get around the people in this room. One of the things we do at our boot camp, our interactive boot camp, is we actually put you guys together. So you don't have to do the work to figure out how do I go out and meet somebody. Okay. Can't wait until the next event. I signed up. I can't wait to be able to contribute to my family and take care of them. If only this was next Friday. So this is for Tez. Tez, I just want to tell you, this starts today. Right now. Okay. Everybody that's hit the link already, you guys already got sent to your email box how to get started today with the business builder certification and the financial certification, 10X financial freedom. When you guys learn how to work what I call the wealth creation model, you're going to actually walk through your own wealth creation formula, and you're going to see how wealth is created. And it is never created simply with a job and income. Okay. Taxes are my biggest expense. That's Mike M. Let's send Mike M $100 credit. Okay. Let's see here. Divine Discontent, Carolyn B, $100 credit. I'm sending you guys $100 credits. Okay. Let's see. Invest in real estate from Xenia GTZ. Y'all writing this down? $100 credit at my store. Okay. Troy wants to know, will the 3-day event be recorded and saved for lifetime access? Does the credit expire? The credit does not expire. Okay. Now, you guys that want that credit, remember, you have to show up. You have to show up for the 3 days. You guys that register and show up for the 3 days, I'm happy to give you guys the credit. And yeah, why not? They register, show up each day. Why not give the recording? No, you know, Jared doesn't like the idea. Okay. Jared doesn't like that idea. Okay. You never know with me. Okay. All right. Number 3, time is senior to money, to Ryan. Ryan, I don't know your last name, but at 1:38, you posted time is senior to money. Absolutely it is. You guys got it all backwards. Y'all trade time for money. I did this for 40 years. If I wouldn't have made some of the mistakes I made early on, I guarantee you, I told Jared earlier that I'd be worth probably $10 billion. If I'd have been with the right people. There was a business that I owned. Some of you here own businesses that can't scale. If I knew today what I knew about scaling when I went 25, if I didn't own today, but if I knew when I was 25, what I know today about scaling, I wouldn't even have picked the first 2 companies I got invested in. Well, the truth is, if you're picking a company that doesn't work and doesn't scale, it's going to become very, very difficult for you to create financial freedom and wealth. Jessica Sandoval, fail fast, learn fast, $100 credit at my store. Okay. Kevin from NJ, Kevin NJ, the create the wealth cycle, the circle that I have on the board. Excellent. I got $100 credit for you at my store. Clinton W says hire people that are different than you. I think that came from Kevin Turner, right? Mm-hmm. Scott Tomlin, marketing, promotion. If you're a CEO of a company, your first job is to market, your second job is to market, and your third job is to market. Okay, I got a couple more of these to give away. $100 credit at my store. Sandy, thank you, Sandy. Marketing and sales are different. They are not the same thing. They are completely different. By the way, marketing is one thing. Sales is another thing. Yeah, big deal. Sales is another thing. Jared just gave me some note. I'm like, big deal. Okay, give me something significant. Sales is different than closing. Okay, many of you guys in sales, y'all think closing a deal is the same as selling a deal. No, they're completely different. Marketing's got nothing to do with either one of them. It's what the funnel is that drives the sales into marketing. If you do good marketing, by the way, you don't need good salespeople. You actually just need people to take orders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They say you can get sales will make you rich, marketing will make you wealthy.
Yeah, sales will make you rich, marketing will make you wealthy. I'm gonna give $100 credit to Jared.
Bang,
okay. Bang, Jared. L Brody 25. Love your name, bruh. Marketing is senior to sales. Okay. Let's see. Sam at 139. I'll give you $100 credit at my store, bruh. Feedback is the breakfast of champion. And then what I'm going to do for everybody that takes advantage of this offer right now, we're just going to randomly pick like 20 people. Anybody that takes the offer, grantcardone.com/wealth. I don't even know how to talk about that.
Dude.
I don't even know how to talk about that.
That's cool, dude. They would love that.
Yeah. I would be a billionaire. Somebody feedbacks the breakfast champions. How many hats do we have? Is Sherry watching right now?
Yeah.
Sherry, how many hats do we have right now? Do I have, like, I love my 10X hat, man. You rock this 10X hat, people will know you're a gangster. People will know you're committed. Sherry hit me. God did.
I'm in the chat.
Okay. Look, this is what I'm going to do. I'll figure it out. Okay. I might not be able to deliver these with the package. Yeah. Dude, look at this hat. This hat rocks, man. Who would like to have the hat? Okay. You guys that have already hooked up.
So these are all, just so you know, these boxes, they're all already placed.
Yeah, I understand. Let me see. How could I do this though, Jared? Gotta be a way to do it. Somebody asked me in the chat, man, what's it like being a billionaire? It's like, I can't, like, if I knew that how good it was, it is amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing to be able to, make investments in other people. It's amazing to give money to charities. It's amazing to be able to help out. It's amazing to have a piece of art commission that represents my life. Okay. There's a little guy back there. He's got a unicorn on a leash right behind me over my head right there. And he's looking for a whale. This is the story of my life. Little guy. The unicorn basically represents whatever you believe. I had this unicorn on a leash. I'm the unicorn. I have the spiritual unit. Like, I have all this stuff available to me, yet I was always looking outside of myself for something else. I don't know what it means to you, but you guys all have it in you, man. Okay, good. This is what I'm going to do. The first 1,000 people, not everybody, okay? The first 1,000 people that take advantage of this offer, we'll just go back on our timeline. I don't know how to get them the hat, though. If you live all over the world, I can't do it.
Well, it's got to be U.S. only.
Yeah.
It's international. They got to pay for shipping.
Yeah.
And we'll only do it for the first 1,000. So, we've got probably 300 or 400 left.
Can I sign all of them? Man, that's going to be hard too, huh? You get the book. What's in the swag bag? Let me show you. The swag bag comes in the 10X little bottle.
You get the 10X book.
Yeah.
You get
10X bottle.
You get the millionaire booklet.
That's signed.
You get a flag.
You get this is to remind you
when you're on the interactive.
By the way, these things look like little gimmicks and junk. This reminds you of your commitment to 10X your goals. 10X is not about me. 10X is about your dreams, your goals, and your future. How many of you'd like to have 12,000 apartments? Okay. You could.
God did.
God did. Grant did. Okay. Okay. You're going to get this workbook. This workbook, I promise you, this workbook by itself is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The content on this workbook is a game changer for you and your family. This is something you're going to use not just while we're on the 3-day event. This is something you're going to use for the next 30 years in business. This cycle of wealth creation is not changed in hundreds of years. People have always done this. The problem is the school system doesn't teach this. How many of you'd like to have known all this information in the first 12 years you went to school? How many of you wish this is what you were taught? Confidence, communication, motivation, dreams, how to take ideas to monetize them quickly. How many of you'd like to have had this in your school system rather than history, algebra, trigonometry, and home ed? Did you go to home ed, Jared?
Home ed, was that where you cook?
Home ed, yeah. I went to home ed. Yeah, you
God did.
Ray said, people that pay attention, pay attention. So again, I just want to wrap it up today with congratulations for everybody that signed up today. Okay, we're going to get you the swag. We're going to get you the 10X Bootcamp interactive package and invite only. Can I see the tickets, Jared?
The tickets, yeah.
There's a $5,100 offer. You also get the business certification and the financial freedom certification, and you get an invite only to our 10X interactive boot camp. Okay. Now you can wait and buy this later and not get all the pluses. It's $1,000 on sale for $1,000. I don't know why you would do that to yourself. When you grab it today, before this ends, it's $297. I give you a $297 credit at my store. Some of you are actually going to be plus. You're going to be plus because I already threw another $100 on top of that. I'll send you the swag. If you were in the first 1,000, I'm going to send you a hat. The information you got was sick. Then what we're going to do, last thing that I want to offer you is the first or anywhere the people that order, because we're going to replay this later. I'll guarantee you I'll sell another 1,000 of these later without all the extras. We're going to take 100 people out of the people that do this, 100. We'll send you an email and ask if you want to be part of our pitch off. This is where we get to show you to my online audience. Okay. Pete Vargas actually, you know what I want to do? I want to open that up to like 200 people. 200 people are going to get invited. I want to open it up to 300 people. Okay. To a private pitch off with Pete Vargas. Pete Vargas is going to give you a free training on how to craft a pitch and make a pitch from stage. The only people that get this are the people that sign up, okay? This is worth, if you guys know Pete, tens of thousands of dollars. I'm going to do this for 300 people, okay? It'll be a private Zoom in addition to everything else I gave you. And Pete Vargas, you want to explain what's going to happen in that?
Yeah, so basically,
I did not have this plan. Me and Jerry
basically what we're going to do, this is part of the VIP package. But basically what we're going to do is on the second night of the event.
But we're going to do this before that. I don't want to wait to the second night. I want Pete to do it for 300.
Well, what we're going to do is
picking out of that.
What we're going to do is the week before the event, we'll run a pre-training. And so in that event, what we're going to do is Peter Pat is going to deliver a training on exactly how to craft a winning pitch so that you can win when you're on stage. Then what you're going to do is you're going to submit a video of you going through and doing your presentation based on the criteria you'll be scored on and based on the framework that they give you. And then we'll go through and we'll review all those videos. And then we're going to pick we're going to go from the top 50 down to the top 25. And then the night of the interactive bootcamp, night 2, we're going to have the pitch off from the top 10 presenters.
But what I'm going to have, Pete, that'll be great. Okay. And we'll give away $10 or $15 or $20,000 that night. That's great. But you guys, 300 people, if you want to be, can get Pete's online training live. Pete will work with you to craft out your pitch. Okay, 300 people will get a private invite to this. And trust me, there's more than 300 people that have signed up for this already. Get a private invite to this if you want to be. If you want to be part of this pitch, I will offer this Pete and his team to give you a 10X pitch training for free. It'll be about an hour, maybe 90 minutes long. We'll give you a Zoom link. Pete Vargas is a genius, bro, like on the pitch, crafting the pitch, telling the story. I mean, he's going to show you how to tell your story and how to get on stages, not one stage, but many stages. Okay. How to become a best-selling author. How do you do that? You got to speak. You can't just write a book and not tell people about it. Like, no book is ever going to get purchased without somebody talking about it. How to do an interview, how to tell your story on social media, right? What your bio should look like. Like most people you guys don't even show off the best stuff of your life. Okay. So today, hey man, I appreciate everybody being here. God bless you guys. I'm pulling for you. We want you to have 10X lives, 10X money, 10X wealth, 10X friends, 10X health. I want you to have all the things that my family is benefiting from right now. I'm so blessed in my life. I can only wish that all of you have all this and more. I'm pulling for you. My wife's pulling for you. My team's pulling for you. I hope you took advantage of this today. I hope you got a lot out of the interviews. Mohamed was phenomenal. God bless you, Mohamed. Thank you so much for being here. Jenna, phenomenal. Thank you so much for sharing your time. Kevin Turner, thank you. My team, my whole team, everybody at Cardone Enterprises that put this on today. But most important, all of you out there that signed up for today and showed up, okay? All of you that signed up for this offer and took advantage of this unbelievable offer, thank you so much for believing in yourself and allowing me to be a partner in your life, allowing me to be a teacher, a mentor, an inspirer, whatever I've done to somehow like help you maybe move along. Let this not be the last thing we do together. Let me help you see it through. Let me help contribute to your success. Let my team help you. Let Jared help you. This guy's just turned 39 years old. Yeah. 39 years old. He's worth probably $15 million today. We've been together 11 or 12 years. I said, Jared, just do what I tell you to do. And I promise you, bro, you'll become a millionaire. He's rich. He is not at the point of indestructible wealth yet, but he is on his way. I cannot tell you, I am more proud about doing that with Jared, being a contributor to that. But it's him. He's the one that took the direction. He's the one that took action. He's the one that did what I told him to do. And he, at the end of the day, is going to be the one that benefits because of that. I hope you guys do the same thing today. God bless you. Be great and 10X everything. All right. Thanks for coming.
Crack Cardone, that's the next. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Crack Cardone, that's the next. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Crack Cardone, that's the next. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. Told me just survive. New checks. I had planning for the future, we the new jets. All money in, none out. Gotta keep the water flowing through the drought. Ain't got no time to try to save or be conservative. Mixing my business interests, I gotta merge them in. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Grant card on, that's the next. I don't get a check and go to flex. I just get a check and reinvest. Hustling through the struggle, that's the method. Grant Cardone, that's the next. You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me, told me just survive.